Sebelum masuk ke dalam acara lebih lanjut, agar seluruh rangkaian acara dapat dilancarkan dan diberikan kemudahan, serta tentu saja bermanfaat bagi kita semua, marilah kita memanjatkan doa sesuai agama dan kepercayaan masing-masing.
Before proceeding further to the event, let us silently pray to the God according to our respective beliefs. Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin.
The HKPD Law. Indonesia has established Law Number 1 of 2022 concerning intergovernmental fiscal relations, or the HKPD Law. This law aims to achieve fair, transparent, and accountable fiscal decentralization. It has four main policy pillars. First, reducing vertical and horizontal inequality. Second, strengthening local taxing power. Third, improving the quality of regional spending. And fourth, harmonizing national and subnational government spending. The HKPD law aims to ensure the efficient and effective allocation of national resources through a transparent, accountable, and equitable financial relationship system between central government and regions to promote equal public welfare throughout the Republic of Indonesia. The implementation of the HKPD law. Various policies in HKPD law are being implemented in stages, along with the determination of implementing regulations, including first, Government Regulations Number 4 of 2023 concerning specific goods and service tax on electricity. Second, Government Regulations Number 35 of 2023 concerning general provisions of local taxes and regional fees. Third, Government Regulation Number 37 of 2023 concerning intergovernmental fiscal transfers. Fourth, Government Regulation Number 38 of 2023 concerning oil palm plantation revenue sharing. Fifth, Government Regulations Number 1 of 2024 concerning national fiscal policy harmonization. In 2023, various new regulations were implemented in the HKPD law, including 1. Performance-based intergovernmental transfers, including A. Improved precision in allocating the General Allocation Fund to reflect regional performance better. B. Implementing a new distribution ratio for the Revenue Sharing Fund to consider performance and externalities between regions. C. Introducing allocation of the oil palm plantation revenue sharing. D. Coordinating the allocation of the Special Allocation Fund to work in synergy with other funding sources such as ministry or agency budgets. 2. Simplification of regional financing procedures. 3. Development of regional macroeconomic and fiscal policy framework, or CAMPPKF, as a reference for regions in determining local fiscal budget policy, or KUA-PPAS. Meanwhile, 2024 marks the first year of implementing numerous new policies related to local taxes and regional fees. The gradual implementation of the HKPD law policies has shown improvements, such as increased local government budget expenditure driven by higher local tax and regional fee revenues, allocation of intergovernmental fiscal transfers, and utilization of regional debt financing. Innovation of fiscal decentralization instruments to stimulate economic growth, well-being, and convergence. To address the current challenges and opportunities faced by the nation, such as global geopolitical tensions, human resource factors, infrastructure needs, climate change, and digitalization trends, a robust fiscal policy is required to achieve Indonesia's Vision 2045. The fiscal policy in 2024 aims to accelerate inclusive and sustainable growth that focuses on accelerating economic growth, promoting well-being, and enhancing interregional convergence. To achieve the three main goals of national fiscal policy, accelerating economic growth, strengthening well-being, and promoting convergence between regions, the government has implemented various innovative fiscal decentralization policies, including 1. Introducing performance requirements for the management of all types of intergovernmental fiscal transfers in a sustainable manner. 2. Creating synergy and modernizing the collection of regional taxes and fees. 3. Developing a national fiscal synergy index to measure the alignment of central and regional fiscal policies. 4. Developing a regional well-being index from the one used by the OECD. 5. Developing standardized chart of accounts between national and subnational governments. 6. Developing the next generation SEKD as a platform for national fiscal policy synergy. And 7. Promoting regional fiscal risk management framework to encourage more optimal fiscal risk management and maintain the spending absorption pattern of subnational government budget or HPBD.
Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, lebih dari 2 dekade penyelenggaraan desentralisasi fiskal telah berlangsung di Indonesia. Penyelenggaraan desentralisasi didasarkan pada tata kelola pemerintahan yang lebih partisipatif, transparan, dan akuntabel, serta responsif untuk menghasilkan penyediaan layanan publik bagi masyarakat yang efektif, efisien, dan ekonomis melalui berbagai inovasi kebijakan pemerintah yang menekankan pada kekhasan pemerintah masing-masing daerah di Indonesia.
More than 2 decades of fiscal decentralization have been underway in Indonesia. The implementation of decentralization is based on transparent, accountable, collaborative, and responsive governance to produce effective and efficient public service provision for the community through various government policy innovation that emphasize the uniqueness of each subnational government in Indonesia.
Dalam pelaksanaannya, Kementerian Keuangan secara khusus DJPK bekerja sama dan berkolaborasi dengan berbagai pihak, baik pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, serta mitra pembangunan pemerintah yang terus berupaya melakukan penyempurnaan kebijakan desentralisasi fiskal. Undang-Undang HKPD nomor 1 tahun 2022 menjadi salah satu bukti nyata dari upaya yang dilakukan menjadi tonggak sejarah transformasi penyelenggaraan desentralisasi fiskal di Indonesia yang bertujuan untuk mencapai pemerataan kesejahteraan masyarakat di seluruh NKRI.
In its implementation, the Ministry of Finance, in particular the Directorate General of Fiscal Balance, in cooperation and collaboration with all other parties, including other ministries and institutions, the local governments, and also development partners, continues to strive to improve fiscal decentralization policies. Law on Central and Regional Financial Relations Number 1 of 2022, known as UU HKPD, is clear evidence of the efforts that has become a milestone in the transformation of the implementation of fiscal decentralization in Indonesia that aims to achieve equal distribution of social welfare throughout the Republic of Indonesia. Acara hari ini juga merupakan bagian dari upaya penyempurnaan kebijakan desentralisasi fiskal, mengambil tema Optimizing Fiscal Decentralization for Pathway to Promote Growth, Wellbeing, and Convergence. Acara seminar internasional diharapkan dapat memberikan input secara khusus terkait peran dan pemanfaatan desentralisasi fiskal dalam mendorong pertumbuhan ekonomi, well-being, dan konvergensi antar daerah. Dalam kesempatan ini diharapkan dapat dihasilkan masukan yang mendukung peningkatan kualitas desentralisasi fiskal dalam mewujudkan pemerataan kesejahteraan masyarakat di seluruh Indonesia.
Today's event is also part of the efforts to improve fiscal decentralization policies in Indonesia. On this occasion, input is expected to support improving the quality of fiscal decentralization and realizing equal distribution of public welfare throughout Indonesia. For those reasons, ladies and gentlemen, during this event, our active participation is certainly needed as a manifestation of support in implementing fiscal decentralization reform.
Untuk itu tentunya diharapkan partisipasi aktif dari kita semua sebagai pewujudan dukungan dalam pelaksanaan reformasi kebijakan fiskal yang bertujuan untuk meningkatkan kualitas desentralisasi fiskal yang lebih adil, transparan, akuntabel, dan berkinerja dalam mencapai pemerataan kesejahteraan masyarakat di seluruh NKRI.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, saat ini marilah kita simak bersama welcome address yang akan disampaikan oleh Duta Besar Swiss untuk Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will hear to the welcome address which will be delivered directly by the Ambassador of Switzerland to Indonesia, to His Excellency Olivier Zender. The floor is yours.
Okay. So I'll start again. Good morning, everybody. So, dear Palaki, Director General of Fiscal Balance, dear Ibu Titik, Special Advisor to the Ministry of Finance, dear Pa Habib, Lead Economist at the World Bank, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor for me to be here today at the International Seminar on Fiscal Decentralization, organized by the World Bank and the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. For over 50 years, Switzerland has been a steadfast partner to Indonesia. Our commitment to this partnership remains strong as we continue to support Indonesia in its pursuit of the Golden Indonesia 2045 vision. Switzerland has actively contributed to this vision by supporting Indonesia in key strategic areas to strengthen and sustain economic growth. One such area, public financial management, is the focus of today's seminar. Properly managed fiscal resources, supported by strong institutional capacity, can significantly accelerate a country's development. They enable targeted investment in infrastructure and human capital, ensuring equal access to affordable and reliable public services for all citizens. Moreover, as we will discuss today, better access and reliability in public services contribute to improved well-being and greater regional equality. A critical aspect of fiscal decentralization is revenue mobilization and the balance between central government resources and the local financial autonomy. According to a recent OECD ranking, Switzerland is among the countries with the highest level of subnational taxing power. Two key factors contributing to this are our well-established revenue decentralization and the clear fiscal responsibilities between central and local governments. Decentralization is a bit in our DNA in Switzerland. These are areas where Switzerland can offer valuable insights, particularly as Indonesia moves towards OECD membership. While Indonesia and Switzerland differ greatly in terms of population and size, the guiding principles of fiscal decentralization remain the same. Bringing government closer to citizens enhances accountability, addresses diverse needs, and helps bridge service delivery gaps. Switzerland is committed to supporting Indonesia's fiscal sustainability efforts through various initiatives, including the Public Financial Management MDTF project implemented by the World Bank. Switzerland has contributed approximately $7.5 million in grants for the PFM MDTF project across 3 phases from 2006 to 2025. Recently, we also increased our grant contribution by US dollars 2.5 million to the newly launched Synergies program. Thanks to these collaborative efforts, Indonesia's PFM system is now recognized as a model for policy instruments that promote stable economic growth and ensure sufficient resources for the next administration's priorities. 2 decades of decentralization in Indonesia provide an important moment for reflection on the critical PFM reforms Indonesia has undertaken, particularly with the support of the MDTF over the past 15 years. Achieving strong, sustainable economic growth that delivers high-quality services to all citizens requires the collaboration of all stakeholders, government, development partners, and civil society. I look forward to today's productive and insightful discussion. Let us share our knowledge, experiences, and innovations to shape the future of fiscal decentralization in Indonesia and beyond. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Sir Olivier Zender.
Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, pagi ini kita akan mengawali diskusi dan pembahasan pada agenda seminar internasional ini. Saat ini kita akan mengikuti fireside chat bersama dengan Direktur Jenderal Perlindungan Keuangan dengan judul pembahasan
Indonesia Fiscal Decentralization Policies in Promoting Growth, Wellbeing, and Convergence. Dan pada sesi ini akan dimoderatori oleh Lead Economist World Bank, Mr. Habib Rab. Ladies and gentlemen, to start the panel and discussion in this Fiscal Decentralization Seminar, we will take part in a fireside chat with the Director General of Fiscal Balance with the theme Indonesian Fiscal Decentralization Policies in Promoting Growth, Wellbeing, and Convergence.
Mr. Habib Rab, lead economist of World Bank, having 20 years experience working on macroeconomic, fiscal management, and structural reform issues in countries across Asia, Africa, and Europe. Mr. Habib has joined the World Bank Indonesia and Timor-Leste team as a lead economist since January 2021. Currently, he oversees the World Bank's program on equitable growth, finance, and institution.
To you, Mr. Habib Rab, the time and place is yours.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. DG Pak Luki, Ambassador Zender, Pak Chandra, Ibu Titik, and I also see many dear friends in the audience, Pak Rahman, Pak Dennis, and many others. It's a really great privilege and honor to be here this morning. This is my second time attending the Fiscal Decentralization International Conference, International Seminar, organized by the DG of Fiscal Balance. And I would really like to congratulate and thank Pa Luki, but also Pa Kindi and the entire team for putting together what is a really substantive and exciting program with top speakers throughout the day. The first conference or first seminar that I attended last year focused very much on decentralization challenges for Indonesia over the next decades. We had an excellent exchange of ideas on ways to innovate, on how to improve accountability and delivery for results. This year, we are looking at the next generation of reforms and focusing on a vision that Pa Luki has shared, which is based on three important pillars. The first one is on regional economic growth. The second is on how that growth can help to deliver better well-being, improved well-being for the people. And then the third pillar is more around how to ensure that a combination of these two leads to increased convergence across the different regions of the country. And I'm really, again, very privileged and honored to invite DG Pa Luki, who has been really at the center of these efforts over the last year, to have a fireside discussion. Pa Luki. So before getting into the discussion, I have to share an anecdote, which is that I knew Paluki much before I met him. In fact, 10 years ago, I was in Vietnam working on a study on fiscal decentralization where we were trying to estimate the efficiency of revenue collection across the 63 provinces of Vietnam. And we came across a paper, or I came across a paper, which did the same thing in Indonesia. And I replicated that methodology in Vietnam. But when I looked at the author of the paper, it was none other than Luki Alfirman. So 10 years later, it was a really great pleasure to meet Paluki in person. So Paluki, it's a really great honor to be here. We have been discussing a lot over the past 2 years, the issues around fiscal decentralization, how to promote results, greater accountability. I know that this is something that is very close to your heart. The video that we watched this morning summarizes very nicely all the hard work that has been going on under your leadership and the DG of Fiscal Balance. So I wanted to start off our chat with asking you to tell us a little bit about your experience as DG of Fiscal Balance and to highlight a little bit your impressions on the challenges to fiscal decentralization in Indonesia. Paluki, over to you.
Thank you, Habib. Very good morning to all of you. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, of course, I would like to thank you all for coming here. It is our pleasure. And as mentioned by the MC, by Pak Habib, this is our second international seminar held by Ministry of Finance, by DJPK, DG Fiscal Balance, to have international forum on fiscal decentralization. And Pak Habib, thank you for mentioning and reading my paper. So it was written around 20 years ago, and I'm glad that it's still relevant with today's situation and challenges. In fact, just 3 months ago, my team, Lydia here, asked me to present this paper. And I had to study very hard that same paper again, while wondering how I could write such difficult paper back then, to be honest with you. Okay, in the last 2 years, things have been quite hectic. I've been very busy. I was appointed as DG of Fiscal Balance in October 2022. So yeah, pretty much 2 years. So we just had a new law on intergovernmental fiscal transfer. So you heard a lot about this HKPD law, SKPD law. That's kind of our very important key pillar actually, right? It was enacted in beginning of 2022. So I was very busy trying to implement this new law, while again back in 2022, we were also very busy working on how to recover from pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic actually. So we had to prepare to make this new SKPD law operational. So we had to prepare several what's so-called derived regulation. We have 5 government regulation, for example, and also ministerial regulation. And of course, not only regulation, but we also have to do what's so-called dissemination to make sure people, regional, local government, subnational government really understand about this new regulation. So the primary objective is basically how to maximize the result of this fiscal decentralization. We are trying to move beyond allocation. So we are focusing more on outputs and outcomes. So to achieve this, we introduced in our new HKPD law, there are some new breakthrough policies, I would say. So for example, performance-based transfers, how to implement this performance-based transfer. Green policies, for intergovernmental transfers, improve terms for disbursements, and enhance spending quality, just to name a few. So I always emphasize to my team now that we need to be innovative in our approach, impactful in policy design, and also maintain integrity in our work. That's what's so-called, we call it 3I principles: innovative, impactful, and integrity. So, however, again, along the way, some legal risks persist, for example, such as some people ask for or do some judicial reviews on specific tax policy to Constitutional Court. That's kind of one of our challenges. Last year was particularly significant as it was the first year of this HKPD law implementation. So the key here, how to foster synergy and collaboration through a more integrated approach. We have to align inter-regional transfer with other APBN instruments. Last year, in the last 2 years, we also busy tried to contribute developing some other regulation related to fiscal decentralization. So, for example, we just completed the new undang-undang, new law on capital, our new capital, undang-undang IKN, undang-undang Jakarta, undang-undang DKJ, the Jakarta law, undang-undang desa, village law. So those are also very, very important law actually. And again, as mentioned by Pak Habib, we also, I'm very glad to have a very good relationship with our international development partners, support from the Switzerland government, coordination, collaboration with our multilateral partner, Wellbeing, ADB, Prospera, Australian Treasury, you name it. So this support, this relationship enable us to tap into this technical expertise as well as international best practice. So in particular, we have this World Bank Synergies program ongoing now. So despite the challenges, we are able to produce at least some early positive result. To name a few, as I said, how to sieve, how to implement this what's so-called performance-based transfers. And local tax revenue has also increased quite significantly. I think last year the growth was around 16%. It's quite encouraging. And also the compliance of the subnational government toward what's so-called mandatory spending, such as education. In the area of subnational financing, we also see a very good trend, positive trend. We initiated what's so-called regional fiscal framework. Basically, this is a tool for fiscal policy alignment between central government and subnational government. In the IT area, we continue developing this new generation of SIKD. Basically, this is the digital platform for fiscal decentralization in Indonesia. Internally at the JPK, in our unit, so we also continue our organizational transformation. So we did what's called layering and also add 2 new directorates. Again, this is to support our fiscal decentralization policies. And last but not least, we begin this discussion, actually already completed last week, discussion on the design of 2025 budget, APBN 2025. So this is during the government transition, right? So this is the budget 2025 is going to be used by the new incoming government. So our focus is to ensure the policy continuity while at the same time promoting fiscal balance and also driving equitable development. So, however, we are we remain vigilant, we remain adaptable, vigilant to global condition, to global risk as well.
Thank you so much, Pak Lucky. I should have mentioned that the UU HKPD, this law on intergovernmental fiscal relations, is one of the flagship reforms that was implemented by the government. And in fact, it's the major decentralization reform in the last 20 years. So indeed, it's been a very busy period, and we are very grateful for the update on implementing and taking forward some of the provisions of this law over the past year or two. In this context, Pak Lucky, I wondered whether you could tell us a little bit more about this vision on the three pillars that we spoke about earlier, the accelerating regional growth, improving well-being, and also promoting convergence. If you could tell us a little bit more about the thinking behind that, Pak Lucky.
Thank you, Habib. So this becomes our mantra, right? These three things: growth, well-being, convergence. So basically, to achieve the vision of Indonesia as developed country by 2045, 100 year of Indonesia, we must address both what's so-called structural as well as cyclical challenges. So I have to also highlight, of course, the global risk. We look at the global condition, you name it, geopolitical conflicts, fragmentation, the phenomena of inward-looking policies. So those trends create some kind of, negative impact on the global economy. And the high interest rate policies, higher for longer. Yes, we are very happy to hear that some major central banks have started decreasing their interest rate. ECB, Bank of England, and just recently the Fed. This is very good news. But we should expect that perhaps it won't be kind of drastic changes happen in the near future. Still, we have to deal, in other words, we still have to deal with a bit high interest rate environment. So all in all, as the result that, as forecasted by various financial institutions, the global economic growth would be quite stagnant in the near future, maybe 2024, 2025. So beyond this global risk, again, we also need to be vigilant with some structural challenges, the trend, climate change, the technology, we're talking about AI, artificial intelligence, and we have also to deal with aging population. So, trying not to be too pessimistic, we also see some opportunities as well. And the trend with this global tension, for example, there are some shifts, some changes. So changes in this global supply chain. And also we look at this global monetary easing trend, as well as momentum of this structural reform as well. So all in all, what we are seeing here that given this condition, I think boosting the domestic economy is very, very crucial. It's the key for us how to develop, how to create a new engine of growth. So Indonesia, even post-pandemic, has demonstrated its resilience. We are able to grow around 5% even after the pandemic. So if you look at what happened across the regions, so the good news is that that economic growth has been experienced across all regions, even with these new growth sources coming from outside Java, due to what's so-called the new policy, natural resources downstreaming policies. Regions like Sulawesi, Papua, Maluku have shown impressive growth above this national growth rate. However, it is very important for us to make sure that our economic growth is of high quality and benefits all Indonesians. So hopefully, again, through this seminar, I hope we can explore how to optimize this fiscal decentralization to foster those three things: economic growth, well-being, as well as convergence.
Thank you so much, Paluki. I wanted to take this one step further. This is very helpful context, but I also understand that the government has released a fiscal policy strategy for 2025 in particular that focuses on this challenge of growth, well-being, and convergence. I was wondering whether you could expand a little bit on this proposed policy.
Okay, the person who is responsible to write such policy is here. Name is Pak Rohman here. Okay, so 2035 National Fiscal Policy can serve as a milestone toward achieving this initial vision to becoming a developed country by 2045. And we have to recognize 2035 will be the first year of our new government under the administration of Pak Prabowo, President Prabowo. So in particular, when we're talking about this fiscal policy, it has to be designed to remain adaptive and agile in implementing these new national development priorities and programs. So that's what we are trying to do. On fiscal decentralization, since last year, 2023 actually, we have introduced the new policy, the new section actually, in which try to harmonize the central and regional fiscal policies, offering guidance for regions, for subnational government to formulate their fiscal strategies. And again, for 2025, we will be focusing on those three things: how to boost economic growth by improving the quality and quantity of productive spending, and investing more on this regional development. And number two, how to encourage this interregional convergence through creating this what's so-called multi-epicentrum growth strategy and development of these new economic centers. And number three, enhancing well-being through an asymmetric intergovernmental transfer policy that accounts for regional needs and characteristics. So we are fully aware, we fully understand that one such fiscal policy will not work in Indonesia context. So to achieve this goal for fiscal policy, for fiscal strategies, we are focusing on those three things plus one. How to collect more, collecting more, how to spend better, spending better, and to pursue what's so-called innovative financing. And we need also harmonization between central and subnational government. And last but not least, we also start developing what's so-called subnational risk management. Again, as an integral part of our national risk, fiscal risk management. So again, we want to make sure that we can maintain this fiscal sustainability as well.
Thank you very much, Paluki. So the strategy and its objectives are very clear, but I understand that it will also require some innovative policies to ensure implementation and effective delivery. So I wondered whether you might be willing to share with us a little bit about, what are some of those innovative approaches and policies that you are pursuing to promote the objectives in the strategy. Paluki.
Thank you, Pak Habib. Actually, a lot. But maybe I will share with you these 4 main strategies. So number 1 is how to develop this regional growth strategy. Previously, we tend to focus on national growth strategy, both in terms of, the sectoral, for example, from, let's say, the demand side. Indonesia is a very big country. We are very diverse. So I think it's time for us to really look into this regional potential. So that's why we are trying to develop what's called this regional growth strategy. So how do we do that? First, of course, try to understand the potential of those regions, the subnational government. And we also need to understand constraints. And of course, last but not least, the fiscal solution. Because again, our tool right now is fiscal instruments. So what can we do fiscally? Number 2, try to maximize intergovernmental fiscal transfers to promote productive spending as well as growth. So we have a lot in our mind, but again, we need to be focused. So that's why we try to implement 5 strategies or 5 policies. Again, Indonesia is very diverse. We have 546 subnational governments. The gap is quite big, actually. Java, Papua, Kalimantan are very different. So that's why, in terms of policies, we try to implement what's so-called affirmative policies. How to target specific regions. Try to recognize the uniqueness. And then also funding synergy. So as I said, try to encourage this innovative financing, creative financing for different regions. Number 3, quality also is important. How to keep improving, strengthening quality. So that's why in our transfer, we try to implement, reinforce what's so-called earmarking, as well as mandatory spending. And it is combined with integrated monitoring and evaluation. And number 4 is about spending targets. So we need to setting the goals, the target, right, to support, to make sure the growth goals, the objective can be achieved. And number 5, this is very interesting. We also introduce what's so-called fiscal incentive. This is to motivate people, to motivate regional subnational government to always improve their performance, and there will be some reward for that. And number 3, in terms of innovative financing. So again, in the past, local government, subnational government tend to be relying so much on transfer from central government. So we have this new window for what's so-called innovative financing. So under this new HKPD law, we introduced this what's so-called debt-based instruments, local municipal bonds, for example, for Islamic bonds, sukuk, and loans. And not to forget this PPP, public-private partnership. Government support this implementation of this alternative financing for PPP, for example. So we also give some support in terms of feasibility study. We have this project development facilities. We have viability gap fund. We provide guarantee, for example. So there are a lot of facilities incentive in place ready to be used by local government to find this alternative financing. Okay, and number 4 about this regional well-being index. Again, this is very interesting. OECD has been developing this well-being index. So we try to replicate, we try to develop this well-being index for our regions. So try to develop this regional well-being index for Indonesia, basically. So that's why in the second or third session, we're gonna have session in particular talking about this well-being. And we are thankful our colleague from OECD, Sean Doherty, can also share with us about how OECD developing this well-being index. So this is very important because with this index, with this regional well-being index, hopefully we can use this to measure the effectiveness of regional government spending in enhancing community welfare. And of course, to identify regions with the greatest needs, again, based on level of deprivation, for example.
Thank you so much, Paluki. So 4 main strategies: the regional growth plans. The second is around maximizing intergovernmental fiscal transfers. The third is innovative financing. And then the fourth is this regional well-being index. So this is quite a big agenda for DG Fiscal.
So, welcome to the first panel. Washington, D.C., I believe. While it is quite late now in Washington, D.C., I hope our speaker still can continue to have discussion with us until the end of this panel. So the first speaker is Professor Ihtisam Ahmad, who will share some lessons learned from China on approaches to multi-level finance and regional growth. Professor Ahmad is former project director at LSE UK project, and also was with the IMF during 1990-2010. He directed a project on sustainable transition in China and Mexico Research Institute at the LSE. He also worked with the ADB to provide a recommendation for consideration for the 14th fifth year plan. During
China, that you need to have own source revenues if you're going to use private finance effectively. Together with revenue sharing, and you have a lot of experience with revenue sharing in Indonesia, but you need also equalization systems, both from the nation to regions and local governments, but also within regions. So I think you have an agenda there. China meets some of the requirements of this agenda, but so do countries like Mexico and Chile. So really, I think what you're looking at is G20 countries, including emerging market countries like Indonesia, Mexico, Chile, China, that have similar issues and that can learn from each other. And indeed, China, I've worked in China now since the mid-1980s, and they've always emphasized that it's important to learn from others, and they've learned from others. So, as I said, a little bit of background on China you probably know, but let me quickly go over it, is that there was a big change with Deng Xiaoping when he came to power at the early 80s. He introduced a responsibility system which effectively cut taxes and also regulation. So allowing local governments and firms to keep, firms and farms, to keep their resources. So what actually the consequence of that was a huge surge of investment, but the tax GDP ratio, which was 25% in 1980, fell to about 10% in the early 1990s. And the central government share had been 50% for about 1,500 years. Revenues were collected, the local level shared upwards. That fell to about 20%, as local governments didn't have enough money to meet their functions. It was a very decentralized country. So really what Beijing found by 1992, when I led a few missions for the IMF, is that they had no space. They had 2% of GDP in general government revenues coming to the central government, and very little space for macro management, investment, redistribution. So the ability of the central government was very limited. We helped with the tax and transfer program in 93, 94, and I led IMF and World Bank missions in order to support this effort. But China did not follow the traditional decentralization story. The traditional decentralization story, which was, you have it from the textbooks that finance follows functions, but they didn't follow that. They turned it around, focused initially on strengthening domestic resource mobilization and creation of a modern national tax administration, taking powers from the local administrations, creating a national tax administration. But the political economy of this reform was important, and they made sure that no province would lose and all provinces would benefit. And in a sense, the revenue sharing, which was the core of this, is also something that Indonesia did in 1999-2000, is to make sure that as you reform, that every province continues to receive the levels of finance from national resources. It had a number of transfers, stop-loss provisions, lump sum payment of 93, 94 levels of finance, equalization, special purpose transfers, and revenue return, which gave back money to invest in areas for export. So this made sure that no province lost. It was Pareto improving, and this generated a quarter of a century of double-digit growth. The consequence of this is that really the driver of the tax reform provided a sustained growth strategy. And as I said, you've had a positive reform on taxes, and the political economy was taken care of with the VAT introduced as a national tax managed nationally, and the transfer system, the four elements were very important in the political economy story. So this opened up full employment with the opening up of the labor market and a huge reduction in poverty, 700 million people to 800 million people, and 500 million migrated from the interior regions to the coastal metropolitan areas. So this is a diagram which was presented in a China Development Forum session, which I presented with Nick Stern, former chief economist of the World Bank, again showing how the 93-94 reforms turned back the tax GDP ratio towards a sustainable level. It's now up to about 20%, and the central government share, which had fallen to about 20%, went back again to 50% and has remained at that level. So the central government retained the ability to carry out redistribution policies and macroeconomic policies. That's very important. So, as I said, it avoided the textbook decentralization program. The political economy was hugely returned, and the special economic zones were created to ring fence adverse domestic policy framework. And the ADB supported one of the first, Pudong, near Shanghai. And Indonesia has also, to be honest, followed the special economic zone model, more or less. But what the Chinese did is that by freeing up the labor market, a huge number of people came out of poverty. A lot of people moved to the coastal areas. The problem was that this created inequalities. And around 2000, the World Bank supported the Western Development Strategy. It's a regional strategy of the sort which was discussed this morning, to move activities into the interior. It didn't work. And that's a big lesson. And what you saw was also that with the centralization of the revenues, there was less own source revenues at the local level, such as provinces and city level. So the absence of own source revenues has led to a huge debt overhang, which makes it difficult even for the well-off metropolitan areas to anchor access to credit. So really a huge problem, one of the major problems, even you can think of it as a global problem, is the debt that has grown up and is implicit in the Chinese development story. What China continued to do was reform the VAT, is to integrate the tax bases, bringing together goods and services, unlike some of the South Asian countries. And this integration of the VAT allowed the removal of boundaries around the special economic zones to create the special economic zones outside the SEZ area. So really the Greater Bay Area gives the sense of the high-tech zone, which is not just the special economic zone, but is sourcing inputs from outside the special economic zone. And as a matter of fact, it doesn't matter where you put it, because when you export, you get the money back. That's when you have integrated VAT. And this is hugely important. So you move away from the system of tax exemptions and preferences. So what you see in China, and this is work done again by World Bank colleague Shubei Luo, she provided inputs into the research program that I coordinated leading into the 14th five-year plan. So basically what you have is the creation of the metropolitan hubs along the coast. So you have an overgrowth of cities like Guangzhou, Shanghai, and so on. Huge congestion, huge urban sprawl, major increase in inequalities, and no convergence. So Chinese economy is becoming more and more unequal. So the whole focus of the 14th five-year plan is to move activities to the interior, not just giving people money. So how do you move activities? You have to persuade firms to move. This is the plan, and a lot of the emphasis up to now has been on connectivity infrastructure. China has perhaps more high-speed trains than the rest of the world combined. but it has not yet led to a reverse movement of either labor or firms. So this is a problem for China. So really what you found is that the revenue centralization which was needed has created a problem with financing local infrastructure. So you don't have own source revenues, and without own source revenues, you cannot anchor the local government bond system. You do need a local government bond system, and you do need access to public-private partnerships. But unless at the local level you have own source revenues that you can raise to meet your liabilities, the problem remains that of the central government. And without own source revenues, it's very dangerous to be allowing local governments to be issuing bonds and entering into PPPs. But in addition, what was happening was the whole idea of land value capture, where local governments were selling land, setting up off-budget corporations, and then allowing private developers to develop infrastructure. So the private firms built the infrastructure around the special economic zones. It's like a golden rule, implicit golden rule, where essentially you allow these firms to borrow to invest. But the problem is that you can't monitor this very easily. And in order to meet the growing liabilities, they introduced a local government bond system. But again, because they didn't have own source revenues, this has led to sustainability problem. So the consequences, you've got good infrastructure in some of the coastal cities, but a huge influx of people into Guangzhou. And you can't have more people going into Guangzhou as you can't have more people coming into Jakarta. So urban sprawl, congestion and pollution, build-up of liabilities in the local government financing vehicles, not easy to identify. And the local government bond system, which basically all it does is shift the liability upwards. And the leverage by private firms is enormous. So one of the biggest in the news has been Evergrande, and we warned about Evergrande 2018. It creates problems not just for the banks, but also for the bondholders and the shareholders. So really what is happening is that it's moving away from convergence, and it's very important to look at this. So unfortunately, with the growing centralization, the incentives for local governments to continue selling land. And again, prices in Guangzhou and Shenzhen have gone up enormously. Local finance depends almost entirely on land sales. And the large property developers are going belly up. So we talked about Evergrande, which is now bankrupt. But the bigger one is Country Garden, which has also run into trouble, but for different reasons. China had brought in 3 red lines, known as red lines, but they're essentially prudential regulations. And Evergrande went bankrupt in October 2021. The CEO is under arrest for fraud. PricewaterhouseCoopers has been sanctioned for poor audit policies. But Country Garden was building housing in the interior for firms and for workers to come back to 3rd and 4th tier smaller towns. But the younger educated people were moving to the large towns. And you were left with retirees in these towns with empty buildings. So Country Garden was carrying out a public policy agenda, but because there was no adequate service delivery, there was nobody there to use the facilities. So basically what's happened is that it's moved away from convergence. There's increasing inequality within the rich provinces like Guangdong. So Gini for Guangdong is greater than that for China. Increasing debt for local governments, telescoping down. So you have revenue shares coming to the capital city in a province. It basically stays there. But the spending is at lower levels and they're under increasing pressure. So you really don't have enough information. The GFSM framework, which again has been adopted both by the Indonesian Ministry of Finance and by the Chinese Ministry of Finance, actually hasn't percolated down to the local level. So you've got also, in addition to to the spatial inequalities, you've got interpersonal inequalities. They've got a very good value-added tax, but the income tax doesn't work very well because they don't have a proper property tax. So the CEO of Evergrande was racking up $300 billion in liabilities, had a personal fortune of $36 billion in 2019, was one of the richest people in China, and he earned $5.3 billion in dividends during the period the company was going bankrupt. He's now in prison for fraud. So high price to rent ratios actually don't matter. It's very high in China, but it doesn't matter because the local governments can't benefit from it. And this is really a failure of local taxes. And this is something which is hugely important for Indonesia as well, is to strengthen the local tax system. The problem is that the US-type ownership valuation model doesn't work very well. And they tried experiments in Shanghai and Chongqing, and it didn't raise revenues. So our proposal, and it's research we've been doing, it's a book that I've just written with Giorgio Brosio, is to go back to an idea of Alfred Marshall from the 1890s, is that a problem with local property taxes is that there is a political economy constraint. And that can only be addressed with a strong linkage between the taxes that people pay and the benefits they receive. So making that linkage is important, and also then simplifying the mechanisms for leverage of a recurrent property tax. So really, I think this is something that is work in progress. What we find are results for China and Mexico, which are very similar. And I suspect that the same thing will apply in the Indonesian case.
Professor Ahmad,
So,
sorry to interrupt. Is it possible to finish in 4 minutes, please?
Yes, I'm just coming to the end.
Thank you so
So
much.
this is a book that I would recommend that people look at. And we estimate that you can raise 2% of local GDP fairly quickly, and it would be inequality reducing. So the agenda is to move people back to these poorer interior cities, addressing fiscal risks and liabilities, deleveraging the property sector without abandoning the growth strategy, and then also developing high-tech zones. So the problem is that you've had environmental stress and imbalances and subnational budget pressures, and reliance on shared revenues is inadequate. So what you're looking at is the need for new domestic hubs and cross-border connectivity for better growth and development of regions, including in neighboring countries, in Indonesia and Pakistan, other Vietnam, so on. So you're looking at opening up poorer regions. So connectivity infrastructure is necessary but not sufficient. As I said, the information is inadequate, incentives are not correct. So really what you want is a new approach to urbanization, how to restructure the big metropolitan areas, capital city clusters, smaller cities, and then rural revitalization to have a coherent growth strategy and structural reform program. So the governance requirements are quite stringent. You need to be looking at who does what and full information on liabilities, having also public investment in connectivity, but local services and all sorts of revenues with provincial equalization. And I think this lesson, or this set of lessons, applies not just in China, but in many other countries as well. Again, in Europe, there's been a lot of focus on public investment, but the trouble is that that's not necessarily sufficient. It's necessary. So you see that in the UK, the inequalities between London and the rest of the country is huge. And this is one of the star exhibits of the failure of public investment. Chile is another example, which is quite often used, is that you allow the private sector to invest, use market prices, and you create the north-south linkage, which is what they've done very, very in a very neat and efficient manner, but it has led to the highest inequality in Latin America. Decline in complexity, which means fewer jobs for new entrants to the workforce. So this is what the linkages look like in Chile around 2015. So really very little, and it's less complex 2015 than it was in 1990. So very few jobs are being created. So really, I mean, you've got investments which are not doing very much, except making it easier for people to migrate to the metropolitan area, which is exactly what you don't want. The same thing in Mexico is with the fiscal reform. You've had some convergence in the richer areas and in the interior, but in the poorer areas, you've had negative growth and lack of convergence. So really, it's a huge problem. It's a little bit like China in a sense. But, you know, you're looking at estimates of convergence, and some states converge to a median, whereas Mexico City and the poorest states do not. So concluding towards a work program for Indonesia, so really you're looking at the restructuring of large metropolitan areas, like in China, but, you know, Jakarta, moving people out to Jakarta, moving the capital city out, probably, although it's expensive, is not a bad idea. So you're looking at clean, compact, connected cities with proper service delivery. And then you can reconsider the role of special economic zones, because with digital transformation, the linkages provide you with the ability to provide export refunds from wherever you source the inputs, and you don't need the boundaries around the SEZs. And in any case, with the BEPS agenda, you're not going to be able to provide zero taxation in any case. So really looking then at maximizing connectivity, and addressing inequality is not going to be easy. You cannot take convergence for granted. And finally, you need to balance political economy of keeping the country together, which has always been a concern in Indonesia. You're balancing regional and local gainers and losers. New agenda on digital transformation. I haven't had time to talk about it. There's a new book. But you cannot rely on convergence. It did not happen in the EU. It did not happen in Chile, Mexico, or in China. And then you need to reconsider how the process of decentralization is going to be implemented. The finance follows function no longer applies with the second and third generation federalism models. So you need new mechanisms for own source revenues, for accountability, sustainable private finance, but also what you mean by function is going to change with digital transformation. Don't have time to talk about this, but it's hugely important. And of course, you have full information requirements, flows of funds and outcomes, and I was pleased to hear the emphasis on flows of funds, but you can't rely entirely on special purpose transfer. That's going against the local accountability. Now, you can use special purpose transfers for national objectives, but you need to have some autonomy at the local level to have accountability to function properly. Together with own source revenues. Now, accountability cannot be predicated on shared revenues. So really what you have is a lot of cross-fertilization across emerging market countries, large G20 countries, not just from China, but also Latin America, with similar issues coming up. So I think I'll stop at that, and thank you again for this opportunity to address you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ahmad. Let's us continue to our second distinguished speaker, Dr. Somik Lal. Can we connect to Dr. Lal?
Great. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Good morning. So let me introduce Dr. Lal properly. Dr. Lal is Senior Advisor to the Chief Economist of the Wellbeing Group. Unfortunately, he cannot be with us today. He recently directed World Bank 2024 World Development Report. We have a big event on this report the past 2 days. Dr. Lal, unfortunately, you are not here. and he previously headed the Climate Economics and Policy team in the World Bank's Equitable Growth Finance and Institution. His other roles include being the global lead for territorial development and lead economist for the World Bank Cities practice. He published widely. Today he's going to present some key takeaways from the book that he published in 2022. Without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Lal. 25 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, and good morning, friends. And I'm very sorry I couldn't join you in person. I have been listening to the conversations this morning, and Luki, the points you made, the 4 points you made about regional growth strategies, about regional well-being, the role of intergovernmental fiscal architecture, and the need for financing. They all seem to be especially important when you think about issues of inclusive growth and convergence. And the discussion and the presentation that Professor Ahmed gave was also very illuminating, because it told us that despite a lot of things that governments do to influence the location of economic activity, experience from China and other places in the world tell us that economic activity is pretty stubborn once it's located in a few places. So what I will do today in the next 20 minutes is give you a few ideas on policies that are influencing location of economic activity. And it builds on the World Bank's 2009 World Development Report on Economic Geography. And just like Luki, there are many policymakers around the world who are very concerned about spatial and subnational development and convergence. And often at the national level, governments are concerned with these widening spatial inequalities, and they really are keen to encourage enhancing living standards in lagging regions. And subnational governments themselves, and they could be province, they could be states, they could be urban metropolitan areas, they often think about instruments like Professor Ahmed mentioned about corridors and zones and formation of new job clusters, and how do we respond to decentralization forces. So here's what I will do to inform this debate. First, I will outline 5 stylized facts on spatial transformation, which from the work we have done at the World Bank shows that this motivates a lot of concerns for place-based policies. Second, rather than saying whether place-based policies are good or bad, I will tell you a little bit about a framework for assessing these place-based policies. And third, I will tell you how this framework is being used in practice for policy advice and for investment lending. And I'll give you in all these examples where I'll talk about Spain's investment program and Egypt's transformation programs, I will tell you about how these targeted interventions have these missing complements that limit the effectiveness of these programs. So let me start by telling you some stylized facts. One thing that we have to keep in mind is that place is pretty central to prosperity. And it matters much less for living standards in a rich country than in a poor country. And in a research paper that I did with my co-authors, we looked at 60 household surveys around the world that covered 8 million households. And this included countries like Indonesia, it included Zambia, Morocco, Laos, and the list goes on. And we found that the leading or the most prosperous areas of these countries, in developing countries, have average consumption levels that are 1.5 times higher than similar households in lagging areas. And you should compare this to about 30% for countries that are much richer, like Sweden, France, Chile, and Malaysia. What's important about this number is they're comparing similar households. households with similar characteristics. They are not aggregate measures of comparing per capita incomes in a leading province and per capita income in a lagging province. And a closer look at East Asia shows that these spatial inequalities are quite high in countries that include Thailand and are low, or particularly, let's say, they're lower than what would be expected given a country's level of development in countries like Indonesia. At the same time, the second stylized fact is that economic activity remains highly concentrated. And this in front of you is a chart of economic activity measured by night flights, which is a good proxy for economic activity. And on the horizontal axis is population density. And it's clear from this chart that economic activity increases with population density, a fact that even Professor Ahmed described in his talk. But even in the poorest countries, what you see, that's the low-income countries, industry tends to be concentrated. And what we find is that productivity increases with the density of economic activity. And this is very important for growth, Paluki, because even in the poorest countries, the low levels of concentration is telling us there is a huge missed opportunity for growth. And a similar picture emerges when we replace these night lights and we look at value added. And I've got Indonesia here as an example. What we find using data for firms, and this is industrial data, the most dense urban areas in Indonesia account for 70% of industrial value added. And this is a pattern that we see around the world. So we see it in middle-income countries like Colombia, in just high-income countries like Chile, as well as low-income countries like Cote d'Ivoire and Ethiopia. So economic activity is highly concentrated. Related to this third stylized fact is something policymakers need to be concerned about: the power of persistence. And often, places when they do well, they're seeded by fundamentals. It could be a natural river, a harbor, or a port. It could be a mine. And this area lives on lives on far beyond that natural advantage sort of works. And in this chart in front of you, you see in work that my colleagues Bill Maloney did, that in Colombia, cities like Bogota and Antigua have had the highest population densities in the year 1500 and are among the most industrialized and among the richest in the country today. But it's not only about Colombia. There's work by in Japan that they show that the distribution of how Japanese cities look like today track back settlements that existed 10,000 years ago. So being set in place can be a good thing, or it could be a bad hand dealt by history. But as a policymaker, we all need to be clear-eyed that what we're trying to do to offset these advantages are working against huge spatial inertia, which really makes it difficult to alter the fortunes of lagging regions. The fourth point is that trade openness and economic sophistication is often and largely associated with higher spatial inequalities. And this is a paper I did with my colleague Arti Grover. And there we see that when countries get into knowledge-intensive global value chains, we see higher concentration of economic activity. And in fact, a chart that's very similar to the one that Professor Ahmed showed, that even in countries like Mexico and Vietnam, these global value chains are very spatially concentrated. In Mexico, you see in the leading areas. In Vietnam, you see around coastal areas. So historically, and the fifth stylized fact, is that labor mobility in the majority of developing countries is slow. And that's quite in contrast to what you heard on China where mobility was fast. And in fact, historically, when we see these inequalities and productivity differentials, they can be mitigated, right, by both diffusion of capital and technology to lagging areas in the hinterland, but more critically, migration away from lagging areas. But these two dynamics of diffusion and migration, along with social transfers, that's what leads to convergence of subnational regions, at least in the most developed countries of the world. But what we find is that labor mobility is really sluggish in low and middle income countries. And the chart in front of you shows that labor mobility in low income countries and lower middle income and upper middle income countries are half that of what we see in developed economies. So all these factors together give rise to concerns and even alarm bells in policy circles such as yours in the room about places being left behind. And there's a good reason for that, right? So, because when the spatial inequalities are pretty pronounced, they lead to populist uprisings. They are reasons for social discontent, as we saw in the Middle East. And they lead to political unrest that's really fed a lot of populist movements, populist leaders, populist parties. And there's been a lot of effort around the world to bring about spatial convergence by developing the so-called untapped potential of lagging areas. And there's also a broader argument that we hear there's the political and social value of place-specific job-creating policies because there's an intrinsic value of work. So all these policies, that's really what they do, they target a particular place rather than a class of individuals, as we see in education, policy, or economic sectors as in industrial policy or spatially blind institutions. So they include infrastructure upgrades, special economic zones, and a lot of urban interventions. And the money that's being spent on these place-based policies are pretty big. And the European Union spends over 50 billion euros a year to pull along these lagging regions. And as one metric in front of you that you see, the number of special economic zones has increased sixfold in the last 20 years. And these zones attempt to generate economic activity in particular locations through fiscal policies, regulatory policies, along with some generous infrastructure support. But friends, the record of these interventions has been mixed at best. And they're often poorly informed because there's no framework to know what's a good policy going to be. And there's a fundamental uncertainty about the effects of such long-term investment projects. And a lot of these, what we found in the research, these choices are subject to optimism bias or wishful thinking on the part of the advocates and to often intense lobbying on the parts of by regions who would be the beneficiaries. So what we do in this book is we provide a framework for assessing the viability for such policies. And picking a place or placing the spatial bet, it requires a good knack for picking winners, right? But the stakes are pretty high, especially when you have countries that are resource constrained, but more importantly, institutionally and capabilities constrained. So the first thing one needs to do is to think about the narrative. There should be a clear narrative of the main problem the policy is trying to address. What's the key market failure? So if often we find, if we do the thinking right, that this place-based policy may not be the best option to follow. So if unclear land rights are hampering investment in infrastructure and housing, then the first policy should be to clarify land rights. Place-based policies by themselves are not going to fix it. And second is that we need to think very carefully about estimating the direct and indirect impacts of these policies, because we really need to have a metric to capture real economic activity that changes because of the policy compared to business as usual. We need a counterfactual. we also need to consider displacement effects. Too often, especially targeted policy, especially what we find in the United States, a positive impact in one place just mirrors a loss somewhere else in the economy. And a subsidy that just relocates a planned investment from one place to another isn't improving overall welfare in a country, but it's really challenging to trace these sort of displacement effects. And finally, are these complementary factors. Because what we have seen is that policymakers, when they consider the natural characteristic of a place, the policy environment, the business ecosystem together, they will find that the weakness in any one of these dimensions can really stymie private sector response. And that's why we need to think about real evaluation of a project in terms of these missing complementarities or complementarities in general. So as part of this exercise with the book, what we did was we looked at 20 mega place-based policy projects the World Bank had financed. And what we find is that the World Bank analyses or economic analyses does a fairly decent job of a cost-benefit analysis of direct impacts. But the treatment of these indirect effects, the displacement effects, is highly variable and often questionable. Sometimes we see evidence of double counting, where they add in land value appreciation as well as a direct benefit, and some relied on multiplier effects, which have so many market failures that are never going to happen. And a broad idea is that the World Bank practice itself could be improved by employing a consistent and rigorous framework. So in the next 5 minutes, as I conclude, I'm going to tell you 2 examples where we said, how does this sort of framework work in practice? So if we were to use this framework ex ante to question or stop the rollout of Spain's high-speed train system, we would have done so. So in a retrospective analysis, what we did was we found that Spain had this huge transport system to connect 3 Spanish cities with a combined population of 300,000. And it was really marketed as a project that would enhance economic dynamism. And this line was in fact closed down in 7 months because there was no evidence that the project attracted more people. And at the end of those 9 months, it found that the high-speed train reduced travel times by 23 minutes. It was used by 9 people and cost 18,000 euros a day to operate. And the reason a lot of these problems happened, when we look back at the cost-benefit analyses, it did not really target a particular bottleneck. It provided duplicate services of pre-existing services and uncongested services. But what we found is that there was a lot of pressure to show activities being stimulated in lagging areas, and these multipliers were shown without any economic justification. And a lot of these investments were done for political short-term gains, and decision makers probably, had a hand in rent seeking. A more positive story is something I'd like to end with, which is about how the government of Egypt worked with the World Bank to develop the Upper Egypt region, which is one of the most lagging areas in the country. And these Upper Egypt governorates are densely populated, but they lag behind the national economy in economic performance and access to services. But they have a huge concentration of poverty. They're home to 67% of Egypt's poor people. They have poverty rates of 36% compared to about 20% of the economy as a whole. And the World Bank worked with the government of Egypt with a program that had investments of $1 billion. And from the World Bank's kind of design perspective, it was a results-based financing. And the World Bank loans were to be disbursed tied to independently verified results. What makes this project interesting is that our team worked very carefully with the project design team to apply this framework. So one part of the program supports the business environment with a focus on building capacity to upgrade clusters to improve access to service land and investment services. The other part of the program supports access to infrastructure services to improve capital investment planning, to improve delivery and sustainability of services and financial management. The fact that we could think about bringing these two aspects together helped address these sort of coordination failures or these missing complements. And the initial results show that the approach is a reasonable one, at least in terms of direct impacts. For example, business occupancy rates increased by 20% in the governorate of Kenna and 5% in Sohag, with over 300 new establishments built on these allocated lands, and that can be considered as a direct quantity effect. On government business to services, there has been 25% reduction in processing time for construction permits, and in many of these districts, citizen services are being digitized and re-engineered. So the idea is that if projects think carefully about direct, indirect effects, and also think about missing complements, they're less likely to become fiscal boondoggles than ones that are purely, on flimsy economic analyses. So let me end by recapping the main points. What we see in the economic geography literature is that structural transformation is pretty important for spatial transformation of countries. And while migration has been seen to be a major transformative factor in countries like China, it's less effective as a lagging regions policy if you don't have dynamic cities to move to. And urban policy and spatial inequality policies have to be part of a broader national or economy-wide policies for structural transformation. Second, the success of these hardware solutions, such as infrastructure projects, special economic zones, and new cities, they all hinge on complementary software solutions that include entrepreneurial capital, human capital, but more importantly, a lot on government capabilities. And the third is that place-based policies really need a structured accounting of likely impacts and necessary complements. And it's really important to think about ex-ante appraisal of these direct and indirect effects. But one of the biggest challenges, colleagues, is that given that these interventions are multidimensional because they're complementarities, it ends up that government capabilities are really binding on success or failure of an initiative. And finally, colleagues, after appraisal, some regions will be less viable, and policymakers will need to frankly evaluate whether we should do place-based policies or think about fiscal transfers and migration as a strategy for improving living standards of everyone. And it shouldn't matter if these living standards are improved when people move to a place or in place. With that, let me stop and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lau, for the very efficient presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we already hear two excellent presentation. Some of the lesson learned, what we should do and what we should not do. I would like to invite audience to have discussion with our speakers. We still have 30 more minutes for this session. So anyone to start the conversation, please raise your hands. And the microphone will come to you, I guess. Yes, Paradis, I spotted there. Any more from the middle? And to my right-hand side? Okay, while we are waiting for others, please, Paradis.
Thank you so much, Bu Titi. Thank you so much, Professor Etisam Ahmad and Dr. Somik Lal. I have several questions. First one regarding with the case in China. I think it's very interesting with Professor Etisam Ahmad mentioned that subnational government in China do not have any adequate resource of own source revenue, but they are willing to access financing, alternative financing. Well, the opposite condition is in Indonesia, where many subnational government has capacity in generating own source revenue, but they don't have any eagerness in accessing alternative financings. What should we do in optimizing the utilization of financing in Indonesia if we compare within China? And the second one is regarding with the, you mentioned in the case in China that previously they have adequate on source revenue, but then has problem. So the government not devolve the authority in collecting local own source revenue. In Indonesia, we have developed, devolved many taxations such as property tax, for example, in 2014. But until now, the progress is, we have like found several capacities issues in the collection of the property tax. If you look at from China's example, would you suggest that Indonesia should follow the step of China in centralize the local tax or transform it into other type of taxation, for example, like PG-back taxations? And then the second for Dr. Somik Lal regarding with the place-based policy, I think very interesting because in Indonesia, we have an example that some places that being being an economic zone has been successfully, but some cases also we found it's very challenging. Do you have any suggestions how to deal with the multi-level governance aspect in implementing place-based policy? Because government arrangements sometimes become matters in Indonesia. We have like central government authority, we have provincial government authority, and then how to manage that kind of situation in Spain and in Egypt. Thank you so much, Putiti.
Thank you so much, Paradis. So there are two questions for Professor Ahmad and one question for Dr. Lal. Please, Professor Ahmad first. I would like to invite for response.
Thank you. Thank you. Two very good questions. What is meant by capacity in own source revenues? I think first thing to keep in mind is that own source revenue is not same as untied revenue. So quite a lot of revenues that accrue to local governments in Indonesia and in China are shared revenues over which the local government has zero control. So if you're looking at a sustainability criterion, it's that the addition to your debt should be anchored by your ability to raise revenues. If you're looking at the differential of shared revenues, the differential of shared revenues is zero, and if that's all you have, then you shouldn't be borrowing at all. So a definition of own source revenue is where you can control the rate at the margin. Now, this does not mean that you should necessarily administer it. So in the United States, for instance, you have one Internal Revenue Service. I live in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. applies a tax, which is a piggyback on the national tax base. And that's all that's necessary. It doesn't recreate the National Tax Administration. So the first thing to keep in mind is that it's not the same as having a local tax administration. It's that having control over a tax base at the margin, and that can be done. Of course, you know, the incentive to use a tax base depends very much also on the incentives in a intergovernmental transfer system. So if you have a system, as in South Asia, where transfers are basically determined on a gap-filling basis, my good friend in India, Govinda Rao, used to talk about fiscal dentistry, that whenever you have a gap, it's filled by the central government, then the local government has zero incentive to raise taxes. Zero. So that's the other thing that you need to look at. It's not just the tax instrument and the ability to raise rates, but also the incentives to raise rates. And one of the incentives to raise rates is if you actually link it to the access to private credit. So if you actually make that linkage, that you can borrow as long as you have taxes to underwrite it, pretty much what happens in the United States, which doesn't happen in China, by the way. They don't do that yet. But I think they're beginning to see that there is a need for further work. So really, the creation of a local government tax system with a completely centralized tax administration is certainly possible. So what has happened in China with the digital transformation of the value-added tax and the new approach to special economic zones is that they have integrated all tax administration under one agency, all tax administration. But that doesn't mean that you can't have local taxes. So China is a unitary state, as is Indonesia. A legislation for a particular set of rates is passed at the National People's Congress, and the province chooses with a band within the national band. The city can choose within that band. That's an own source revenue. That's all that's necessary. It's not that you need to recreate a tax administration. The problem is that with the main source of taxes in many advanced countries, which is the property tax, it doesn't work in the emerging market countries. It doesn't work in Mexico, for instance. It's the closest to the United States. They produce almost as much or little as South Asia, are owned by one person. You don't know when these were bought, maybe stolen in 1066. So no way of finding out what these are, who owns them, how much they're worth. You should forget that. Whoever lives in a property will pay a tax based on area and location. You can do that tomorrow. And that's a system the UK has moved to. So it can be somewhat simpler than the UK system. And this book that I mentioned, we discuss the UK shift to a location-based property tax. It's actually very easy to do, and that's a simulation that I showed you for China. So that if you want to stop selling land, which is creating huge liabilities through the off-budget special funds, then you need to think of a replacement property tax. But that's also necessary in the space-based. I've worked in Egypt. You don't have a property tax in Egypt. So if you are continuing to rely on central government handouts, the questionable effectiveness of even of the Upper Egypt story, I must say. I mean, it's a commentary, a question for Dr. Lal, is that, there's also a lot of very new developments which are being carried out with billions of dollars from the UAE, etc., creating new special economic zones, a new capital city, etc., which probably are white elephants in the long run, because they don't have the necessary structural fiscal instruments that will attract both private investors, firms, and workers. So if all you're doing is you're creating the infrastructure like that ghost train, it's not going to do anything. And the same thing happened in China because, they were thinking of connectivity. So you make these high-speed trains and you put in these wonderful airports all over the country, and nobody goes there. So that's the problem, ghost towns, etc. I mean, exactly what Dr. Lal is pointed out correctly, and I think the story is very consistent, is that you need a structural reform, not just on the infrastructure, but also on the financing and the fiscal side. So the three things go together. And I think that is a big lesson that you might want to consider. I mean, Chinese story, as I said, has some positive elements and some negative ones. And one of the weakest areas is the local finance. And that's what they're working on now. So they just done a paper for the 15th five-year plan. We're discussing it in Beijing in a couple of months. So they were going to start pilots to begin to look at the beneficial property tax based on ownership and valuation. As I said, the Shanghai, Chongqing, US-type model didn't work. It didn't raise revenues, largely because the political economy problem, which you also find in India, in places like Bangalore, is that you have legacy properties and you can't mark them to market overnight. People can't afford to pay those things, but they are willing to pay for services. So when you move from a very simple tax with digital transformation, you can do it tomorrow. So there's work now in India, there's work now in a number of Latin American countries, in Europe, again, thinking through how you are going to be able to utilize digital technology, very simple formulation, and addressing the political economy problem of asset-rich, income-poor households, which is a problem in Bangalore or in some of the cities in India that have actually tried to do tax reforms, or property tax reforms. So really, I think there's a big agenda there, especially at the subnational and local financing level, without which the structural reform agenda of the sort that Somik Lal has described, and which is necessary, won't work. So you need to have all of these components to make it function. So that's very much the sense in which I wrote this monograph with colleague at the ADB. We're presenting it to the ADB board next month. It's on how digital transformation also opens up some doors and makes it easier to do things which were otherwise difficult. So really, I don't think that what I'm saying is copy China in every respect. I think learn from China, look at what's worked, and also look at the problems they're facing. And the reform agenda in China is huge. I mean, the subnational liabilities in China are, 80% of GDP, subnational liabilities. So, you've got and there's no anchor to it. And that's a global financial issue, given that you've got investors in the Chinese property market. So really, I mean, these are big questions. So learn from problems they're facing, but there's also a work agenda, which I think you can also begin to look at. Many countries are beginning to look at how do you make a property tax system work. There is distinction between recurrent taxes on non-commercial properties, because there isn't a market generally for those. There's land value capture, but land value capture requires valuation and also betterment levies, and you don't necessarily have those if you don't have a functioning property tax system in the first place. Then you've got taxation on all commercial properties, which is much easier to do, and all land and property sales, in which you have property taxes, but also things like capital gains tax, and the value-added tax comes into play as well. So basically what you have is an interface between tax instruments acting on each other, and there you've got a completely new architecture of taxes and transfers and public financial management coming together, making sure that monies go to where they belong immediately to be able to utilize the new infrastructure of the fiscal side. So I think there's a big agenda here. I can talk at length, but I should let Somik answer the really interesting question on SEC.
First, I think Professor Ahmed gave a wonderful reflection, and I learned so much just listening to you. So, just on your question about, I think the person who asked the question was interested in looking at coordination of across ministries and across levels of government. And in fact, that's been some of the biggest challenges we have faced. Is often, I've worked in Nigeria for some years, And and they had similar plans like yours to stimulate growth outside Lagos. And that took a combination of infrastructure improvements. It took a combination of land development and a couple of other interventions. At the end of 10 years, it just remained a highway project because the National Ministry of Infrastructure and Transportation managed to kind of get its little spline developed, but none of the subnational governments were able to coordinate to have the kind of land developed at scale for industrial activities to locate, to provide basic services and such. And it's often when we look at Bangladesh, or look at some other countries as well, some of the most carefully and well thought out plans often hobble because of the lack of coordination, not only between national and subnational governments, but among subnational governments as well. Two options that we have seen that seem to be interesting models are these things called development agreements. And these are used in countries like France and the UK, where they redefine spatial boundaries as functional regions and sort of have common kind of decision making therein. But the problem is that we soon get stuck with different levels of functional regions who don't communicate to each other, creating a lot of confusion. So I think we're still in early stages to figure out what's really a good way to go about it. But there are some models like the development agreements that are worth looking into. Thank you.
I think we lost your voice. Dr. Lal?
No, I was done with my answer.
Yes, but we couldn't hear you properly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we couldn't.
I think the person out there said they could hear me, right? So
I could hear you perfectly. But you're in Washington. Perhaps
That's right.
right next door.
Right.
Okay, can you continue with your response, Dr. Lal, so we can have...
No, so my point was that it's a very challenging issue to look at these different models to get national and subnational governments to coordinate. One possible option is to look at these solutions called development agreements that are being tried out in the UK and France and some other European countries, where they amalgamate resources to functional regions. But again, the question is, how many of these do you define? For what special purposes do you define? And they create a lot of confusion. So this is still work in progress, and one has to learn from these experiments. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just add to that, I know both the UK very well. France has what is called millefeuille levels of administration, a lot of levels which are unnecessary. And you can't get rid of them for political economy reasons. So the only country in Europe that's actually managed to rationalize the service delivery areas and levels of government is Denmark. And that was done with the political accident. So they tried to do it in France, they failed. They tried to do it in Italy, they failed in Italy. I was involved with the regional reforms in the UK in the 1990s, didn't work. And it's a bit of a disaster. So, whilst, they're still talking about it, I wouldn't necessarily be holding my breath with these types of, because, you need clarity in who does what, and you need clarity in financing. You have neither. So even in a country like the UK. So, these are big issues. Now, what is happening with, the digital transformation is, you're beginning to cut the Gordian knot. For instance, there's work by Carstens and Nilikani on, Finternet, which again shows you how you can streamline service delivery in a very radical manner. And that's not just service delivery, but it's also, the use of PIX in Brazil. It makes property conveyancing, which used to take a year, maybe more, a matter of, seconds. It's done. And think of the facility and the opportunities that are opened up. But then you have to also rationalize your tax system, the tax framework, and the tax administration. unfortunately, a number of our colleagues on both sides of 19th Street are given to reproducing what they have been used to doing. So, you take a ratings-based approach to tax administration, or you take a ratings-based approach to public financial management, and you keep reproducing the same old functional layers for a semi-manual system. If you're stuck with that, there's no digital transformation, because then you end up computerizing existing processes, procedures, and that leads nowhere.
Right.
So I think there is a huge amount of possibility in thinking about structural change by putting everything into the mix. So you've got assignments, who does what, how you do it, how you coordinate it. Completely a new framework is possible now with this tremendous work which is ongoing in, as I said, Nilikani's done tremendous work in India, there's work by Carstens, there's work in Mexico, there's now work in China. Again, rethinking the assignments. So, for example, there's the work on education delivery. In the process, it came up during the COVID closures. So in India, Nepal, Philippines, Kenya, they were providing school facilities by using cell phones. So think of cell phone use in running tutorials completely changes the way you deliver education. Think of education for girls in Afghanistan. You've got a completely new framework. So really, I think what you're finding now with digital transformation is that, a lot of these assignments have to change. So if you're stuck with the old assignments, the old ratings type approaches to management, you're not going to make you won't benefit from this huge transformation. I mean, it's really huge.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So
Yes.
it's really not just the administration, it's the IT, and the policy is an integral part of that. So you'll be rationalizing and reducing steps and making life easier both for administration as well as for households, consumers, firms. So I think that's the overall mix that countries have to play with, and those that do it successfully will move ahead very quickly. And, there are some countries in the lead. I mean, in the Southeast Asia region, Singapore is just making enormous strides. China is making strides, but I mean, it's stuck. It's such a large country, and the fiscal problems it has on the multi-level side are enormous. I mean, it just really very, very significant.
Yeah. Thank you so
And
much,
of course, in
Professor
South Asia,
Ahmad.
you have the political economy problems that you can't do anything without running foul of the constitution in Pakistan or India. It's very hard to make these reforms. So anyway,
Right.
stop.
Thank you so much, Professor Ahmad, Dr. Lal. We still have 6 minutes left. If there is any one burning question, yeah, silahkan on the right-hand side. Please brief, Pak, and I'd like to request Professor Ahmad and Dr. Lal to respond also briefly. Please, Pak.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Titi, Professor Ahmad and Dr. Lal. Actually, it's very nice to hear about some example of the other countries for the decentralization in practice. But again, this is the lesson from other countries is very important, but at the same time, it is not Indonesia actually. So since I know I've been surrounding by some development partners, so I think it's very useful if the development partners, colleagues also can do like a probably joint research, in particular for Indonesia. So we didn't only hear about the practice in other countries, but specifically in Indonesia, because if we talk about growth, well-being, and convergence, I think it's big issues. And Indonesia actually has very complex situation. For instance, if you talk about well-being, so you can learn from Indonesia what happened actually post the pandemic, for instance. How is carrying impact to the subnational government, for instance. I do understand, Prof, that when you mention about China, for instance, you mentioned also the political issues there and political system that actually is quite different from Indonesia. That Indonesia is the third largest democratic country in the world, I think. So I think it's quite different from the political front. And also thank you very much, Dr. Lal, for the good example of the Spain goose train. I think now I can learn that our infrastructure project, the high-speed Jakarta-Bandung is not so bad if you compare with those project in Spain.
Okay.
Even in the developed country, it can happen actually. So I think it's very important. So my point now is directly, is it possible for the development partner here, the World Bank, for instance? I see Pak Arif Ramayadi from ADB and also other colleague in my next to me is from the Scala, from DFAT of Australia. I think it's also can have kind of joint research for, particularly for Indonesia. So for the next international seminar, probably in 2025, we have specific issues on Indonesia and based on the research that you guys already done.
So
that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak. So may I invite Dr. Lal to explain briefly what currently the joint research that the World Bank does on Indonesia, for example, so that we can use it for our work. Briefly, Pak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Why don't I cede my time to Pa Habib, who is the lead economist for Indonesia and is in the room, and he can maybe update you instead of me from Washington. Habib?
Okay, Pak Habib, do you want to respond briefly?
Thank you, Butitik. Shomik, they hear from me too much already, so I don't know how much I can add, but I take the point, Pa, on joint research. So we do, as you know, have a big program of analytical work on fiscal decentralization, looking at efficiency of spending, different options for revenue collection, the horizontal and vertical inequality impacts of the fiscal transfer system. So these are areas that we've been working very closely on with you, your team, but I think for the next generation of topics that Paluki has outlined on regional growth, convergence, and well-being, there's plenty more that we could do. We've focused specifically on the fiscal framework, but maybe we can look more at these three major areas together. And
Thank
we'd
you
be very
so much,
If I may
Habib. So I think,
very briefly.
Sorry,
at
we
the
are
LSE
running out of time, Professor Ahmad. So let me just conclude what we have been discussing. So it's not easy, this structural transformation, this objective to get convergence particularly, and we are not alone. Other countries also facing the same difficulties. So I think with the help, collaboration with the development partners, maybe we can achieve better outcome faster. Thank you very much for participating in this panel. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih kepada Ibu Titi Anas. Dan kami mohon kesediaan Ibu untuk tetap berada di atas panggung Ibu untuk menerima apresiasi plakat dari kami. Dan kami mengundang ke depan juga Bapak Habib untuk dapat menerima apresiasi dari kami.
As a token of our appreciation, we have prepared appreciation plaques for our moderators and speakers who are physically present with us today. And for this session, I would like to invite the Secretary of Directorate General Fiscal Balance, Bapak Ludiro, to kindly present the appreciation plaques.
Kepada Bapak Ludiro kami silakan. Sekali lagi mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Ibu Titi Anas yang telah memandu sesi diskusi kita yang pertama pada pagi hari ini.
And thank you to Mr. Habib Rab for being the moderator in our fireside chat on this early morning session.
1, 2, 3.
Oke, please have a seat. Terima kasih, dipersilakan untuk boleh duduk kembali.
Dan kami juga sampaikan terima kasih kepada Profesor Ihtisham Ahmad dan Somiklal yang telah berdiskusi via Zoom tadi ya, Kak Ovin.
Betul sekali. Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, selanjutnya kita akan masuk ke dalam sesi dan diskusi yang kedua. Pada sesi ini akan dilangsungkan diskusi panel dengan tema Convergence yang terdiri dari 2 subtema dengan narasumber Arif Ramayandi dari ADB Institute dan T. Kim Chu Nguyen dari ASEAN Macroeconomic Research Office dan akan dimoderatori oleh staf khusus bidang perumusan kebijakan fiskal sektoral Profesor Chandra Fajri Ananda.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the second panel session. The second panel theme is Convergence, and it is divided into 2 sub-themes that will be delivered by 2 special speakers. The first one is from Arif Ramayandi of ADB Institute, and the second one is from T. Kim Chu Nguyen. The flow of this session will be guided by Professor Chandra Fajri Ananda. Currently, Professor Chandra Fajri Ananda is serving the Indonesian Ministry of Finance as Special Advisor of the Ministry of Finance for Regional Fiscal Policy Formulation. He finished his bachelor degree at Brawijaya University in 1988, as well as his master and doctoral degree at University of Göttingen, Germany in 1994 and 1998. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Profesor Chandra Fajri Ananda.
Kepada Profesor Chandra Fajri Ananda kami silahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to invite to a prominent distinguished speaker, Pak Arif Ramayandi from ADBI, and also T. Kim Nguyen from AMRO. So we will discuss about this. Have a seat, please. We will discuss about the convergence. As you know, we have already implemented our decentralization policy. Please have a seat, Pak. We have already implemented decentralization policy and starting from 2001, and we will see how about the impact of the decentralization and the fiscal decentralization to our economic growth and also to our income per capita and also disparity between regions. And we have already heard this morning from the first session that the decentralization policy having some different result between region and cross region in the country. And we see that the convergent issues is already rising up since we are focusing not only that decentralization, fiscal decentralization is only the allocation, but we have to see also the impact of the fiscal decentralization to other output and outcome what we will have as the goal of decentralization in the beginning. So we will hear about the concept of convergence from Pak Arif, and Pak Arif is also appropriate person actually for discussing about the issues, and also we will hear also the experience from other countries, from Japan, and also from Vietnam and Indonesia, from our colleague from AMRO. So please, you have 25 minutes, Pak Arif. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Chandra. Selamat pagi, Bapak Luki, Ibu Titi, Pak Habib, dan Bapak-Bapak dan Ibu-Ibu yang terhormat. sekalian. Very good morning to all. Within this coming 25 minutes, I will guide you to a short talk on the definition of growth convergence and how government might actually do something about it. Most of the presentation will be based on other studies which looked at the convergence in growth and income at the global level and at the level of East Asia. However, this experience will have some implications on the convergence issues within Indonesia that were being faced by different regions in the country. Next slide, please. So, basically, this is the outline of my presentation. I will go and walk you through a simple concept of growth convergence, and then look at the lessons that can be drawn from what has recently been happening in the global level as well as at Asia. Once we get a good enough grasp of what's going on within the convergence issues at a global level, then I'd like to take you all into looking at the lessons that can be fitted into the regional context in Indonesia. I'll close my presentation with some few takeaways that could act as a food for thought on thinking more about optimizing fiscal decentralization in the country. Next, please. Next. So the growth convergence that I'll be talking about here is a very simple concept, traditional ones that has been known very widely in the literature. The convergence is defined in two main ways. One is the absolute convergence or unconditional convergence, people used to call it as well, when poor countries or poor regions tend to grow faster than rich countries or rich regions without accounting for other factors that is affecting growth. And then the second definition that often being used is also called as conditional convergence. In this concept, people are looking at a convergence after controlling for other factors that affect the speed for growth of different economies. Within the context of convergence itself, a lot of people are looking at it through different concepts. One is the one that used to be called as beta convergence, a situation whereby a measure of negative coefficient in a relationship between growth and level of income is observed. And the second one is what the literature known as sigma convergence, whereby people are looking at a deviation deviation of income across countries or across economies. On the right-hand side of the slide, you can see that at the top, we have a very simple neoclassical type of production function chart that identify the level of so-called steady state of income. And this is where the convergence usually came about. So basically, once an economy is developed, it will go through into this level that is going to be steady state, or also being called as a long-term equilibrium of the economy. When an economy is about to reach this level of steady state, usually growth will go slower. And this is where convergence across rich and the poor in different economies is going to take place. The bottom diagram shows you how these things happens. So basically, if you look at an economy that is poor or less developed to begin with, it is easier for that economy to jump and get higher growth at the same time. So that's where the takeoff starts to happen. Once this takeoff has already happened, then the economy will go and develop further, and then its growth rate, partly due to base effect, is going to go slower and slower at the same time. And ideally, this growth rate will then come into a slower growth that is going to be equal to a rich income economies that has already achieved their steady state. And that's what we call as income convergence. Next slide, please. Next. So, situation around the globe has been showing that convergence is actually happening. I took this from a nice paper, 2021, not 2022, apologies for the typo there, written by Kramer and his co-author, published in the NBR Macroeconomic Annuals on that year. So basically they argue that after a stream of literatures that argue that convergence does not take place globally, they find some very strong evidence that convergence actually starting to take place after the 2000s. And this trend continues even after 2007, post the global financial crisis. If you look at the right-hand side charts there, on the top, you see the beta coefficient getting into negative territory after the 2000s. And this is what the literature is referring to as beta convergence taking place. And then when you look at the bottom diagram of the right-hand side, you see that concept of sigma convergence or convergence in income across countries also have started to take place after the 2000s, indicated by the negative slope or slowing down or declining value of the standard deviation across incomes in the world. Next slide. What is driving this convergence after 2000? Apparently, when you look at it from the perspective of absolute convergence, it is driven by faster catch-up of growth in the poorer economies that is being matched at the same time by slowdown in the frontier economies. The chart there basically divided the world into 4 quartiles. The bottom one is the poorest quartiles of the world economies. And then the blue one, which is 4th quartile, represents the richest quartiles of the global economy. If you see there, then the top income countries, the 4th quartile, had the fastest growth rate around the 1980s, before stagnating in the 90s and then declining in the 20s. If we go back to the slides earlier, if we just turn our mind to the slides earlier, we see that in the 80s and in the 90s, the relationship between growth and income is not significantly negative. But after but in the 90s, we have started to see that there is a tendency for the beta coefficient to become negative, although not very significantly. What is happening there? What happens there is that growth elsewhere tend to accelerate in the 90s and start catching up with the growth rates of the 4th quartile economies, basically. Once we reach 2000, whereby the global, the level of global GDP per capita is about 7,500 or so, based on 2010 US dollars value, this catch-up started to materialize. Beta coefficient started to came up negative and significant, and the process of convergence becomes more and more evident. Kramer and his co-authors argue that this tendency tends to be robust and still continues even after 2007, post the global financial crisis. One thing that we also observe in this chart is that in the 2nd and 3rd quartiles economies, there has been a tendency of slowing growth post 2007. This might lead into another issue that I will cover in the coming slides. Next, please. Okay, so there is some lags between that monitor and this one. So if I may, can I just stand there? So if you look at this left-hand side, what happened with Asia? Asia growth rates has been consistently much faster than elsewhere around the globe. So in terms of convergence in growth and income, Asian economies seems to be doing much better than another economies across the globe. And then if you look at the right-hand side diagram, you will see that most of East Asian economy is showing indication of convergence up to 2015, but with potentially distinct convergence path. This is taken from a paper written by Takatoshi Ito in the Asian Development Review 2017. What is very interesting from Ito's argument is about this potentially distinct convergence path, which is going to be very relevant for our regional convergence issues going forward. Next slide, please. In this chart, we see on the left-hand side that economies need to implement reforms and stimulate innovation to shift from one convergence path to the other. So basically, Taka Ito suggests that there might be some different path of convergence. The worst one are going to be a path of convergence into a poor income economies, which he called or termed as poor income trap. And then the second one is the tendency of convergence into a middle income trap, whereby the economy will reach steady state at a middle income level, or a good convergence, or what I called as a good convergence, is a convergence into a high income economy. So there are at least these three possible convergence paths that Professor Ito have already identified. I extended the data a bit from Professor Ito's presentation to see what happened after 2015. That is what you can see in the right-hand side chart there. If you see the high-income East Asian economies, Singapore, Hong Kong, and Korea, for example, you see that those economies has been converging into high-income level, which is basically about in log terms about 11. That's going to be equivalent with perhaps around equivalent to around perhaps some things between $75,000 to $90,000 a year. And then you see China there, the red line with some blue dots, which basically suggesting that the economy is converging towards high income. The trend up to 2015 is more obvious, whereby the economy is still growing at around 7 to 9%, sorry, below 8%, but still above 7, and moving faster towards the high-income economy. However, we look at what happened after 2015, which is 2016 up to 2019, and then the last dot represented 2022 and 2023. Seems like China's economic growth has been falling much faster than what is expected for it to bring it closer into the level of income of other high-income economies within the region. Now, we also see an interesting pattern from the case of Philippines and Vietnam. Seems like these two economies is currently at the process of jumping from one possible convergence path into another one. That two distinct cases, unfortunately, is not being replicated very obviously by other lower middle income or middle income economies in the region. Next slide, please. So let me stop there talking about the region and the globe and try to fit whatever lessons that we can learn into Indonesia. If you look at Indonesia, we look at that income per capita in the country varied very widely across regions, suggesting a need for intervention to push convergence in the country. The issue of path convergence also becomes very relevant for our case here in integrating Indonesia into better income and better equal income distribution kind of country. Apparently promoting innovation and equality in development across the regions is highlighted by what we see in the data here, right? Because this is the process that can drive the red regions in our chart on the left-hand side into getting more and more yellow, orange, and apparently eventually can get into green or even blue at some point of time. Investments in infrastructure, both hard and soft, not just hard infrastructure, is going to be very important. And promoting connectivity to promote convergence is also something that is very much required. Question is, what can the government do, especially in the sense of fiscal decentralization? And then next question is, should the government be increasing their presence by boosting its size in their economy? Next slide, please. So given that question, I put up another question here. Would putting more fiscal resources solve the issue? Unfortunately, the answer from empirical literatures from different places, that is not going to give you the preferable answer. One thing that we can observe here is that more recent studies done by Santika and Kiptia, published in the journal from University of Indonesia, which basically suggests that the optimal level of government size, termed as government spending over GDP in Indonesia, optimizes at a level of around 39%. However, there are some questions and some cautious interpretation needs to be done here. 39% is a fairly large proportion. And this proportion basically suggests that the room for private sector activity and development is going to be much less. If you have 40% of your economy being filled up by the government, that means only 60% of your economy can be filled up by the private sector, which is not going to be very productive and very competitive for the future progress of development. There is also some argument from past empirical evidence that the government size tend to be negatively affecting growth rates. For example, the sample that is used by Kramer and et al. In global cases found that the average government size affecting growth negatively, and that government size measure is average at 16% only, much less than the almost 40% identified by the previous study. And then for the case of Indonesia, using an older data, I found that the government spending, both in terms of consumption as well as the spending on capital expenditures, tend to be negatively affecting growth rate, and the average of growth rates in the year of 1916 up to 1999 is only from 12% to 25%. Again, much less than 39% indicated. So we might want to be a bit more careful in interpreting this threshold and looking at how the government size has to be expanded in order to promote growth and convergence in the country. We have to note, however, that there are evidence that government spending do affect growth rate positively in occasions where regions or economies are being hit by crisis. So that perhaps are times when government needs to think about presenting themselves in a bigger way within economies. Next slide, please. How can fiscal resources be optimized to help to promote good convergence? One, government spending on areas like education, infrastructure, can promote human capital. can promote human capital accumulations and productivity. That is the items of spending that might be a place where we want to focus on mostly. Why? Because those are spendings that is going to be important for growth promotion, particularly for the lower income regions. The other one is fiscal resources should be used to strengthen institutions to promote knowledge sharing and transfer across regions. This knowledge sharing and transfer across regions is going to play a very important role for different regions to learn from each other. And this process of learning from each other will basically give you a better context of what can and cannot be done in order to promote growth in the lower income regions and to avoid from the middle and upper income regions within the country. The other one that needs to be promoted is that the institution that could promote better democracy and competition. And to do this, basically, we need to think about lowering the size of government presence in order to make more room for private sector activities to increase further. Next slide, please. So what are the main takeaways? I put just 4 main takeaways here. First one, growth convergence is natural, driven by low-income economies growing faster and slowing growth in high-income economies. Of course, the steady-state level or the steady-state equilibrium of an economy is not a static concept. It can move, but its movement is not going to be in a short run. It will have to move in a very slow run. The steady-state equilibrium move in a laggard way, basically. The other thing that I'd like to take away from what I learned from the literature is that convergence may have different paths. And we need to ensure that the convergent paths that different places in Indonesia is taking is going to be a good one and not a bad one. The issue of path convergence is relevant for our country, especially given income disparities across the region. And the last point that I listed here is that fiscal decentralization can be optimized by promoting human capital accumulation and productivity, as well as strengthening institutions to promote healthy democracy and competition. Another point that I'd like to say before I end up my presentation is that when you optimize things, you are basically trying to target something. And when you want to optimize fiscal decentralization, I would argue that the way forward is for us to minimize the government size. But a thing to note is when we are minimizing the government size in the economy activity, we're not going to think about reducing government spending. Remember that the government size comes in terms of ratio. We have the government spending as the numerator, and we have the size of the economy or GDP level as the denominator. If we want to minimize the government size, then what we should be thinking about is to maximize the denominator instead of minimizing the numerator. Let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Arif. Plus for Pak Arif. So it's a good presentation that we can learn about the concept of convergence. And we have learned that convergence is actually naturally can be created. And we can also learn that the convergence can be created through different paths. And this is very important that in the all process, we need what we call governance, not only in the central, but also in local government. So we will hear the second presentation today from Dr. T. Kim Kuk Nguyen from AMRO. Sorry, I hope my pronunciation is correct. Tommy Cook, okay. So the topic will be perspective on regional income conversion in Indonesia, Japan, and Vietnam. Time is yours. 25 minutes? Could be more, maybe 30 minutes. Yeah.
Maybe let me stand up for the easier presentations. Good morning to everyone. And thank you very much for giving AMRO this opportunity to present here today. So basically, earlier this year, we received a request from our colleagues from the fiscal policy agencies. Actually, it's Pak Rahman, who is now my boss at AMRO, to conduct a joint study on the topic of the regional income convergence in Indonesia. And he told us that this is one of the key item in the policy agenda for next year, which we think is a very valid policy questions for not only Indonesia, but also other developing countries. So for today, I'm going to present some of the preliminary findings from our studies. And basically, we conduct an analysis on the topic of regional income convergence for Indonesia, but we also review the experience of Japan and Vietnam. So that will be the first part of my presentations. And the second part of my presentation is I will discuss in more details the two specific policy measures conducted by the Indonesian authority in order to narrow the regional income disparity, fiscal decentralization, and also industrialization initiative through the establishment of economic zones. Next slide, please. Yes, I think we can skip this one. And this one as well, we can skip. As Pak Arif already discussed intensively on the theory related to income convergence, so maybe let me skip this slide as well. So let me go straight into the picture of regional income in Indonesia. And as you may all well know, right, there's a great diversity in Indonesia, with most of the economic well-being is currently concentrated in Java Island, which is also the financial, economic, and manufacturing hub of the countries, followed by the two well-established resource-rich island, which is Sumatra and Kalimantan. Recently, we noticed some of the regions like Maluku and Sulawesi has been able to grow at a much faster pace, benefiting from this downstreaming initiative in the metal processing industries, and that help lift up the income level in this region, as well as narrow the income gap with the richer region to some extent. But all in all, the income disparity in Indonesia is still quite significant. And one of the indicators that we look at for this one is the design dispersion ratio, which is basically calculated the ratio of the top 10% richest provinces to the bottom 10% poorest provinces in one country. Then that ratio in Indonesia is about 7 times. So meaning provinces like Jakarta would have the income level as high as 7 times for the, some of the poor provinces like those in, let's say, Nusa Tenggara. And that ratio in Vietnam is about 4 times, and in Japan, it is about 1.6 or 1.7 times. So can you move on to the next slide, please? Yeah. So next slide, please. So we conduct some empirical analysis for Indonesia using the annual data spending from 2010 up to 2022. And what we found at the moment is that the coefficient of the initial per capita income level actually is negatively correlated with the annual growth of the per capita income of a province. So this is indicates some evidence of the income convergence in Indonesia over the last decade. In addition, we also found that the capital spending by the local government as well as the private sector and a large share of the manufacturing sector in the economy as well as this employment growth have been positively associated with the per capita income growth in a province in Indonesia, and that could help contribute to a faster convergence process. Next slide, please. Now let me move on for the case of Japan. Japan actually is one of the countries having the lowest level of inter-regional income disparity so far. And this is thanks to the government policy conducted in the 1960s and 1970s under what they call is the Comprehensive National Development Plans in order to develop regional manufacturing hubs outside Tokyo, Nagoya, and Osaka, as well as to develop the infrastructure to connect all these regional manufacturing hubs with increased participation of the local government in the process. So if you look at the design dispersion ratio for Japan, we can see that that ratio has declined quite significantly in the 1960 and 1970 from about 2.2 times to 1.6, 1.7 times by the end of the 1970s. And starting from the end of 1970s, the government policy is focusing on how to spread the decent living condition across the region in Japan in order to help maintain this regional income inequality at a stable and low level of 1.6 or 1.7 times, right? One of the factors that we would like to highlight for the case of Japan is in order to fund this development plan, the government have been able to tap into long-term funding sources. So they are able to collect the postal saving, which has been huge, right? At its peak, it's up to about 50% of GDP. But on the flip side, I also want to note that Japan is also one of the countries with the highest level of the government debt. Yep. So next slide, please. For Japan, we also conducted some empirical analysis, and actually it confirmed that there's evidence of convergence, especially during the 1960 and 1970 period. And it's also, the empirical analysis is also imply that the government policy intervention, right, by enhancing the manufacturing activity in the regional economy, increase the investment for infrastructure, as well as spending for ensuring the decent living condition across the country has been effective in boosting the regional growth, as well as reducing the regional income gap. Next slide, please. Now let me move on to Vietnam. Actually, for Vietnam, unfortunately, because of the limited data availability, we are not able to conduct any empirical analysis ourselves. But we conduct a survey on the existing literature. And what the study on Vietnam have found so far is seems to be that partial convergence process among half of about 60 provinces in Vietnam toward the income level of the leading city, like the capital city Hanoi in the northern part of Vietnam, and in Ho Chi Minh City, which is the financial and economic hub in the southern part of Vietnam. And interestingly, you can notice, right, some provinces in the northern part of Vietnam has been able to grow very robustly in recent years and benefiting from the FDI inflow into the ITC manufacturing sector. And that helped to bring their income level, actually exceed not only the income level in Hanoi, but also in Ho Chi Minh City. So factor that lead to this fast growing in these provinces has been, the first one is like the proximity to the major city or economic hubs like Hanoi or Ho Chi Minh City with enhanced infrastructure and connectivity. And also there's an increase in the size or the share of the manufacturing in the total economy of those provinces, underpinned by the increase in the FDI inflow and also increased domestic market integrations. Vietnam has also embarked on fiscal decentralization in the early 2000s, and several studies found that there's a positive correlation between fiscal decentralization and regional income convergence in those provinces with good governance and less corruption. And by fiscal decentralization here, they are talking about the increase in the local government fiscal autonomy, as well as increase in the share of the local government spending on growth-enhancing areas such as infrastructure, education, and healthcare. So before I talk about the downside risks related to fiscal decentralization in Vietnam, maybe let me zoom in inside the case of this one. You can notice this is the Bắc Giang province, which is in the northern part of Vietnam. So 5 years ago, their per capita income level is still like far below the national average, but it has been like catch up very fast, and now it's like become like the same with the national income average in a 5 years time. So can you go to the next slide, please? So this Bắc Giang province used to be a very poor province and relied primarily on the agricultural production in the past. But somehow it has been able to transform itself and become a magnet of FDI in recent years. And if you look at what is the main driver for this transformation, right, we can notice that actually, in terms of the location, Bắc Giang has been in the center, on the fringe of Hanoi. And with the enhanced infrastructure development in recent years, it has been conveniently connected to the major economic hub in the northern part of Vietnam, which is Hanoi, Quang Ninh, and Hải Phòng, through the highway, railway, as well as waterways. So, and I understand that the local government has been very active in developing all this connecting infrastructure over the last decade. The second factor that led to the transformation of Bắc Giang province is that there's a shift to manufacturing and industrial production underpinned by increased FDI inflow into the ITC sector in Bắc Giang. And this is like investor has been like attracted by a number of investor-friendly policy enrolled by this local government. So basically, they cut down on the administrative procedure at the local government. They told the investor they just stick to what is required by the central government only, and they try to minimize all the additional requirement by the local government. They also established a 24-hour hotline to get the feedback from investors, and they form a special working group in order to address all the challenges facing by FDI project, especially related to the land acquisition and site clearance. This is also one of the big issues in Vietnam for investors as well. And of course, they are able to offer quite generous investment incentive to investors. So on top of the corporate income tax rate, they also waive the land and rent fee for investors. Sometimes it could be up to 15 years. Right? And they also provide the subsidy for the labor skill training conducted by the local firm or foreign firms within their province as well. So that improvement in the local government in Bắc Giang province has been acknowledged by the investor. And you can notice that there's a jump in their provincial competitiveness index, right? From 36 in 1918, 5 years ago, to now is become number 2. And also you can see that the share of the industrial and construction activity in their economic has increased by more than 10 percentage point GDP from 47 to 58% now. Yeah. Next slide, please. So just to recap, what is our finding regarding the regional income convergence, right, in the 3 countries? So our empirical analysis find that some evidence of regional income convergence in Indonesia, but the income gap across the region in Indonesia is still significant. And we also find that policy intervention that would lead to increase in capital spending by both public and private sector, a larger share of manufacturing in the economy and higher employment growth could help boost the regional growth and speed up the convergence process in Indonesia. For the experience of Japan and Vietnam, then suggests that factors that have enabling the regional income convergence would include the emergence of the multiple economic center or hubs and the development of the infrastructure to connect these hubs with each other, as well as with satellite provinces and regions, and also the transformation of the economic activity into those higher productivity, such as manufacturing, market integrations, human development, as well as fiscal decentralization, along with the enhanced local governance. So for the policy implication from the case of Japan is there's a strong role of the central government in orchestrating the regional development plan with increased spending from the local government. So if we follow the Japan model, then the question that we have to ask ourselves is how we can increase the revenue for the central government so that they can fund the regional development plan. And also, what is the sources of the long-term financing for the central government, right? With the due care to the debt sustainability issue. And the experience of Vietnam suggests that fiscal decentralization would work if there's an improvement in the governance and capacity of the local government. So now let me touch on the issue of the downside related to the fiscal decentralization. Right? So fiscal decentralization is empower the local government. So basically give the local government with more power to attract FDI. And there's a risk that they lead to an oversupply of FDI incentives. And also, local government may feel hesitant to strictly enforce the environmental regulations in a bid to compete for FDI, right? And that would lead to a deterioration in the environment standards in that region. So then the model of Vietnam would give us a number of policy considerations, right? If you want to promote fiscal decentralization, how you can enhance the capacity as well as the governance among the local government. What could be the most relevant platform or mechanism for the local government to share the best practice with each other. And when it comes to the infrastructure, interregional infrastructure, who is going to coordinate and implement it? And lastly, how you are able to effectively monitor the FDI inflow induced by fiscal decentralization to ensure that the impact on the local economy and local communities are positive. Right? So for this one, I just want to mention about one of the initiatives in Vietnam, which is called the provincial competitiveness index. So as I mentioned earlier, Bắc Giang is the one who are able to improve this PCI significantly over the last 5 years, right? So this is a survey conducted by the Vietnam Chamber of Commerce with the support from the USAID under the technical assistance of the Duke University. And actually conduct a survey about the feedback of about 10,000 domestic firms and 1,500 foreign FDI firms about how they think about the effectiveness and efficiency of the local government of the 63 provinces in Vietnam. And it has been launched since 2005. It has been published annually and publicly available for everyone. So this has been increasingly credible reference for investor, existing as well as potential investor to look at in order to make the decision whether they would like to invest in one specific province or not. And if you look at the trend of the PCI across the provinces here, right? Back in 2008, there's a great varieties in the index, but in 2022 we can notice there's an overall improvement trend in the index across the provinces, and also the gap in the index across the provinces is also tend to narrow. So improving this PCI is now become one of the key performance indicators in almost all provinces in Vietnam. And you see like how they try very hard in order to improve their competitiveness in the eyes of investor and attract FDI so far. So next slide, please. So for this part, I will discuss about the fiscal decentralization in Indonesia and also provide some snapshot comparison with Japan and Vietnam. So we all know, right, Indonesia has started to decentralize with the fiscal decentralizations in the aftermath of the Asian financial crisis. With a number of important legislation and law issued since 1999. And the most recent is the Law Number 1, 2022, which is effective from this year in order to enhance the fiscal autonomy of the local government, as well as improving the spending quality of the local government. So some of the key regulations from this Law Number 1 is that local government need to cap their spending for personnel. Basically, it's like for salary and wages at 30% of the total local government spending. And they also need to raise the capital spending to 40% with a transition period of 5 years from now. Next slide, please. So we look at the local government budget data for Indonesia, and we notice since fiscal decentralization, local government own source revenue has increased over time, and the share of the local government own revenue to the total local government revenue has increased from like 15% to about 30% by now. However, that still implies that 70% of the local government budget still have to rely on the transfer from the central government. And that would explain the development in the local government revenue to GDP, right? We can notice it increased from about 3% in 2000 to peak at 8% in 2016, but has seen moderated. And this is in line with the moderation in the revenue of the central government under the impact of the lower global commodity prices, right? And if you look at the expenditure of the local government over time, it's also increased, and it's also peaked in 2016, but has seen moderated. If you look at the composition of the local government expenditure, we notice there's some moderation in the personnel spending, but the spending of local government on recurrent item is still large, about 80% of the total local government spending, leaving only like less than 20% of the spending is on the capital spending. So next slide, please. Can I have a few more minutes?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. 5 minutes, yeah.
Yeah. So for this one, we look at how the local government in Indonesia has performed in comparison with, let's say, Japan and Vietnam. So we can notice that in terms of the fiscal autonomy or own source revenue, the local government in Indonesia is having probably the least relatively modest own source revenue, which account to less than 20% of the government revenue. And in terms of the expenditure assignment, they are currently shoulder about like from between 40 to 50% of the spending assignment. To some extent, Vietnam is facing similar problem with their local government own source revenue account for 50% of the total government revenue, and they have to shoulder like 60% of the spending assignment. While Japan is the one that local government has enjoyed the highest degree of fiscal autonomy, right? They have like roughly 50% of their own source revenue, but their spending assignment is account for 40%. So modest own revenue, and in terms of the borrowing, the local government in Indonesia is one among to borrow the least so far. So the local government debt account for less than 1% of the total government debt in Indonesia. And in terms of the size, also less than 1% of GDP. So limited own revenue and also limited borrowing have indicated that the local government budget has still have to rely on the transfer from the central government. Which, if you look at the size of the government in Indonesia, is also relatively smaller compared to Vietnam and Japan. And that would lead to a modest level of local government expenditure for Indonesia. So if you look at this chart at the bottom, local government expenditure account for 9% of GDP, which is in Vietnam and Japan is roughly 15 to 60% of GDP. Especially for the capital spending, currently the size is about 1.5% of GDP. This level is about 3.4% in Vietnam and is slightly above 4% for Japan. So that is for the fiscal decentralizations. And I have like one slide. Can you move up to the next slide, please? Next one. Yes, we also have like conducted some analysis regarding to the initiative of industrialization in Indonesia through the establishment of economic zones. So I think that I focus on one is the establishment of the industrial estate as early as in 1970s, and as of now, we have like about 150 industrial estates with the occupancy ratio of about 64%. And the latest initiative to promote the regional economic development is the establishment of the special economic zone, right, since 2009. And as of now, we have about 22 SEZ in total with 6 actively operations. The total investment realization is about 175 trillion rupiah, which is about like 1% of GDP, and meeting about 16% of the target. So in terms of the impact, we saw that there's some significant transformation in the economic structure before the Asian financial crisis, with the share of manufacturing increased to 27% by 1997. But after that, that share has declined, and now it stood at about below 20% of GDP. So that's one issue. And in July, we have an interim visit to Indonesia. So one of the sites that we are going to, we visited is Sulawesi, when we are able to discuss with some company in the industrial estate and special economic zones. Next slide, please. And they also mentioned to us a number of challenges that they have in doing business in Indonesia. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the cost of doing business is still an issue. They mentioned like the online single submission has been very beneficial for MSME, but still like for bigger company of a high-risk sector, they are still having a number of challenges in terms of business registrations, availability of basic infrastructure as well as connectivity, and also the availability of the labor force with the right skill that they need for their industries. So this is, you can refer to this slide for more detailed discussion on the challenges and policy implication in terms of economic zones here. So can you move to the last slide of these presentations? Yeah. No, yes. So for this one, we just do a very rough estimate, like how much the regional growth can be boosted if the capital spending by the local government has increased in line with Law Number 1, 2022, or the realization of the investment in special economic zone and industrial states has been increased from the current level, let's say to about 85%. Then at the moment, our rough estimate show that all this development might contribute like about 1 percentage point to the current level of economic growth of 5%. So in that sense, it would help Indonesia to achieve the high income country status by around 2040, in line with the Indonesia Vision 2045. So let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And because the issues raised by Bu Tikim is very large and very different issue, maybe the presentation should be longer actually. But thank you, because we have limited time and we have to finish at 12:30. So I hope that you have already followed the issues and also the discussion, and we hope some participants will, any question and from you? Maybe from behind? Okay. We have 2 questions. Okay. Silakan Pak.
Yeah. Thank you. My name is Taufan. I'm from Fiscal Policy Agency. I have questions to Pak Arif Ramayandi. On your last main takeaway, you are mentioned about fiscal decentralization can be optimized by promoting human capital accumulation in productivity, as well as strengthening institutions to promote healthy democracy and competitions. We hope that we will have a healthier democracy and competition for Indonesia. But my question is about using fiscal policy decentralization and promoting human capital. I believe that you are following Indonesian recent economic development, that the middle class in Indonesia is shrinking. Do you think it will hinder Indonesia to avoid middle income trap? And then second question, do you think Indonesian fiscal policy on promoting human capital should target specific economic characteristics, such as low or middle income class, to avoid MIT also? And the last question is about targeted fiscal policy decentralization on promoting human capital is one of the solutions for do you Indonesia to avoid like a Chilean paradox. Do you agree with that statement? Thank you.
For the last question, can you repeat it?
Okay. Do you think like a targeted fiscal decentralization to promoting human capital is one of the answer to avoid Chilean paradox? Because yeah, you know, Chilean paradox is middle class is angry. You can say that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. There are three questions. So the first may be focusing on the politics and democracy will be the best prerequisite to achieve our goal of our decentralization policy. And second one is the middle income. So as you know, the number of middle income group is decreasing, and what is the response of this kind of policy? And the third question is, how about the targeted from the fiscal group to improve the quality of human resource? As you know, we have already 20% of our budget spending. I think that's all. Yeah?
Thank you very much for very tough and good questions. Let me start from the third one first. I believe that increasing or optimizing spending on developing human capital and infrastructure attached to it is going to be one of the possible way out to get to our better Indonesia or even golden Indonesia by 2045. That's actually has to do with your first and second point. The first one and the second one about democracy and about middle income issues. When you are talking about less capacitated middle income society, you are going to be led unquestionably into less democratic environment, because middle income groups are the one that used to be a backbone of good democracy. So ensuring that the middle income survives and grow by investing on their possible existence in the future through improving human capital development and stuffs is going to be very important. And all these three things are related together for you to ensure that Indonesia will grow further and better in the future. One of a very good example, you might think that I'm just talking about rhetorics here, but one of a very good example that can we draw from what we see currently or today is the fact that if you go and see Jakarta, DKI Jakarta, for example, how much do they rely on government transfer, central government transfer in their budget? And why can they do that? Why can they afford to spend more and more by more relying on their own income rather than the central government transfer? Because they're rich, right? And this is what you want to replicate in other economies. In Indonesia, that happens to have less fortunate in terms of, that happens to be less fortunate in terms of level of income. I hope I'm not blabbering too much, and I hope I do get to you the point that you wanted to get at. Thank you, Pa.
Okay, the second person, please stand up. I can see you.
Thank you very much for the time. My name is Kobir from CTO. Thank you for clear and excellent presentation, Pak Arif, and the second presentations. My question is regarding the growth mechanisms. What specific factors are driving growth in low-income economies that enable them to convert rapidly with the high-income economies, Pak? And also, I also very concerned about the measurement of the success. How do you plan to measure the success of the Convergence initiatives in both short and long term? And for the second speaker, I think I would like to ask regarding the FDI, like the role of the FDI, what the strategies can be implemented to enhance the attraction of FDI in regions that currently experience lower economic development. And also, what are the most critical infrastructure projects that could potentially boost economic hubs in Indonesia? Thank you very much.
Okay, the first question is only for Pak Arif or for both presenter?
Because Pak Arif mentioned about that.
Okay, thank you, Pak.
For this one and
Pak Arif lagi.
second.
Yeah, okay, ladies first. Ladies first, this is the experience, yes. How can we can attract more FDI and also the infrastructure development?
Yes, thank you for your questions. For example, for Vietnam, we can see that the role of FDI is quite significant in terms of boosting growth. And all these FDI is are export-oriented and in the ITC sector for Vietnam. So, but in terms of this, whether how the local community or the local economy can benefit more from all these FDI inflows, right? I think it's the matter of whether you are able to develop your domestic resources in terms of the human capital as well as the supportive industry, domestic supported industry, so that you can receive the how to say, technological transfer from the FDI firms that would eventually benefit the local economy and local community in the long run. And so for the question about what could be the critical infrastructure project that help boost the economic growth in Indonesia, right? We notice that over the past decade, there's very, how to say, aggressive infrastructure development agenda conducted by Pak Jokowi. And one of the benefit of it is that it helps enhance the connectivity, at least in the Java Islands. We understand that there's many toll roads, right? Trans-Java toll roads has been completed. And at the moment, is the Trans-Sumatra toll roads is under construction at the moment. So in that sense, the development of this infrastructure that help connect all the major economic hubs within Indonesia could be important, as well as between Indonesia and other major external market could be important as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. So, two things. One is about growth process. The growth process is a very complicated one, and basically in literature, economic literature always simplify it by dividing it into three basic factors, right? Human and its human capital, capital itself, as well as technology or innovations, right? Those are the three things that build up growth. Why I didn't focus much on my presentation on this, because I have very limited of time, and then the presentation itself is about how government can help to promote growth, right? And one way to think about it is coming from one of the takeaways I have in my presentation. One of the takeaways is that for the government to spend more on ensuring these factors of production is in a coming up in a healthy state, right? Like spending more on education to ensure skills development is continuing, and spending up on health to ensure that those who possess the skill are able to work, right? And then you can go on to think about, will they have enough nutrition in order to upgrade their skills? Then you can think about, will they have enough shelter to ensure that they have enough rest before they work for the next day, right? These are the things that might be a good thing for the government to focus on, right? And then On top of that, if you can ensure that the competition, condition for competition and private sector activity is intact, then with all these things that are being guaranteed by the government, you can have your economy running and growing. Right? Jakarta still have a lot of issues on shelter and other stuff, but yet the economy is rolling and their activity is growing well. This is something that can be improved, but this is something that is still an aspiration for a lot of other regions in Indonesia, and that's where we need to spend, I think. And I think development partners like Habib there would also agree with me to spend more resources on those kind of stuffs. That's the thing. And then I think the second one is, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Arif. So we still have 7 minutes. Any other question? Okay, Pak.
Since I have the mic in front of me, so I will just use it. My name is Herman Rahman. I'm from the Asia Foundation, now leading USAID, the local governance project. Thank you very much for the presentations, Pak and Bu. And but I want you to elaborate more on how we are going to improve convergence, how to reduce interregional disparity in Indonesia, because like in my opinion, the recipes that you were talking about have been known and implemented in Indonesia for quite some time. For example, infrastructure development, we know exactly that Pak Jokowi in his decade of administration has been boosting the infrastructure development, and still we see that the convergence in terms of like economic growth has not been improved. Education, improving human quality. I mean, like we were talking about like how to improve the spending on education, and as you know, I mean, I think it's generally quite good in general in terms of spending, in terms of meeting the 20% education spending target. But as you know, I mean, like the World Bank has been talking about it for ages. I mean, like the quality of education is not improved, and I think we still see the access to education is still not that great either. And I think we also talk a lot about this special economic zone, including the speaker from a previous session. And as you nicely laid out, like the history, the evolution of Indonesian, some kind of a special economic zone since the Suharto era, which I haven't seen really produce to a big change in terms of like the moving the economic center from Java and everything. The things that you showed, like in the case of Vietnam, for instance, that the things change. It's not. I mean, like I think that the claim that you made that the GDP of manufacturing GDP in Indonesia improved because of the special economic zone. I really doubt it. But again, like if you can, I mean, like that has been, as you said, I mean, like it has been implemented for so long, and yet we haven't seen like a concrete, real big economic change in terms of like interregional disparity. So I want two of you to elaborate more about this. Thank you, Pak.
Okay, thank you. There is 3 questions, maybe 2 questions actually for Pak Arif, and the last question about special economic zone is to Bu Tiki. Ladies first? Okay, Pak Arif. Ladies first.
Thanks very much. I also remember the other question that I didn't had a chance to address before about why is the lower income economy tends to grow faster. Now imagine that you have nothing, and then you are given money to get lunch, and compare yourself to, for example, Professor Chandra here, who has a lot in his pocket, perhaps, and you give him the same amount of money to get lunch. Who's going to get richer, and who's going to get a better growth of assets at the same time? And that's simply the reason why low-income economies is able to grow further. And if you can get, or you can ignite the growth or the engine of growth correctly, then it can continue to grow further in a much longer time until it starts catching up with the richer ones. So that's basically it. And then, Bapak, the question is very relevant. I know that I didn't say anything new. Everything I said is already old, something that is known. And I have never think about getting an appreciation or even a Nobel Prize for what I said. But the question is, have we done those things correctly here? You're saying that we are developing a lot of infrastructures during the current administration that is going to be subsiding soon. Yeah. But the question is, I think the institution where Pak Habib is working, at one point came up with some measurement about how expensive it is to distribute a good from one island to another island in Indonesia, so that it is even cheaper for you to get an orange imported from Singapore than transporting it from one island to another island in Indonesia. I don't know about the situation now. I think Pak Habib can update you if the World Bank has renewed that assessment. But this is the thing that becomes a big issue in getting the convergence of income here within Indonesia. That's something that we need to sort out, and that's something that the government wants to do if we were to optimize our fiscal resources. Again, this is not a new thing, but this is it. Doing it correctly is the thing that we need to do. Another thing is that the government needs to think about focusing their resources and spending it on high multiplier items. That's what could promote growth. Unfortunately, I don't think I've seen any, maybe because of the limitation of my knowledge, but I don't think I've seen any good studies that basically shows the different multiplier effects for Indonesia, let alone the regions, right? So every regions, if you invest money on activity A in West Java, you might get different multiplier effect than investing at the same thing in West Papua, for example, because the characteristics of West Papua and West Java are not the same. And a good study that could identify this kind of things is something that is needed. I come back to Pak Bima's point on earlier presentation that we need to have strong and good enough studies in order to get a good basis on what to do about Indonesia in the future. I think my time is up. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Pak Arif. The last one from Bu Tikim.
For the issue on the special economic zones, right? Actually, I understand like Indonesia has adopted to the decentralized approach in terms of economic zone planning and implementation. So basically, it's like the proposal is coming from the private sector. It's a bottom-down approach, either coming from the private sector or coming from the local governments. So according to our review of the literature or some study on these issues, right, there's some evidence that the local government might not have like very capable in terms of like designing the industrial plan for their region, as well as it's like they don't have the fiscal capacity or autonomy to support the development of this special economic zone. And during our field trip in Sulawesi in July, what we heard from some of the investors is they also mentioned about they still having challenges in meeting on the business registration requirement, especially when it comes to land acquisitions, right? The negotiation with the local community could be very time-consuming and complicated. And they also need to obtain like different permits, such as the spatial permits and environmental permits. So for those procedures, what they mention is like they might wish for a more active role of the local government in supporting them in completing all these procedures. They also mentioned about the lack of the infrastructure, and this is not only about the connectivity infrastructure, but they mentioned like some of the basic infrastructure like electricity is also something that they feel like for example, if you are working in the metal processing industries, right, your demand for electricity is huge. So you have to make sure that you have the sufficient supply electricity in order to start your business, or you consider expansion your business or not. Some of the firm also mentioned like they are facing the problem of securing the worker with the relevant skills for their company. So that could explain why the spillover to the local community from this FDI project at the moment is still limited. So those are the things that we think that if it's like over time, if we can address it, then it could help like boost the investment realization ratio, not only in the industrial estate or SCC, but also is like across the region in Indonesia as well.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to make some notes, the important notes maybe for from the both presenter. I think the convergence, we believe that it's a natural actually could be created. But we are hoping also that the low income regions can grow faster, then higher income region will be growing slower. To achieve this kind of situation, we need innovation and also the good government. Good governance not only in the central, but also in the local government. So from this point of view, we are hoping that the human capacity and productivity and accumulation will be also the best factor to increase or to fast achieve our convergence. The strengthening institution to make healthy democracy and competition. The other issue is from Ibu Tikim, that whether Indonesia can experience regional income convergence. So the regional economic growth can be achieved faster through investment, and not only from public investment, but also from private. So we are hoping that we can also attract the FDI and creating more special economic zone, and we are building infrastructure to achieve the connectivity and the productivity. Okay, thank you for nice presentation, and we are hoping that what our discussion today can be used for the next better policy in our country. Thank you. And applause for both presenter. And I give back to MC. Thank you.
Terima kasih Profesor Chandra, Bapak Arif dan Ibu Tikim. Please stay on the stage.
As a token of our appreciation, we have prepared appreciation plaques for our moderators. And for this session, I would like to request the Director General of Fiscal Balance to kindly present the appreciation plaques.
Kepada Bapak Luki kami silakan. Terima kasih kepada Profesor Chandra yang telah memandu sesi kedua diskusi kita pada hari ini.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Arif Rahmayandi. And last but not least, thank you, Miss T. Kim Chu Nguyen. Thank you, Yung.
Silakan sesi foto bersama terlebih dahulu. 1, 2, 3. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, give big applause to our speakers and moderators in the second session.
Kepada Bapak dan Ibu dipersilakan untuk boleh kembali ke tempat duduk yang telah disediakan.
You may return to your seat.
Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, saat ini kita akan istirahat sejenak untuk sholat dan makan siang. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu kami persilakan untuk boleh menikmati hidangan makan siang yang telah tersedia. Acara akan kita lanjutkan kembali tepat pukul 13.30. Untuk itu kami mohon kesediaan Bapak dan Ibu kembali di ruangan ini pukul 13.15.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break for prayer and lunch. Please feel free to enjoy the meal we have prepared. The event will resume at 1:30 p.m. We kindly ask for your presence back in this room by 1:15 p.m.
Untuk makan siang Bapak dan Ibu, para tamu undangan tersedia di sebelah kanan ruangan ini. Jadi Bapak dan Ibu juga bisa mengakses melalui pintu yang tersedia di sebelah kanan Bapak dan Ibu untuk para peserta, dan untuk tamu VIP dan VVIP telah tersedia tempat khusus dan akan di-escort oleh panitia.
Thank you and enjoy your meal.
C, 1, 2, C. Iya, jauh. 1, 2, selamat pagi. 1, 2, C.
Cek. Mas Danang. Mas Danang. Cek, cek, 1, 2, cek.
Bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang telah menikmati hidangan yang telah kami siapkan, kami harapkan untuk dapat kembali ke ruangan. Karena acara akan kita mulai. Sekali lagi bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di luar ruangan dan telah selesai menikmati hidangan, kami mohon kesediaan Bapak dan Ibu untuk dapat kembali ke ruangan karena acara akan kita mulai.
Tes, tes.
Testing.
Tes, tes.
Ci.
Sip.
Ci.
Ya, Bapak dan Ibu yang telah hadir di ruangan, kami ucapkan selamat datang kembali di mezanin Kementerian Keuangan, ruang mezanin Kementerian Keuangan. Izin sebelum kita masuk ke dalam agenda selanjutnya, Bapak dan Ibu, sebelumnya yang masih di luar ruangan, apabila sudah selesai menikmati makan siangnya, kami mohon perkenannya, kesediaannya untuk boleh kembali ke dalam ruangan, untuk boleh masuk. Dan kita akan segera nanti melanjutkan ke agenda yang berikutnya. Namun sebelum kita masuk ke dalam agenda selanjutnya, kami mohon kesediaan Bapak dan Ibu untuk boleh bergabung dalam Mentimeter. Jadi boleh mungkin mengeluarkan gadgetnya, entah handphone, entah laptopnya. Lalu boleh ketik pada browser menti.com. Kami mohon perkenannya. Apabila sudah mungkin biasa menggunakan, mungkin udah nggak asing lagi. Tapi kalaupun belum biasa, biar kita coba. Jadi boleh buka browser, baik di HP ataupun di alat gadget lainnya. Browser manapun, ketik menti.com. Lalu nanti dia akan minta kode. Jadi boleh use code-nya 67162866.
Kami persilakan Bapak dan Ibu, sembari kita memasuki nanti agenda berikutnya kembali, kita mempersilakan Bapak Ibu untuk join terlebih dahulu di menti.com. Silakan buka browser di gadgetnya, kemudian ketikkan menti.com. Silakan buka browsernya Bapak Ibu, bisa melalui handphone ataupun melalui laptopnya. Ketik menti.com, kemudian masukkan passcode-nya 67162866. Sekali lagi buka menti.com, kemudian masukkan passcode 67162866. Bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang mungkin merasa kesulitan, bisa nanti angkat tangan saja Bapak Ibu, nanti dari panitia akan coba membantu.
Ya, kalau ada yang merasa kesulitan atau mungkin belum terbiasa dengan menggunakan aplikasi Mentimeter, boleh mengangkat tangannya, nanti rekan-rekan panitia kami mohon kesediaannya untuk boleh membantu ya, secara aktif membantu Bapak dan Ibu yang mungkin belum familiar dengan penggunaan Mentimeter. Sekali lagi, boleh dibuka browsernya, ketik menti.com dan masukkan kodenya 67162866. Ya, pada Mentimeter tersebut terdapat sedikit, hanya 3 pertanyaan saya rasa. Ya, kami mohon kesediaan Bapak dan Ibu untuk boleh mengisi. Ini ice breaking ya, Saudara Adrian. Jadi sembari kita akan masuk ke dalam sesi yang berikutnya. Oh ya, itu bisa juga scan barcode. Tapi mungkin kalau di belakang takutnya kejauhan gitu ya. Monggo kalau mau maju ke depan, mau scan barcode. Tapi bisa juga lebih gampang untuk dengan ketik Mentimeternya.
Dan kami juga sekali lagi mengundang Bapak Ibu yang masih di luar, kami harapkan untuk bisa kembali ke ruangan karena agenda akan kita lanjutkan kembali. Sekali lagi Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar ruangan, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk bisa kembali ke mezzanine room karena acara akan dimulai. Dan silakan Bapak Ibu yang telah ada di mezzanine room membuka browsernya, kemudian ketika menti.com masukkan passcode 67162888. Akan ada beberapa pertanyaan Bapak Ibu, pertanyaan tidak susah ya, terkait dengan penyelenggaraan acara ini. Silakan Bapak Ibu isi, memberikan feedback.
Pertanyaannya juga bukan apa itu desentralisasi fiskal gitu ya Saudara Adrian, bukan,
Iya.
bukan. Bapak Ibu tenang aja.
Ada sih Kak, tapi cuma satu kata aja. Tidak diminta untuk menjabarkan,
Bapak sudah membuka ya.
Iya. Silakan Bapak Ibu, nanti akan ada beberapa pertanyaan, satu kata, kemudian diisikan saja satu kata. Kemudian apabila ada feedback yang juga ingin disampaikan kepada kami melalui Mentimeternya juga bisa Bapak Ibu sampaikan. Sekali lagi kami sampaikan selamat datang bagi Bapak Ibu, selamat datang kembali di Aula Mezzanine Room ini. Selamat datang kembali dalam acara seminar internasional kita. Dan bagi Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar ruangan, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk bisa masuk karena acara akan segera dimulai. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang telah berada di ruangan, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk bisa memberikan feedback melalui menti.com. Silakan buka browser menti.com, kemudian masukkan passcode 6716288. Hanya ada 3 pertanyaan saja di sana, tidak banyak-banyak. Silakan Bapak Ibu isi dan memberikan feedback kepada kami. Selamat siang Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Mohon izin acara akan kita lanjutkan kembali. Selamat datang kembali dalam acara ini. Terima kasih telah hadir kembali di Aula Mezzanine Room. Semoga Bapak Ibu masih tetap semangat hingga acara ini selesai.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the event. We hope you are still feeling energized. Selanjutnya, kita akan masuk dalam sesi dan diskusi yang terakhir, yang ketiga, dengan tema Wellbeing. Dalam sesi ini, terdapat dua topik yang akan dibahas. Pembahas yang pertama adalah narasumber Sean Doherty, Senior Advisor OECD, dan pembahas kedua akan dibawakan oleh Janet Mills, Australian Treasury. Bertindak sebagai moderator pada sesi ini adalah Dr. Elan Satriawan, tenaga ahli Menteri Keuangan bidang kualitas belanja dan penurunan kemiskinan Kementerian Keuangan.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the last session will be delivered by Sean Doherty, Senior Advisor OECD, and the second one is Janet Mills, Australian Treasury. Dr. Elan Satriawan is a special advisor to the Minister of Finance for Quality of Spending and Poverty Reduction, Ministry of Finance. He is now a lecturer and researcher from the Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Gadjah Mada.
He finished his bachelor degree at University of Gadjah Mada, his master degree at Australian National University, and doctoral degree at Michigan State University. To Dr. Elan Satriawan, the floor is yours.
Kami persilakan kepada Dr. Elan Satriawan.
Thank you for the introduction, Master of Ceremony. So I think without further ado, I'd like to invite Janet to join me on the floor, on the stage. And Sean, I guess, already been here. He's joining us online. Please have a seat. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, good afternoon. I hope everyone here feel refreshed and energized after a very nice lunch. So, in the first two sessions before lunch, I think we learned a lot from the panelists about growth situation, particularly regional growth, its relation with local tax, how to finance it, and also strategy to promote convergence. And I think we need to be grateful that all presenters provide like very, insightful analysis, as well as provide international experiences, model and best practices for Indonesia to learn from. In this session, in the last session today, we will shift our focus from discussing the growth as development means to discussing the well-being of development, the well-being as a development purpose. So well-being here can manifest in various forms, of course, the poverty, access to education, the health status, and etc. And of course, everything that covered in the sustainable development growth. That is saying that our effort to improve quality of growth, making it sustainable, and promote its convergence should be seen as a strategy to improve the people well-being, which is the ultimate goal of development. So in this session, we are going to discuss two related topics on well-being. First, using current practices in OECD countries as a reference. We'll hear Sean Doherty will talk about the well-being indicators and how OECD countries use the indicators in policy making and budgeting processes. Our second panelist, Janet Mills, will share Australia's experience in measuring various well-being indicators and tracking the indicators to evaluate the development process and to improve future policies. So I think without further ado, I'd like to give the first opportunity to Shan. Shan, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Okay,
I can hear
so
you
I
well.
guess we'll have like about an hour 10 minutes, because at 3 p.m. sharp, we'll hear actually Ibu Menteri will deliver the speech. So I'll perhaps if you can like present about 20 minutes, perhaps
No
between
problem.
20-25 minutes, that'd be great. Please, Shan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the introduction, and it's a pleasure to be with Janet Mills on this panel, and also very happy to have the invitation from Lucky Alferman, who I had the pleasure to meet both in Jakarta last year at this same event, as well as in Paris in April at the annual meeting of the Network on Fiscal Relations across levels of government, of which I'm the head of Secretariat, Senior Advisor at the OECD. We look at intergovernmental relations from a lot of different perspectives. One of the key aspects that we try to consider is how to improve overall performance and what kinds of policy tools can be used to better improve outcomes across all levels of government, not just central governments. And then that, of course, raises the question of how to improve incentives and to boost performance. So when we think about the various components of and different approaches of trying to address these broad considerations about well-being, we can discuss the indicator frameworks that have been developed over approximately the past 2 decades, with the OECD playing a very pivotal role in kicking this process off, in this thinking process, and the development of these underlying indicators. I'll then relate it to performance and outcome-based budgeting, which are some key toolbox that have been thoroughly developed by the OECD Senior Budget Officials Network. And these now increasingly can incorporate elements of well-being through looking at the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as other aspects of well-being. Sometimes they're more narrowly focused on particular areas such as green or gender aspects. Third, I'll talk about regional well-being measurement, of which the OECD has developed a couple of toolboxes that can illustrate how these national level indicators can be translated to local and regional contexts and help to benchmark performance. Then I'll talk about a few country and sector examples, and then try to wrap up. Just broadly, the OECD's well-being framework, these include a whole range of indicators that I think you'd find quite familiar. But until not that long ago, these were not considered the bedrock of evaluating growth. Often there was a singular focus on GDP per capita and material well-being, which is not unimportant and is certainly part of the overall considerations. But it turns out that GDP is not the whole picture, and there's a lot of other aspects of well-being that we need to consider if we really want to understand the quality of people's life, and also to even think about the foundations for growth going forward and the foundations for development. These include, of course, subjective aspects as well as very concrete aspects. They include key services such as health and education, more, I would say, softer aspects such as social connections and civic engagement. We often look at averages. Sometimes we look at equities and the distribution across different parts of the population, as well as key deprivation in particular subpopulations. And we've grouped these indicators into a couple of groups: current well-being, sort of more reflecting about what's going on right now, as well as resources for the future and what may help to determine future outcomes, such as natural capital, human capital, economic capital, and social capital. Essentially the stock side of the equation. And it's also important not just to look at the indicators today. These are often fairly slow-moving indicators, but over a period of time, we can also see how they move. And that's, I think, very important. And the OECD has a very important publication, flagship publication in this area called How's Life? And the last edition was at the beginning of the pandemic. The next edition is coming out next month in Rome. The be a launch event. I have a slide at the end that will highlight some more details on that event. And these indicators, you can see this is over the past decade, sort of decade from 2010 to 2020, that life expectancy improved almost everywhere, with a singular drop actually in a few surprising countries like the United States. Then employment rates improved most everywhere. Household incomes also increased quite a lot. Homicides in most countries reduced. Life satisfaction improved in about half the countries, but then there's some conserving evidence in a number of others. Housing affordability became more difficult, and this has actually worsened during the pandemic. Civic engagement or voter turnout is one of the ways that we measure this, has been mixed picture and perhaps even deteriorated most recently. Student skills also quite concerning. If you look at OECD PISA results, there's been a deterioration. Some people associate it with the increasing use of smartphones and distractions of online to education. Household wealth has also not improved as much as we would like. Social connections and overall well-being measures such as time off and access to green space, we don't have very impressive evidences either. Now let's link this to budgeting, which I think is a really important toolbox for trying to promote well-being through the budgetary process and the way that we think about the key singular role of government and the Ministry of Finance, such as the host of this seminar. Some key aspects such as looking at value for money and aligning performance, trying to align the structure of the budget with medium-term plans and priorities within fiscal objectives. And then when we start to think about incorporating indicators, we try to look at transparency, openness, and accessibility, and engaging with the public, but also just having kind of a rigorous process that can stand up to independent audit and be recognized as high quality and having a high degree of integrity. And then this can lead to important technical aspects such as just moderating risk and trying to deal with capital budgeting decisions and effective execution and supervision. Let me just say a few words about performance budgeting. It's a key aspect of a key tool that we use in budgeting that can help us to really incorporate these types of indicators in a serious way in the well-being and SDG context. When we think about public sector performance, we can also call this productivity, but in the public sector, it has a slightly broader context because we're also concerned about the equity and the quality, not just the sort of conversion of inputs to outputs, which is the more of the technical efficiency. And we also are very concerned about how the investment through expenditure, the public resources on the left, can translate into actual inputs, and that we're actually really getting good value for money, and that those translate to good outputs in a kind of either allocative or technical sense, but then also get into outcomes. And these are kind of the broader outcomes that we think about, that many of which are covered in the well-being framework. And then we think about the quality and the quantity. We covered a lot of this kind of thinking in intergovernmental context in our last flagship publication of my program, the OECD Fiscal Federalism volume. It's quite a thick volume. We last published a couple of years ago. It's still highly relevant, I think, to this sort of discussion. And in that, we also highlighted some empirical work that we've done through the network, which is a very research-oriented program. We did a lot of work on health and public health as the pandemic was underway. And some of this work looked at value for money as you decentralize or centralize your health system. And one of the things we found when looking across OECD countries is that if you move from more centralized delivery of healthcare to somewhat more decentralized, you get improvements in
Shan? Shan, can you hear me?
Shan? Okay, I guess while waiting Shan to reconnect with us and the technical problem will be resolved, do you mind if like jump in then yeah, okay. So, all right, please.
Selamat siang, everyone. It's so great to be here today. So thank you, Pak Derjaya, for the invitation. I mentioned yesterday, I'm from Australian Treasury, and we have a very good working relationship with the Ministry of Finance. We've had many conversations about fiscal decentralisation over the years, and I hope we can have many more. Today, I'm going to talk about Australia's Wellbeing Framework, which we call Measuring What Matters. And I think we can think of it today as a bit of a case study. It was launched only last year, so our experience of this is quite new. And I'm not saying we're perfect, definitely not, but hopefully this example can be a useful resource and we can absolutely keep talking. I think because we are quite early in our process, I can share some things we learned today about picking indicators and consulting on them that will hopefully be helpful. Just to put it into context, how the Australian government is thinking about wellbeing, we think that measuring what matters can provide an important foundation for Australia's efforts to lift living standards, boost intergenerational mobility, and create more opportunities for more people. We all know about the traditional macroeconomic indicators, and they're very important, but they're not a complete or holistic view of a community's well-being. What we wanted was a broader range of social and environmental factors that we need to consider when we're thinking about the quality of life. These broader measurements allow society and governments to better evaluate the impact of decisions today on the future. So if we're thinking about education, healthcare, or infrastructure, these are key drivers of future labour force participation and productivity. Similarly, environmental stewardship today impacts our living standards in the future. So wellbeing is also quite forward-looking. What I'll talk about today is, of course, what is the Measuring What Matters Wellbeing Framework, how it was developed, and it's so great that I'm speaking with Sean today because in Australia we also use the OECD Wellbeing Framework as our starting point before adapting it to the Australian context. And I'll also talk about how it's being used and how it might contribute to regional or subnational development. And that will be a lot about the aspect of measurement and high quality data and the ability to be able to zoom in on that data to a particular region or a state, which we really rely on in our approach. If we go to the next slide, please. What is Australia's Wellbeing Framework? Essentially, it has 5 themes which describe the features of society which Australians value. So to experience well-being, Australians and the society that we live in would be healthy, secure, sustainable, environmentally and financially sustainable, that is, cohesive and connected, and prosperous. And then cutting across those themes, we'd also have a society that has inclusion, fairness, and equity. The themes actually have a short description of what that society looks like. So if we take just one, for example, a healthy society is a society in which people feel well, are in good physical and mental health, can access services when they need, and have the information they require to take action to improve their health. So quite a lot of aspects there, even in that short description. But I think this is maybe not even the hardest part of developing a wellbeing framework. I think the particular challenge is making them influential and identifying what those intermediate steps are that governments and others need to take to achieve those goals. And that's where the indicators come in. So to operationalise those wellbeing themes and identify what governments need to do, the themes are further divided into dimensions and indicators. Our wellbeing framework contains 50 indicators, which have been chosen to measure whether that overall objective is being met. Importantly, these indicators will stay the same over time so that we can measure our progress. Each indicator then has one or more metrics which quantify whether the indicator is being achieved and where data permits to do that measurement over time. So if we think about it broadly, what the Measuring What Matters Wellbeing framework does is articulate a vision for society and then breaks this vision down to specific indicators that can be measured so that governments and societies can measure our progress. And as I said, in our approach, it's that measurement that really matters, with quality data that can be disaggregated in many ways and highlight where governments and communities need to do more. So I think traditional measures like GDP still will play an important role, but we want to take a broader view of community living standards and incorporate social and environmental outcomes, and also look at that aspect of equity and fairness to make sure all groups are being able to participate. If we go to the next slide, please, I'll just reflect a little bit on the purpose of the wellbeing framework and how that influenced how we went about developing it. I'm sure as you're developing your own, you'll also have a similar journey of thinking about the purpose and then adapting the implementation to fit that. First of all, one of the key purposes of the Measuring What Matters framework is to understand what matters most to Australians. This is both, I think, you can think about this from an individual level, which is probably more relevant to things like health and security, but also at that household and community level. So that's where things like sustainability, a cohesive society, and prosperity come in. So you can think about it from those two different levels. When we think about what matters most to Australians, we have to go out and ask them, right? So a very important part of developing the framework in Australia was extensive public consultation, because we wanted to make sure we were reflecting what Australians care about. So we started off with the OECD framework as our starting point, and then started to talk to different people and adapt it to our context. The second purpose of the wellbeing framework is to put people and progress, fairness and opportunity at the core of government thinking. In other words, we want the framework to be influential. So when I think about some of the benefits of having this national framework, I think one of the key things it does is ensures we have a common understanding of objectives across all levels of government. Because we only have 8 states and territories, not the hundreds in Indonesia, but we all need that. It's always helpful to have that national framework to ensure we're pulling in the same direction. The framework can also help to evaluate our progress and identify which level of government is best placed to take action. The third purpose is to track progress over time. As I think I've already mentioned several times, that's a really important part of our system, and that's where the data comes in. If we go to the next slide, please, I'll just refer quickly to an approach that we took and a reflection that designing wellbeing frameworks takes a lot of choices because you can't include everything. While those broad themes can be quite intuitive, it's then a big process to then identify policy areas and indicators, and that's kind of how Australia went about thinking about it. And of course, what do those indicators need to look like? If we go to the next slide. And I have to also shout out to the OECD again here, because we're very much influenced by their work. What do we want those indicators to do? They need to be relevant, complete, measurable, comparable, reliable, and understandable, and I think not too many. We need it to be able to be usable and understandable to policymakers and to the public. It's also quite challenging to line up the indicators for the desired goal or outcome, because those very specific things can be hard to match up to that overall theme. In some cases, we did use indicators that influence the outcome, an example being we want good life expectancy outcomes. What feeds into that? Access to health services. So while they're not directly linked, access to health services is an input that we chose to measure. Sometimes we also had to use proxy indicators. So we do have measures around time spent on leisure activities as a measure of people having enough time to build connections in their society. So there's a lot of detailed decisions to be made and consultations in designing those indicators. The next slide goes into a little bit of detail about the process that we went through in Australian Treasury in developing the Wellbeing Framework, and I'm happy to talk about that more later on. A couple of points to take from this is that we did spend almost 7 months consulting publicly on the framework. We put out a draft, indicators and discussion papers, and sought feedback from a whole lot of different sources. And that was really important to adapting the OECD framework to the Australian situation. In particular, what came through for the Australian context was wanting to protect our unique natural environment, that there are outcomes that differ across different cohorts that we wanted to capture, and specific characteristics of our economy. So I'm sure as you're sitting there today, you might start thinking about what are some of the things in the Indonesian context that we might want to adapt from the OECD framework. The next slide just again gives a bit of information about the consultations that we did. So we did speak to state governments as well as local governments, businesses, international organisations, academics and think tanks, community groups, as well as individuals, peak groups and parliamentarians. So it was a lot of conversations to be had. If we go to the next slide, let's have a look at what this dashboard actually looks like. And you can also visit the Treasury website or the Australian Bureau of Statistics website if you want to explore this a little bit more yourself. I have to admit, the dashboard, I think it's a little boring. It's just white and blue, but it does comply with a lot of accessibility requirements and presentation of data. So don't tell the Australian Bureau of Statistics I said that, okay? So we start off with our dashboard and it's got our key themes. If you go into the next slide, we'll start to drill down into what that healthy theme looks like. So it repeats, first of all, what that description of a healthy society looks like, outlines the dimensions of equitable access and healthy throughout life, and then users can go in and click on those specific indicators to find out more information. So if we go to the next slide, we're having a look at the prevalence of chronic conditions, which is relevant to our healthy throughout dimension. One thing that I think is interesting about this dashboard too is the section why this matters. Again, it's part of a public education piece of not just putting the indicator out there, but saying, why is it relevant to our well-being? And so it's saying that chronic disease can limit the extent to which people can enjoy their lives. So that's why it's relevant to well-being. If we go to the next slide, this is where we're starting to get deeper into the dashboard, and it starts off by giving a quick summary of the national picture, including the incidence of chronic conditions and a change over time. And then it starts to look at differences between groups. So it's starting to look at differences between gender and socioeconomic outcomes. If we look at the next slide, I'm glad to see there starts to be some more colour and charts, which I think is really important to understanding these indicators. But it starts to tell us that there's quite big differences in the incidence of chronic disease between males and females. And it's also increasing over time. So already that's a really important input to when we're designing policy. If we go to the next slide, It's a bit difficult to demonstrate here today, but if you're interested, please go and have a look at the dashboard, because what you can then do is click through to the results of the National Health Survey. And I think this is where it starts to become really relevant from a subnational government perspective. We can start to look at things like remoteness and socioeconomic disadvantage and how they affect chronic conditions. So on the next slide, it shows that there are absolutely some really important differences in the experience of chronic conditions in different levels of society. And on the next slide, it's just demonstrating that this level of data is available at the state and territory level. So each state and territory can have access to wellbeing indicators that are directly relevant for them. I'll go quickly on to another example. And as I said, I'm not saying the Measuring What Matters approach is perfect, because we certainly found in this process examples where we needed more data. And I think that that's actually a really important outcome of progressing a wellbeing approach. Before you get to the policy outcomes, you also have a think about what kind of data do we need to do this? So this is having a look again at the dashboard and having a look at the theme of cohesive, a cohesive society, which is a society that supports connections with family, friends, and the community, values diversity, and promotes belonging and culture. And I think it's really interesting. So I'm from Australian Treasury, a very traditional economic institute. It's so interesting that I can be up here talking about connections between family, friends, diversity, and belonging through means of a wellbeing framework. So it already is showing that it's broadening the perspective of an institution like Australian Treasury to the things that really matter to people. If we go to the next slide, this is the indicators for the cohesive society. I'll just draw your attention to a couple of the most interesting ones: trust in Australian public services and trust in each other's, time spent on recreation and leisure, and participation in cultural activities as well. So again, you'd never see these in traditional economic indicators, but if you think about in your own life what things really make a difference, I'm sure we would agree that these are really important to our well-being. If we look at the next slide, we're zooming in on the social connections indicator, and one of the ways we measure that is the proportion of people who undertake voluntary work. So on the next slide, we can see what data we do have about people who undertake voluntary work, but we can see that it's already 4 years old, and there's not so much capacity to disaggregate this in many different ways. So this is certainly an area that we want to know more. On the next slide, we can see the indicator for creative and cultural engagement, which is the proportion of people who participated in at least one cultural activity. And on the next slide, we can see what that looks like. Again, the data is a couple of years old and not as detailed as the health information, for example. On the next slide, we can see what what the Australian government decided to do about this, and that was to commit some more resources to a new general social survey. This is something that has existed, but it hasn't been conducted particularly frequently. So one of the initial outcomes of this Measuring What Matters framework is to conduct this survey annually, which will be done by the Australian Bureau of Statistics. The sample size will be increased, and we'll have a whole lot of new questions which go to those wellbeing indicators like overall life satisfaction, participation in formal study, participation in cultural events. You can see a lot of them coming out in the indicators, and it's really exciting that the Australian government has decided to collect this level of data. If we go on to the next slide, I'll just reflect a little bit about what we've learned so far on Measuring What Matters. I think international frameworks are a really useful resource. There's a lot of similarities with people around the world that you can use as a starting point. And then from there, you can do local consultation. As I said, we found it to be really important, but it does take time. But it's important not only to making sure your indicators reflect what people care about, but it can also start that national conversation about what do we want to achieve as a society, what do we want it to look like. And as I said, we've also realised that time and funding is needed to collect and report social and environmental data more frequently. On the next slide, I'll just summarise a couple of thoughts on what we've found some of the benefits of this to be, and think a little bit about the subnational aspects. We've found that having a national wellbeing framework helps to galvanise support and efforts across society and all those levels of government. It certainly starts to have that conversation across levels of government about what matters. When I think about what the indicators and the themes do, I think of them as big picture and outcomes focus. And so we're tracking progress against those outcomes, not just at an individual program level or counting just the supports delivered. And then how do we think about this how does it become influential? I think straight away it starts to create a really important evidence base for policymakers and the community, and that can be really useful when doing budget proposals if we're thinking about wellbeing indicators, as well as designing broader strategies and consulting with people. And I think one of the most important things is to have quality data that's able to report on gender, location, socioeconomic status, and which regional government you're from. And that becomes a resource for national government and for subnational governments as well, about where our effort is most needed to improve wellbeing. I'll finish up now, and I'm really looking forward to hearing more from Sean and from your questions as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Janet, for very insightful and rich presentation. I'm sure that we all have a question that we can discuss during Q&A. And I think I've been informed that Shan already been back. Shan, can you hear me? Shan,
yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I'm back.
If you, please, you can finish your presentation, perhaps like around 10 minutes. Okay.
No problem. Sounds good. I'll try to share my screen again. Is my screen up for you? Can you see my screen just to be sure? Yes. Great. So I was just very interesting to hear Janet's description of what's going on in Australia. It's a really inspiring example of how to roll out the use of a quite complete set of well-being indicators very systematically at the national level, and I think it's a good template to consider. Let me just return to here, and I'll also talk about a few other international examples. I was just making an important point, I think, about the devolution process and trying to think about how to benchmark policies when you're looking at specific indicators and service areas. And just the key point here that I think I got broken off just as I was pointing out that we found that decentralization can improve both reduce costs as well as improve quality, but it also can lead to fragmentation if it's taken too far. So you see on the far right-hand side of this diagram, we call it the fish diagram, a kind of perverse bad outcomes when there's too much fragmentation of the health system. So finding a good intermediate point can often be a really critical objective in considering the decentralization process. Now, when thinking about integrating these types of indicators into budgeting frameworks, we often think about the lens of performance budgeting and this toolbox. And this is used quite widely in OECD countries now. I would say a vast majority of them use them, at least to some degree, at least for line ministries, and sometimes even compulsory, or in fact very often compulsory. There's just a few countries that haven't incorporated these into the framework. Now, I think if you were to think about these at the subnational level, there would be much less adoption of these types of frameworks. And that's an area I think that has a lot of potential for future considering. Now, a related set of thinking in the budgeting space is outcome-based budgeting. This can be comprehensive, looking at well-being and SDG budgeting. That's still fairly rare. And then I think there's also the question about how far to take it at the subnational level. think probably it would be a good idea, but we're still collecting data on exactly how to incentivize it and how widely adopted it is, because this is a very quickly moving area of policymaking. Now, we consider it in when we think about these types of well-being and SDG budgeting, also more targeted approaches where we even have working groups and networks at the OECD that look at gender budgeting, green budgeting, and, well, let's say even there's, I'll mention a country example that looks at poverty alleviation types of aspects. I think we've already talked about the overall well-being framework, just to point out that, comparing these results can often show quite uneven outcomes. And this is, I think, also reflects the importance of looking at a wide range of indicators, because often looking at one or two indicators may be misleading when we're trying to evaluate whether the current degree of well-being or more specific dimensions or the overall more holistic assessment. Now, the OECD has also developed toolkits at the regional levels for OECD countries and a few partner countries. I don't think we have Indonesia yet in any of these data sets, but I think this could be interesting inspiration for developing these indicators. These also can be quite dynamic, and I know that Indonesia is quite sophisticated in terms of even having an app that local governments can use for benchmarking their budgeting. It'd be interesting to incorporate some well-being aspects into these types of tools. Now, when we think about more specific indicators, I won't go into these too much detail, but just to say that sometimes you have good indicators at the national level. You may not have exactly the same indicators at the subnational level, so there may need to be some adjustment in terms of the composition of the indicators or the selection to ensure that they're available on a consistent and relatively timely basis at a more disaggregated, whether it's a regional or a local level of assessment. And as I mentioned, national performance frameworks are much less common than performance budgeting, and then if we think about at the subnational level, it's even less widely adopted. So this is, I think, the glass is still more than half empty in this area. I'm going to highlight a new project that's, funny enough, being announced right now today at the OECD by sheer coincidence. A new program looking at well-being and SDG budgeting in Asia, and with a strong interest in helping to support this type of work in Indonesia as well. So we're looking for engagement and interest and on this project. Let me just highlight a couple of other country examples to complement what Janet has eloquently described about the Australian case. In a few other countries, there's a bit more of a focused approach. I mentioned gender budgeting. This is actually gender equality budgeting. Ireland, I think, is the sort of prime example. There's a high-level political commitment. There are national equality goals and indicators. There's associated legislation. There's an expert advisory group. And there's a set of tools that can help policymakers to incorporate this well into the budgeting process. And there's also a data strategy, which indeed is quite important. Janet also mentioned this. There need to be resources to collect and compile the data so that it can be used effectively. New Zealand, well, I don't need to go into this too much detail, but I think there's a broader well-being approach, or there has been, and then there's also a particular focus on child well-being and child poverty. And I think this also has some interesting dimensions and a pretty strong political focus until recently. And it had been integrated and helped to boost much better rollout of support for maternity services, for out-of-school care, for community intervention, and meeting the needs of kids in care, and also helping to boost women's participation in the workforce. And then the third example I just want to highlight is in the green budgeting space, which has become particularly salient in many countries as we try to meet these broad climate objectives that are quite challenging at the supranational as well as the national levels. And budgeting is clearly a key set of tools that should be used in trying to consider this. A lot of the high-level political commitment is sort of almost essential for this type of approaches. Expert advisory group, good institutions, good coordination at the horizontal and vertical levels is really important. And one, I would say slightly more controversial, but I think still interesting tool to consider is budget tagging. These can help to identify more favorable or less favorable expenses. It's not a kind of single silver bullet, but it's something that some governments are using and finding to be useful. I would say at the same time, it's also important not to overuse them because it often can be quite a blunt instrument. And that's why I think these advisory groups are essential to help to incorporate broader sets of objectives. Let me just go now. On the green budgeting framework, I think I already covered some of these key aspects. The OECD has an entire green budgeting framework that focuses on these dimensions, that includes the sort of strategic, the tools for evidence generation, as well as the reporting and the accountability that can help to, I would say, integrate it well into the budgeting process in a serious way and allow for good decision making that takes account of these broader objectives. And I think this is a good good moment to point out that there really is a wide range of approaches. There's not a single approach that's necessarily the most effective. Well-being reporting, I think, is probably a good starting point. France, Sweden, Italy, and Iceland have done this very well. Structured debates in parliament to engage civil society are also important. A number of countries like France, the Netherlands, Italy, New Zealand, and Finland have been doing this quite a lot. Built-in requirements to incentivize and encourage collaboration is also very important. New Zealand and Canada have done this. Ex-ante assessments of well-being on the impact of budget initiatives, again, very important. And well-being perspective in terms of final decision-making is a related and quite useful approach as well. And incorporating budget into the well-being budgets into the baseline analysis may also be a complementary approach that Italy is taking. So as I mentioned, I think the institutional aspects are really important, and this would be grounded in a good legal and policy framework guiding when and how to conduct monitoring and evaluation. This includes institutional actors with clear mandates and sufficient resources, and helping to support a monitoring and evaluation culture that can help to incorporate these complicated and often multifaceted indicators that may also vary across levels of governments and across regions into the overall policymaking process, and help to really ensure that they're used in a rigorous way and careful, with sufficient care. And finally, just to wrap up, I think there are, and to summarize, the majority of OECD countries use performance budgeting frameworks, and most of these are moving towards outcome-based frameworks as well. And a number of these countries are also incorporating SDGs and well-being into this type of evaluation process and budgeting process. And a smaller number of countries are prioritizing all of their SDGs, but with most, I would say, only looking at a subset of goals so far. This may be still very helpful, but considering a broader range of indicators may also be quite useful. And there's really no substitute for political leadership and policy priorities to ensure that there's full buy-in. There's less example of doing this across levels of government, and I think this is particularly important in more decentralized contexts, such as Indonesia or federal countries, for instance, to really try to incentivize, perhaps through intergovernmental transfers. We've written some work that was in a working paper published just last month that talks a little bit about how this could be done, and also just ensuring that essentially the framework is relevant for national circumstances and constitutional structure. The SDGs objectives of 2030 are getting closer. There's a lot of commitments in the environmental space. This is a really important tool that should be used and considered in countries where these needs appear. And the OECD is available to support countries with the design, integration, and implementation of these types of approaches in their budgeting and intergovernmental fiscal frameworks. We welcome you to approach us if you need more interest or support. Here are my contacts and our network's website, where you can find some of the documents and reports that I've mentioned. Let me just reiterate this launch of the Strengthening and Going Green process is happening today. If you happen to be available to listen to this, you're very welcome to even register now. But if not, we certainly will be in touch in the near future on this issue and in encouraging Indonesia and Asian partners to be involved. And then let me just finally say that the overall development of well-being frameworks, we have to give a lot of credit to our OECD Statistics Department and our WISE Directorate that looks at well-being. We have a whole division that looks at this types of aspects, and they have been carrying out world forums on well-being for a number of years. The next one will happen next month, where the next How is Life report will be released. And so this is my final slide, and pleasure to share some of the OECD experience in this area.
Thank you very much, Shan, for very rich presentation. So I guess one important message from the two presentations is what is called as the well-being framework. That link on one hand is the measurement and provision of the well-being indicators and link it to the policy making and budgeting processes. And I think interesting that in the case of Australia, there is so-called extensive consultative processes involving many stakeholders. In the case of the OECD countries, there is called well-being reporting. In countries like France, Sweden, Italy, incentive to encourage inter-ministry collaboration in New Zealand, Canada, and etc. So I think this unique experience models in different countries, I think like it's interesting to be further discussed. And I think now it's time to all of you actually to give the comments or a question. And if you have a question to Janet or Shan, just say it, and then but first introduce yourself, and then please brief, because we only have like less than 20 minutes for this Q&A session, and to whom actually you address the question. Okay, Pak Petra, please, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Alan. My name is Petra. I'm the team leader for Scala, which is an Australia-Indonesia partnership program.
Can you speak louder, Pak?
Thank you. Sorry, my name is Petra. I'm the team leader for Scala, which is an Australian-Indonesia partnership program. And thank you very much, Janet and Sean, for the presentations. I was very much interested in the political dimensions. You said that the Australian framework progressed from following the Australian election. So what happens then if, let's say, the framework comes up with results that are not positive for the incumbent government? And so are there other institutional settings outside of Treasury, or is it actually ideal that it's undertaken by Treasury so that the results are, maintained and properly utilized? Thank you.
Thank you. What an interesting question. I've got a background, I did political science at university, so always great to think about. Yes, the Measuring What Matters framework had a fairly political origin story. We had an election in 2022, and it was an election commitment of the then opposition to introduce a wellbeing framework of some kind. They then won the election in May 2022 and then started to implement it. So I suppose it's an interesting reflection just from that story that it was seen that wellbeing frameworks would be something that is of interest in a campaign and of interest to ordinary people. Then I think I'll just add one more point as well as your question is, it's also about, well, what if government changes, then what happens to the wellbeing framework? I think it's, when designing them, it's important to think about how they're institutionalized. So in the case of Australia, the Australian Bureau of Statistics has a website and it has resourcing to be able to carry that forward into the future. Of course, governments can always change, but it helps to have it embedded there with a friendly home for it to live in. And then, of course, we think about what you asked about, what if the results are not positive? I think that is always a possibility when reporting on outcomes. And I think that a government that's considering about implementing it does need to be prepared for those outcomes. I think when we think about political risks, what's important is to be very transparent so that all the information is available to everyone. It's not being kind of hidden or only released to some. I think that's a real strength of the Australian approach. And it was really interesting to think about sort of what roles do line ministries versus central agencies have. While Treasury kind of owned the implementation of this, I think when I think about who owns the data, it's across the whole government. So I don't think it's a matter of one part of government reporting on another. It's very much everyone chipping in and fulfilling their own duties and tasks to contribute to the outcome. And I think the other thing when we think about political risks or sensitivities that a government might have is it's about this idea of progress over time. So some of the things that we've found in the Australian Wellbeing is the issue of housing security. Big problem in Australia at the moment. People can't afford, rental prices are going up, house prices are going up, and that comes up again and again in the Wellbeing framework. Access to secure housing, access to sufficient funds to deal with an emergency. So that's absolutely coming through in the Wellbeing framework, and that is a potential political risk. I guess it's then up to government to say, well, what are we doing about it? For measuring what matters, it's about saying we acknowledge that this is really important to people. We're not just looking at the GDP indicator. We know that housing is really important. We hear you, and this is what we're doing about it. So I think the Wellbeing framework doesn't only have risks, it also helps to acknowledge and have a conversation about those really important things that might not be captured in just a GDP measurement. Thanks for the great question.
Thank you, Janet. Just to check, Shan, do you have a response to add?
Oh, I thought Janet's response was really terrific, and it's hard to add anything to it. I would just say, I mean, indeed, I think that I had tried to make a number of points to really emphasize, I think, the importance of this kind of thinking. So I thought the question was right on point. Just, I mean, in terms of high-level political commitment, that's great, but then how do you actually realize it in practice? And I think embedding the indicator collection and dissemination in the Statistics Ministry or Statistics Bureau can be important and essential, and really giving it necessary resources. I think in terms of embedding it into the policy-making process, it probably is a little bit more complicated, but it's also part of the reason that we had suggested that in terms of incorporating it into budgetary processes to really like integrate it in a kind of cohesive way that brings in all of the players so that the indicators can be used not as sledgehammers, but as to help to improve the design of the budget, design of its targeting, and to really kind of look at the upside, the not necessarily use it for sort of hardcore evaluation, but really to help to think about what do we need to focus on more in the budget. How can we think about whether it's achieved its main objectives or whether we need to do something more in the future, and just sort of embedding these types of processes and thinking as to whether, I mean, you may have a downturn, economic downturn overall with GDP as well, but then sometimes there may be a silver lining that some aspects, whether it's unemployment or overall self-contentedness or longevity or other aspects may help to improve. So there can be also, I think, an upside, but also giving some degree of independence to, I think, the thinking of this and giving it some institutional home, whether it's within a treasury or sort of across departments, I think can be really helpful.
Thank you, Sen. Next question. Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Alan. So my name is Dylan. I'm from Prospera, basically the same Australian Indonesia government program, basically. So my question is for Pak Sean Doherty and also Janet. So basically, I just want to know, what do you think about the, integrating this well-being framework into not only on the central fiscal policy, but also to integrate it into local government fiscal policy, because as Sean mentioned that most of the countries is currently implement the decentralization, but most of the framework, although Janet also mentioned that this is a part of the consultation, right? To have the target to be not only from top down, but also like quite bottom up, but how to actually ensure that all the indicators that actually already assigned then can also influence the, not only central but local fiscal policy. So yeah, the question, and what do your speakers actually think about how, lessons from the international best practice to integrate this, different fiscal policy?
Okay, Sean, you want to start?
Yes, no, I think it's a very challenging question. I mean, for me, it's also a central question of this seminar, and I think it's really important because it was a decentralization seminar, and I think then we added well-being as a kind of key theme. So indeed, it's sort of in some ways a central challenge of trying to think about these issues. But most of the example cases that we have that have actually rolled out are focused more at the national level. And the intergovernmental channel is much more on a sort of consultative basis. Now, as we pointed out in the paper we released over the summer on intergovernmental transfers, these budgeting processes certainly can be applied at subnational levels of government to the extent there is capacity. And that's always a question, I think, in a lot of different contexts. So building the capacity, I think, may be a first step in helping the central government, helping local governments and subnational governments, say at the state level or regional level, to build up their indicator base or integrate indicators that may be collected at the national level by statistics ministries and toolboxes that they may help to develop to incorporate them into their policy consideration and design. So I think that's a real central challenge. I mean, I have to say that this new project that I mentioned that's being launched simultaneously in Paris on an Asia-focused SDG and well-being budgeting frameworks is intended to indeed support these kinds of intergovernmental processes. So not just at the central government level, but at the subnational government levels. I think the examples that I can only think of actually are in relatively unique contexts, such as the subnational government of the UK in Wales has been incorporating some of these dimensions, and so that's maybe one that I can think of. There may be a few other smaller cases, but it has not, in fact, to my knowledge, taken off yet at subnational government levels, also because of capacity constraints. But I think moving in that direction as we gain experience with some of, whether it's focused exercises in specific areas, say gender or green, or broader exercises that look at multiple elements at SDGs or well-being indicators, certainly can be applied at the subnational government levels, and perhaps some assistance from central government levels in terms of capacity may be useful to achieve these kinds of objectives.
Thanks. What a great question. Thank you, Pat Dylan, to make us really think about how this is relevant to local governments. I think, first of all, in Australia, we have a federal system, so we sort of don't have an option to integrate it directly. One, I think, potentially powerful tool is when central government is making transfers that are conditional on a state delivering a service or reporting on what they've done, something like that. So where there are transfers that are conditional, there's a lot of potential there to start working in these wellbeing themes and indicators to start to ensure that the transfers that are being made are contributing to the 5 themes and the indicators. The Australian government does also sometimes fund data collection as part of conditional transfers, which can be a good incentive for the subnational governments to collect more data and help to contribute to that outcome. I think local, like wellbeing also has a really big potential for having new conversations with the general public. So perhaps that's a conversation between the national government and locals that in turn influences the subnational government, or perhaps it's the subnational government having that conversation with their own constituents. I think talking about things like leisure time, social connections, it can really make ordinary people take note and think, wow, that's an unusual thing to government to be talking about. So it can also be a conversation starter that can then in turn influence local governments. And I'll also mention in the Australian context, one of our states, Victoria, does have its own wellbeing and health indicators that have existed for several years. So I think it's a bit of a watch this space to see the extent to which the national and the one state one influences each other as it's going forward. So I hope that was helpful. I think a lot of potential to integrate it into conditional transfers.
Thank you. I think considering the time, so we'll have like one last brief question, if there is one. Yeah. Please be brief, Pak. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the time. My name is Adi. I'm from DG Fiscal Balance. I just want to ask a quick question to Janet and Shane. Currently, our government focus on extreme poverty. In 2024, we setting a quite challenging target, 0% poverty, extreme poverty. From this discussion, can we adopt this regional metrics well-being from OECD to guidance, use this as strategy to poverty reduction? If it is possible, how we should adjust the regional well-being metrics from OECD framework? Thank you.
Thank you.
I promise to give a very short answer in the time remaining. I think wellbeing frameworks can be really relevant because it encourages us to take a holistic view of the experience of poverty. It's not just how much money you have coming in the door. It's, do you have a secure place to live? It's, do you have, one of the speakers mentioned earlier, do you have time to rest before you go to your next job? Do you have any means to deal with a kind of financial or health emergency? So I think a benefit of the wellbeing framework approach is to not just look at one narrow indicator of money coming in the door, but encourages us to look at all the different things that impact on our well-being, particularly housing, and using that to guide us as we're designing policy interventions to combat poverty.
Okay. San, one last response, please.
Yes, no, I fully agree, and I think thinking about these indicators at the regional or local level in a kind of interspatial way is really important. I mean, extending our frameworks to the regions is quite straightforward, but I think the key essential is that you actually have good data, not just at the national level, but at the local level in big enough sample sizes and timely enough data. Sometimes the local data may not be as timely, but often giving national agencies, national statistical agencies, the freedom to collect the data for the whole country that has sufficient coverage for individual regions and similar timeliness can be quite powerful because those agencies may have sufficient resources. In terms of actually using them for like assessing material deprivation, I fully agree with Janet, and I think these can be really important and may help to explain many things that are going on. I mean, you look at the recent surge of, I would say, deprived communities, and I would say some of the drivers of, you know, even, let's say, populism, but people feeling left behind, feeling really excluded from the political system. And those things may not be as clear from material well-being indicators, but looking at social connectedness, looking at deprivation of housing, and very multidimensional aspects in health, they may help to identify problems that may be better targeted through either national or local budgets that can help to then improve well-being outcomes for those key excluded groups or regions.
Thank you, San. So I think this is the time then to end the session. Indeed, this is a really rich presentation from the two panelists, and then also very insightful discussion. And I'm not going to summarize in just in few words. In fact, there's a lot actually to learn from the experience of OECD countries as well as Australia. Indonesia has, of course, practiced and implement actually some of the framework. We've been tracking some indicators, extreme poverty reduction, stunting, poverty, things like that. Our homework's perhaps still on the how to ensure things that we prioritize, things that we set as priority are reflected actually in the budget priorities. That's perhaps the area that, and it's not just the homework for the Ministry of Finance indeed, but it's also the homework for many line ministries that manage and propose the program, plan the program, as well as the regional government. So I think with that, I'd like to end this session, and please join me to give a round of appreciation applause to our distinguished panelists. So I think I give the mic back to MC. Thank you.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Dr. Alan Setriawan dan kepada Sean dan juga kepada Janet Mills. And please stay on the stage.
As a token of our appreciation, we have prepared appreciation plaques for our moderators and speakers who are physically present with us today. And for this, I would like to request again the Director General of Fiscal Balance to kindly present the appreciation plaques. Thank you, Janet Mills. Ya, kepada Bapak dan Ibu, dipersilakan untuk memberikan tepuk tangan, jangan tanggung-tanggung.
Jangan malu-malu Bapak Ibu. Dan terima kasih kepada Dr. Alan Setriawan yang telah membantu diskusi terakhir kita pada hari ini. Oke, kita abadikan momen ini terlebih dahulu. Silakan berikan senyum terbaik. 1, 2, 3.
Sekali lagi, 1, 2, 3. Oke, terima kasih. Kami persilakan untuk boleh kembali ke tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Please have a seat. Bapak dan Ibu, sebelum lanjut ke agenda berikutnya, mari kita simak tayangan video berikut ini.
Untuk mewujudkan Indonesia maju, pemerintah terus berkomitmen mengakselerasi pertumbuhan ekonomi dan pembangunan yang merata di pelosok negeri. Kebutuhan pendanaan pembangunan yang semakin besar harus dijawab melalui pemanfaatan sumber-sumber pembiayaan kreatif dengan tetap menjaga aspek kehati-hatian dan kesinambungan fiskal nasional. Menjawab tantangan itu melalui Undang-Undang HKPD, pemerintah memberikan penguatan kewenangan pembiayaan bagi daerah melalui 3 instrumen pembiayaan utang berupa pinjaman daerah, obligasi daerah, dan sukuk daerah. Pemerintah daerah juga didorong untuk dapat menyinergikan berbagai sumber pendanaan atau pembiayaan untuk pembangunan di daerah atau bottom-up approach. Pembiayaan berbasis kerjasama yang dapat digunakan seperti skema kerjasama pemerintah daerah dengan badan usaha atau KPDBU. Pemerintah dapat memberikan dukungan belanja kementerian atau lembaga dan atau pengalokasian transfer ke daerah untuk melengkapi sinergi pendanaan tersebut. Tidak hanya itu, Undang-Undang HKPD juga memberikan kesempatan bagi daerah yang memiliki kapasitas fiskal dan kinerja yang memadai untuk dapat membentuk dana abadi daerah sebagai bentuk keadilan dan kemanfaatan antar generasi. Salah satu kisah sukses penerapan creative financing dalam skala yang relatif terjangkau berupa proyek KPDBU skala kecil alat penerangan jalan atau APJ yang dilaksanakan oleh Kabupaten Madiun dengan menggunakan skema KPDBU solicited atau diprakarsai oleh pemerintah daerah yang ditawarkan kepada pihak swasta. Latar belakang pemerintah daerah Kabupaten Madiun menerapkan KPDBU antara lain minimnya perawatan APJ karena anggaran terbatas, pertumbuhan lampu swadaya akibat penduduk bertambah, pembayaran listrik kurang efisien, penggunaan lampu merkuri berdaya besar, belum efektif penggunaan materisasi, dan distribusi APJ belum merata di seluruh wilayah. Pemerintah Kabupaten Madiun melaksanakan creative financing ini dalam rangka mendorong aspek keselamatan publik, mobilitas, sektor industri dan sektor pariwisata, serta aktivitas sosial ekonomi masyarakat. Dengan skema ini, Kabupaten Madiun mampu mendapatkan beberapa manfaat yang signifikan, di antaranya menghemat biaya pembayaran tagihan listrik dan pengurangan emisi karbon dengan adanya penggunaan lampu LED, meningkatkan waktu dan akses aktivitas ekonomi daerah yang berpotensi meningkatkan PAD, dan mengurangi tingkat kecelakaan dan tindak kriminal di jalan. Selain proyek KPDBU di Madiun, kisah sukses lainnya dari penerapan creative financing adalah sinergi pembiayaan pada pembangunan RSUD Provinsi Sulawesi Utara. RSUD Provinsi Sulawesi Utara adalah rumah sakit rujukan regional kelas B yang dibangun karena kebutuhan akan rumah sakit tingkat provinsi di Sulawesi Utara. Hal tersebut dikarenakan sebelumnya tidak ada rumah sakit rujukan provinsi, sehingga pasien dari rumah sakit kabupaten atau kota harus dirujuk langsung ke rumah sakit nasional. Pemerintah Provinsi Sulawesi Utara merespon kebutuhan ini dengan membangun RSUD kelas B yang memiliki kapasitas 376 tempat tidur dan luas bangunan utama 3 hektar dengan 10 lantai. RSUD ini dilengkapi berbagai fasilitas seperti gedung parkir, ruang terbuka hijau, instalasi pengolahan air limbah, dan tempat penyimpanan limbah berbahaya. Layanan unggulan RSUD ini termasuk spesialisasi hemodialisa, ruang hiperbarik, dan klinik tumbuh kembang anak. Kehadiran RSUD ini membuat pelayanan kesehatan menjadi lebih efektif dan efisien. Dalam pembangunannya, Pemprov Sulawesi Utara menggunakan pembiayaan kreatif dengan memanfaatkan pinjaman dari PT Sarana Multi Infrastruktur, serta kolaborasi sumber dana dari APBN, APBD, hibah, dan pinjaman daerah, di mana melalui Undang-Undang HKPD, kolaborasi antar sumber pendanaan tersebut disebut dengan skema sinergi pendanaan. Ini merupakan contoh sukses pembiayaan kreatif yang diharapkan dapat menjadi inspirasi bagi daerah lain untuk membangun infrastruktur demi peningkatan pelayanan, pertumbuhan ekonomi, dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Pemerintah daerah dan semua pihak yang terlibat diharapkan mampu memiliki pemahaman dan melaksanakan bimbingan dan pendampingan kepada daerah dalam pemanfaatan instrumen kebijakan creative financing secara optimal. Bersama, kita dukung rencana aksi SDGs dan pemerataan layanan publik demi Indonesia maju dan sejahtera.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have completed the fireside chat with the Director General in the morning, and following 3 highly insightful and valuable panel discussion sessions, which we hope have provided inspiration for all of us. And before moving on to the next session, please allow me to present the feedback from today's participants, which was collected through Mentimeter.
Ya, Bapak dan Ibu, sekali lagi kami mohon kesediaannya. Panitia boleh dibantu ditampilkan Mentimeter kita yang sudah disiapkan.
Iya, kita telah melaksanakan rangkaian acara pada hari ini Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Tadi pagi kita sudah fireside chat dengan Bapak Dirjen. Kemudian diikuti dengan 3 panel diskusi yang sangat berbobot dan bermanfaat bagi kita semua. Dan kali ini kami mohon mendapatkan feedback dari Bapak dan Ibu. Silakan
Melalui Mentimeter, ya menti.com.
Silakan dibuka.
Boleh diakses.
Silakan dibuka browsernya, kemudian buka menti.com dan masukkan kode 6716288.
2866.
266, mohon maaf.
Ya. Join us at menti.com. Use code 67162866. Ada pertanyaan? Pertanyaannya tidak susah Bapak dan Ibu? Tidak apa itu desentralisasi fiskal gitu ya?
Ada juga sih, tapi cuma 1 kata.
Pasal berapa gitu? Enggak
Tidak
gitu
ada
ya.
pasal Bapak Ibu, bukan ujian undang-undang HKPD.
Bukan.
Hanya
Kami
feedback.
mohon feedbacknya dan harapan untuk penyelenggaraan agenda seminar internasional untuk lebih baik lagi ya.
Di tahun berikutnya, betul sekali. Ya.
Mungkin kita tunggu sebentar lagi kali ya, Saudara Adrian. Masih kita lihat masih ada yang ngisi sebentar. Sebentar lagi mungkin boleh nanti ditampilkan hasilnya. Kita tunggu sebentar lagi.
Ya, ini adalah live respon Kak ya.
Ya.
Saya mohon izin, tidak kelihatan ini Kak dari samping.
Silahkan. Saya
Ya.
jaga pos, Saudara Adrian.
Iya, betul sekali. Ini adalah respon Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Jadi apa pendapat Bapak Ibu terkait penyelenggaraan seminar internasional 2024 ini? Ya, 6 menjawab biasa saja, alhamdulillah. Tidak ada yang akan menelusuri kok Bapak Ibu ini siapa yang memberikan ya. Tenang saja.
Nggak ada namanya, nggak ada.
Tidak ada
Tenang
namanya.
aja.
Kemudian tahun depan ada lagi ya, 40 dan alhamdulillah bermanfaat sekali masih mayoritas Kak.
Nih panitia tahun depan ada lagi ya katanya. Terus kata panitia, alhamdulillahnya yang lebih tinggi bermanfaatnya.
Bermanfaatnya.
Nah, entah tahun depan ada lagi atau tidak, yang penting bermanfaat.
Betul sekali Kak Alvin. Oke, terima kasih Bapak Ibu atas responnya. Mungkin boleh kita ke next question. 1 kata desentralisasi fiskal Indonesia. Ada 163 respon ya, sepertinya sudah quorum kayak kalau 163.
Ya, dari peserta 200, 163 itu udah quorum.
Sudah quorum,
Lebih
sudah
ya.
mayoritas. 1 kata desentralisasi fiskal, Convergence. Ini tema hari ini.
Tema
Growth.
kayaknya ya. Wellbeing ya. Nah, growth-nya sebelah mana nih? Ada yang nulis growth nggak? Ini
Growth
tema
ada,
nih.
berarti pemaparan hari ini sudah merasuk ke dalam alam bawah sadar nih Kak Alvin. Convergence adalah kata-kata yang paling banyak disampaikan oleh para peserta. Wellbeing, growth,
Pemerataan, merata.
ada juga yang mantap ya.
Ngasih jempol ini kayak ini ya, di chat gitu biar cepat ya, jempol ya.
Karena sudah pusing Kak, mikir 1 kata pun pusing, jadi kasih jempol aja nggak apa-apa. Oke, sekali lagi terima kasih Bapak Ibu atas respon dan feedbacknya. Boleh ke last question. Kalau ada pelaksanaan tahun depan, topik apakah yang mau dibahas? Nah, ini paling banyak ini mohon izin.
Mungkin bisa kita gali ya, nggak apa-apa
Betul.
kita kupas agak kecil-kecil juga soalnya.
Betul.
Jadi nggak apa-apa kita sebutkan ya Kak ya.
Kita sebutkan ini paling besar, tapi ini Kak mayoritas mengharapkan tahun depan kita membahas tentang pajak daerah.
Ya.
Bahasa
Rekan-rekan
Inggrisnya apa, Kak?
DJPK? Local tax.
Local tax.
Nggak retribusinya sekalian, jangan ditinggal gitu ya. Pajak daerah.
Dan yang ini Kak yang isu yang sangat hangat ini, Green TKD.
Oke, Green TKD.
Green TKD.
DBH. Oh, DBH nih. DBH. Yang saya bingung ada yang tulis sharing session. Ya, kita pertanyaannya sharing session tentang apa? Temanya apa maksudnya? Ini sharing sessionnya apa gitu ya mungkin ya temanya.
Kalau pelaksana sharing session, hari ini juga sharing session ya Kak?
Iya, udah banyak banget insight yang kita dapatkan dari seluruh moderator dan speakers kita ya pada hari
betul
ini.
sekali. Kemudian juga ada respon kepala daerah Kak?
Respon
Materi
kepala
tentang
daerah.
kepala daerah.
Oh iya.
Atau
ada
mungkin
materi
maksudnya kepala daerah ikutan sharing mungkin Kak?
Oh boleh juga ya, jadi input bagi panitia mungkin ada bagaimana penyelenggaraan ya sharing session dari kepala daerahnya langsung ya di agenda seminar internasional ini.
Betul.
Karena mungkin kalau selama ini juga Indonesia sudah belajar banyak, mungkin juga sudah waktunya dan sudah saatnya Indonesia juga bisa jadi contoh, bisa juga men-sharingkan bagaimana penyelenggaraan desentralisasi fiskal.
Betul sekali Kak Ovin, dan banyak sekali tema-tema sektoral juga yang disampaikan. Dana desa ini menjadi input
kinerja layanan publik, subnational fiscal risk, ya civil engagement,
teknologi informasi ada juga.
Iya, oke betul. Banyak tema-tema menarik ya. Mungkin ini bisa jadi masukan. Khususnya kami sangat berterima kasih panitia kepada seluruh responden, kepada seluruh peserta bahwa banyak tema-tema yang bisa dikulik yang mungkin ingin untuk dibahas apabila ada pelaksanaan tahun depan.
Baik, dan tentu ini akan menjadi concern kita semua untuk pelaksanaan seminar tahun depan ya Bapak Ibu sekalian. Baik Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, sebelum kita move on to next session, sebelum kita lanjutkan agenda berikutnya, marilah kita simak video berikut ini.
The HKPD Law. Indonesia has established Law Number 1 of 2022 concerning intergovernmental fiscal relations, or the HKPD law. This law aims to achieve fair, transparent, and accountable fiscal decentralization. It has four main policy pillars. First, reducing vertical and horizontal inequality. Second, strengthening local taxing power. Third, improving the quality of regional spending. And fourth, harmonizing national and subnational government spending. The HKPD law aims to ensure the efficient and effective allocation of national resources through a transparent, accountable, and equitable financial relationship system between central government and regions to promote equal public welfare throughout the Republic of Indonesia. The implementation of the HKPD law. Various policies in HKPD law are being implemented in stages, along with the determination of implementing regulations, including first, Government Regulations Number 4 of 2023 concerning specific goods and service tax on electricity. Second, Government Regulations Number 35 of 2023 concerning general provisions of local taxes and regional fees. Third, Government Regulation Number 37 of 2023 concerning intergovernmental fiscal transfers. Fourth, Government Regulation Number 38 of 2023 concerning oil palm plantation revenue sharing. Fifth, Government Regulations Number 1 of 2024 concerning national fiscal policy harmonization. In 2023, various new regulations were implemented in the HKPD law, including 1. Performance-based intergovernmental transfers, including A. Improved precision in allocating the General Allocation Fund to reflect regional performance better. B. Implementing a new distribution ratio for the Revenue Sharing Fund to consider performance and externalities between regions. C. Introducing allocation of the oil palm plantation revenue sharing. D. Coordinating the allocation of the Special Allocation Fund to work in synergy with other funding sources such as ministry or agency budgets. 2. Simplification of regional financing procedures. 3. Development of Regional Macroeconomic and Fiscal Policy Framework, or CAMPPKF, as a reference for regions in determining local fiscal budget policy, or KUA PPAS. Meanwhile, 2024 marks the first year of implementing numerous new policies related to local taxes and regional fees. The gradual implementation of the HKPD law policies has shown improvements, such as increased local government budget expenditure driven by higher local tax and regional fee revenues, allocation of intergovernmental fiscal transfers, and utilization of regional debt financing. Innovation of fiscal decentralization instruments to stimulate economic growth, well-being, and convergence. To address the current challenges and opportunities faced by the nation, such as global geopolitical tensions, human resource factors, infrastructure needs, climate change, and digitalization trends, a robust fiscal policy is required to achieve Indonesia's Vision 2045. The fiscal policy in 2024 aims to accelerate inclusive and sustainable growth that focus on accelerating economic growth, promoting well-being, and enhancing interregional convergence. To achieve the three main goals of national fiscal policy, accelerating economic growth, strengthening well-being, and promoting convergence between regions, the government has implemented various innovative fiscal decentralization policies, including 1. Introducing performance requirements for the management of all types of intergovernmental fiscal transfers in a sustainable manner. 2. Creating synergy and modernizing the collection of regional taxes and fees. 3. Developing a national fiscal synergy index to measure the alignment of central and regional fiscal policies. 4. Developing a regional well-being index from the one used by the OECD. 5. Developing standardized chart of accounts between national and subnational governments. 6. Developing the next generation SEKD as a platform for national fiscal policy synergy. And 7. Promoting regional fiscal risk management framework to encourage more optimal fiscal risk management and maintain the spending absorption pattern of subnational government budget, or HPBD.
Ya, Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, kita sudah mengikuti penyelenggaraan acara dan juga menyaksikan berbagai tayangan informatif terkait pelaksanaan desentralisasi fiskal di Indonesia. Kita akan masuk ke dalam acara yang selanjutnya. Namun, sebelum kita masuk, ada beberapa hal yang ingin ditanyakan. Kita akan mendengarkan pendapat dan masukan. Betul sekali ya?
Betul Kak. Jadi kalau tadi kami mohon feedback melalui Mentimeter, itu kan
Betul.
anonim Kak ya?
Dan hanya satu kata.
Hanya satu kata, kali ini kami mohon izin mendekati Bapak dan Ibu untuk kira-kira bisa memberikan feedback. Jadi mohon izin kalau nanti kami hampiri Bapak Ibu. Yang pertama mungkin dari internal dulu, dari DJPK mungkin mohon izin Pak Sandi. Mohon izin mungkin Bu Lydia. Tadi sudah ada masukan terkait PDRD misalnya untuk materi seminar tahun depan, atau mungkin Ibu bisa menyampaikan kira-kira feedback terkait seminar pada hari ini atau harapan terkait seminar ke depan. Ibu mohon izin.
Terima kasih waktu yang diberikan. Seminar hari ini tentu bagi saya secara pribadi sangat bermanfaat. Seperti tadi yang sudah disampaikan juga oleh seluruh audiens bahwa sangat banyak sekali manfaatnya. Dan apresiasi juga dari Mentimeternya tadi, ternyata banyak yang topiknya ke depan ketika ditanya milihnya local tax gitu ya. Boleh tepuk tangan. Kami berharap juga memang concern terhadap fiscal dan fiscal decentralization ini dalam rangka mendukung growth, well-being, dan convergence. Menurut saya secara pribadi tentu perhatian terhadap local tax juga menjadi sangat penting dan perlu tuh diadakan di seminar tahun depan, topiknya local tax.
Terima kasih kepada Ibu Lydia. Kalau memang nanti kita menjadi masukan nomor 1 untuk tahun depan, salah satu topik yang akan dibahas adalah local tax. Oke, Adrian, kalau dari internal sudah, maka kita perlu mendengarkan masukan, input dari eksternal, dari peserta ya. Mohon izin kesediaan dari pemerintah daerah tentunya, yang merupakan langsung penyelenggara desentralisasi fiskal, pelaku, salah satu pelaku utama tentunya dari penyelenggaraan desentralisasi fiskal.
Baik, mohon izin mungkin Bapak dari PJ Kota Tarakan Bapak, yang kebetulan ada di sebelah saya, mohon izin. Tadi sudah ada beberapa masukan juga bahwa sharing session kepala daerah gitu Kak ya.
Betul, itu
Mungkin
tadi
nanti juga
menjadi
bisa
masukan.
disampaikan kira-kira pandangan seminar hari ini seperti apa Pak, apakah bermanfaat untuk bisa diterapkan dalam pengelolaan fiskal di daerahnya dan kira-kira harapan serta feedback dari penyelenggaraan acara ini seperti apa. Mohon izin Bapak Bustan.
Ya, terima kasih. Kegiatan seminar pada hari ini tentu saja bagi kami PJ Wali Kota Tarakan dan pemerintah Kota Tarakan sangat bermanfaat terkait dengan desentralisasi fiskal. Tadi memang saya mengisi terkait dengan dana bagi hasil.
Oh iya Pak.
Ya, karena kalau Kota Tarakan itu dia tidak punya tambang batu bara, dia tidak punya kebun kelapa sawit, dia kota transit, tapi dana bagi hasil minyak dan gas perlu transparansi karena di tahun 2024 pagunya cuma kurang lebih 6,9 miliar sekian. Kemudian dana bagi hasil gas cuma kurang lebih 1,2 miliar saja. Sangat ironis ketika kami mempunyai APBD pendapatan kurang lebih 1,298 triliun saja. Ya, jadi pendapatan dana bagi hasil hanya tidak bisa hanya kurang lebih tidak sampai 10 miliar. Ya itu mungkin selanjutnya mungkin formulasi apa yang mungkin bisa disampaikan secara transparansi sehingga kami sebagai penghasil minyak dan gas tidak begitu signifikan untuk mendapatkan dana bagi tersebut itu saja. Tapi kegiatan pada hari ini sangat bermanfaat, sangat luar biasa, mantap, menyala bangku.
Ya, terima
kasih Bapak.
Dan satu lagi.
Ya ini tadi
Adrian.
yang nulis mantap Kak.
Oh ya ini yang nulis mantap juga tadi selain DBH gitu ya. Terima kasih kalau tadi sudah perwakilan dari pemerintah pusat diwakili oleh internal DJPK. Lalu perwakilan dari pemerintah daerah dari PJ Kota Tarakan dan mungkin satu lagi. Oke, ada yang mau lagi dari pemerintah daerah, silahkan Bapak. Silakan diberikan kesempatan.
Baik, memberikan kesempatan dari Kabupaten Kelungkung, Bapak Bupati Kabupaten Kelungkung, Bapak Inyoman, monggo Pak.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Terima kasih, saya Nyoman Jendrika dari PJ Bupati Kelungkung. Pada kesempatan ini kami ingin menyampaikan apresiasi dan juga penghargaan kepada pemerintah pusat. Kami walaupun barangkali dari sisi PAD Kelungkung ini adalah masih kecil, fiskal kami baru 25% dari total anggaran 1,4 triliun. Namun demikian, dengan adanya potensi pariwisata yang cukup besar sekarang di Kelungkung, kami berharap persentase fiskal yang kami sekarang masih rendah mudah-mudahan bisa menjadi sedang. Nah, yang ingin kami sampaikan adalah bahwa kami dari PMK Kelungkung tentunya berharap kami dari perhitungan DAU maupun DAK, di mana kami masih belum terlalu tinggi, kami berharap bahwa kebijakan fiskal pemerintah pusat kepada Kabupaten Kelungkung, kami berupaya juga sudah koordinasi dengan Kementerian Dalam Negeri dalam hal perhitungan formulasi perhitungan DAU maupun DAK-nya, dan kami berharap pada tahun-tahun ini akan melakukan perbaikan dari sisi data terkait indikatornya sehingga kami berharap ke depannya nilai DAU dan DAK yang kami dapatkan dari pemerintah pusat bisa lebih baik. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada pemerintah pusat. Kami berharap dukungan pemerintah pusat untuk melakukan perbaikan penilaian DAU maupun DAK akan menjadikan kami PMK Kelungkung bisa lebih mandiri di dalam melakukan pembangunan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada Bupati Kabupaten Kelungkung yang telah memberikan feedback.
Ya,
baik,
satu lagi terakhir, kalau tadi sudah dari central government, local government, maka dari mitra pembangunan pemerintah. Ya, perwakilan dari mitra pembangunan pemerintah karena ini juga salah satu peran penting selain pemerintah pusat dan pemerintah daerah tentunya bersama-sama membangun Indonesia. Dan boleh kita minta, saya lihat ada perwakilan dari Divet, dari Skala, tim leader, Bapak Petra, ya.
Kasih, saya pikir menarik sekali bahan yang disampaikan tadi dan banyak yang relevan meskipun tadi ada masukan juga yang saya pikir sangat baik, yaitu kalau bisa lebih banyak berbasis juga pada penelitian yang terkait dengan kondisi kita di Indonesia supaya lebih mendarat apa yang disampaikan. Mungkin itu saja, tapi terima kasih banyak karena banyak sekali yang bisa diperoleh dari seminar hari ini. Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih. Sepertinya cukup, Kak.
Boleh satu lagi?
Oke, boleh
Ini
satu lagi.
permintaan tadi karena kita juga perlu melihat di pemerintahan desa nih Kak. Mungkin belum perlu memberikan feedback juga nih yang telah hadir dari pagi. Siapa yang berkenan Pak? Bojonegoro. Monggo Bapak. Dari Pasir Tanjung Pak, nggih, monggo.
Baik, terima kasih. Secara pribadi dan atas nama pemerintah desa, saya juga merasa berterima kasih sudah diundang ke sini dan acara seminar internasional ini sangat bermanfaat khusus bagi kami selaku pemerintah desa. Itu saja barangkali, terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih Bapak. Sekali lagi kami berikan terima kasih kepada seluruh partisipan dan khususnya yang sudah memberikan masukan. Kita akan segera memasuki ke agenda yang berikutnya. Kami mohon kesediaan Bapak dan Ibu untuk menunggu sejenak sesaat lagi. Sesaat lagi kita akan menyambut kedatangan Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati.
Selamat datang Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati.
Beserta seluruh jajaran, dan kami juga ucapkan selamat datang kepada jajaran Eselon 1 di Kementerian Dalam Negeri.
Terima kasih kami ucapkan atas kehadiran Bapak dan Ibu pada sore hari ini. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat datang kepada Ibu Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati beserta seluruh jajaran di lingkungan Kementerian Keuangan.
Dan kami ucapkan juga selamat datang kepada jajaran di Kementerian Dalam Negeri.
Dan kami juga ucapkan selamat datang kepada para kepala daerah yang telah hadir di acara ini.
Baik Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, kita akan masuk ke dalam segmen acara yang berikutnya. Setelah di pagi sampai dengan siang hari kita mengikuti penyelenggaraan seminar. Saat ini kita akan masuk ke dalam section selanjutnya. Dan mengawali agenda di sore hari ini, marilah bersama kita mendengarkan Head of Committee Reports yang akan disampaikan oleh Direktur Jenderal Perimbangan Keuangan, Bapak Luki Alfirman.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will hear the committee reports that will be delivered by Director General of Fiscal Balance. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Bapak Luki Alfirman.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bapak Ibu sekalian, selamat sore. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon to all of you. Her Excellency, Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, His Excellency Minister of Home Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, atau yang mewakili, Pak Muhlis Hamdi, Chief Economist of the World Bank Group and Senior Vice President for Development Economics, Professor Indra Mitchell, Counselor Representative of the Ambassador of Switzerland and Canada, para pejabat Eselon 1, para pejabat dari Kementerian Keuangan, Kementerian Dalam Negeri, distinguished speakers and moderators, representatif dan juga awardee, penerima award insentif fiskal dari subnational government, dari pemerintah daerah, representatif dari kepala desa, penerima insentif fiskal desa, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to briefly report to all of you our today international seminar on fiscal decentralization. The seminar is one of the main annual events organized by Director General of Fiscal Balance, Minister of Finance, as a part of the ongoing effort to develop world-class fiscal decentralization policies. This year's seminar carries the theme Optimizing Fiscal Decentralization for Pathway to Promote Growth, Wellbeing, and Convergence. The themes aligns with the 2025 National Fiscal Policy Theme, namely acceleration of sustainable and inclusive economic growth, with an emphasis on economic growth, well-being, and regional convergence. Today's main event was preceded by a series of pre-seminar activities, including a focus group discussion on strengthening fiscal policy strategies for inclusive economic growth on 22nd of July 2024 in Palu, Central Sulawesi. The FGD in the city of Palu confirmed the need for a growth strategy in the region so that strong economic growth can be more inclusive and of a higher quality. A seminar on creative financing for regional infrastructure on 4th of September 2024 in Bandung, West Java. The seminar highlights the need for creativity, innovation, and cooperation in developing regional infrastructure financing to support regional and national economic development. A high-level policy dialogue on 23rd of September 2024, or yesterday in Jakarta. The meeting brought together relevant stakeholders for a discussion on the latest updates on fiscal decentralization policies and the challenges that remain in the optimizing fiscal decentralization. This morning, we had a valuable discussion, starting with a session on accelerating regional economic growth with Somik Lau from World Bank, and also Professor Etisam Ahmad, former LSE, United Kingdom, and also IMF. Followed by a session on interregional convergence with Arif Ramayandi from ADB Institute and Tik Kim Chuk Nguyen from AMRO. And last session, we had a good session on regional well-being with Sean Doherty from OECD and Janet Mills, Australian Treasury. The experts shared their thoughts on other countries' experiences on several key topics, namely understanding the factors driving regional growth in Spain and Egypt, China's regional development and fiscal reform, to examine approaches to multi-level finance and regional growth in China, measuring success beyond GDP, learning from Australia well-being budget, and OECD's experience in designing well-being index and regional well-being assessment. Asia's regional development strategy, examining Japan-Vietnam policies for promoting regional income convergence and other country cases on public service excellence. The various ideas discussed are expected to become inputs for future fiscal decentralization policy formulation. We extend our sincere gratitude to all parties involved in the series of events up to today, from ministries, agencies, subnational government, development partners, as well as our colleague from Ministry of Finance and SMV under Ministry of Finance. Through this series of events, we aim to promote the exchange of ideas and perspective among policymakers, academics, and the public at both national and international levels, thereby optimizing fiscal decentralization policies. Bu Menteri yang kami hormati, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion today, fiscal incentive will also be rewarded to local government for their exemplary performance during the current year. In our 2024 budget, 4 trillion rupiah of fiscal incentive have been allocated and will be given based on the assessment of current year performance. Today, we will present fiscal incentive to the representative of the top 7 local governments in the domestic product utilization category and regional expenditure acceleration category. In total, fiscal incentive will be awarded to 130 local government per category. In addition to the fiscal incentive to provincial, districts, and city governments, in 2024, we also grant village incentive amounting 2 trillion rupiah to villages with the best performance based on 3 categories. First, financial performance and village development category. Second, financial management and accountability category. And third, village award category from ministries or agencies. In total, the village incentive will be awarded to 15,054 out of 75,265 villages across the nation, or around 20% of total villages receiving the village fund allocation. Today, representatives from this awarded are present. We kindly request the Ministry of Finance to present the awards directly to the winning villages. Bu Menteri yang kami hormati, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our report. We now kindly invite Professor Indra Mitchell to deliver his special remarks on decentralization. comparing the United States, China, India, and Indonesia. Subsequently, we request guidance from the Ministry of Finance regarding the strengthening of fiscal decentralization in Indonesia. And this will be followed by the presentation of fiscal incentive and village incentive to the awardee. We hope that the entire seminar and the award presentation today will contribute in achieving our shared vision of a prosperous, just, and advanced Indonesia. May these activities today we will be blessed by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Direktur Jenderal Perimbangan Keuangan, Bapak Luki Al-Firman.
Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, berikutnya marilah kita simak bersama Hallmark Speech yang akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Indermit Jill.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally we will be hearing the Hallmark Speech that will be delivered by Professor Indermit Jill, Chief Economist of the World Bank Group and Senior Vice President for Development Economics. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Indermit Jill.
Thank you very much for having me. I know that it's the end of the day, so I'm not going to take a long time. I'm going to try to get through my slides very, very quickly, but I do have some pictures and all to show you. So let me start with this. So I'll be talking about decentralization, and I'll be, the idea here is to do some international comparisons. Right? The work that I'm showing you is not being done by me, so I don't know it very well. It's been done by some excellent economists at the World Bank. Next slide, please. Okay, so you have these three types of decentralization. I was just talking with Ibu Ani, and I was telling her about how you can have fiscal decentralization, you can have political decentralization, and then the third part is administrative decentralization. And you know about fiscal decentralization. I'm sure you've been discussing this all day. Basically, it is about revenues that can be raised either centrally or subnationally. It can be transfers that go from, usually from the central government to local governments through grants and subsidies. You can have spending authority that is devolved. And then finally, of course, you can have up here, here, higher, here. Yeah, okay. And then the fourth thing, of course, is the authority to issue debt, right? And that can be either something that subnational governments have, or sometimes they don't have that, right? And then the second type of decentralization, of course, is political, and that has to do with decision-making power. And this often involves the direct election of local officials, it involves local autonomy, and it involves the participation of citizens at different levels of things. So those are the two that I'll speak with you about. When you talk about decentralization of administration, basically that could either mean a deconcentration, which is the authority is actually distributed, but everybody still reports to the central government, or it can be delegation, right? Which actually means that you actually have transfer of powers. The power is delegated down to the subnational entities. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk briefly over here. I'm going to compare what has been happening in Indonesia, especially since 1999 or 2003, and the big three. The big three in this case are the US, India, yes please, US, China, and India. The reason why I picked these three countries was because the US is the largest high-income economy in the world, China is the largest upper middle income country in the world, and India is the largest low middle income country in the world. Okay. And the other reason why I picked these three is they actually have very contrasting levels of very contrasting patterns of decentralization. So if you look at the United States, for example, it's a high income country which has both fiscal and political decentralization. And you should not be surprised by that, because actually the history does matter. And in the case of the United States, it was the states that came first, and the federal government came second. And so it was the states that actually gave authority to the federal government in some sense. In the case of China, you actually have fiscal decentralization, but political centralization. And the case of India is exactly the opposite, where you have political decentralization. The states have a lot of power, so do the village panchayats, right? But you actually have centralized fiscal allocations. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that actually the decentralization in the case of Indonesia is something in between, right? So on the fiscal side, you actually see moderate decentralization. It's both moderate and it is somewhat imbalanced, in the sense that though Indonesia has made major movements towards fiscal decentralization by devolving expenditure responsibilities, there's been a lot less progress on the revenue collection side, so as compared with the United States, for example. But then on the other side, you have high political decentralization. So this one actually looks a lot more like India, or like the US actually, where you have a great amount of political decentralization with local elections of bupatis, mayors, governors, and then decentralization legislation like the law of 2004, which divided these powers between the federal and regional governments, right? I'm sure you know all of this stuff, but I thought that I'll actually tell you about it, so it actually goes into my head too, because as I'm speaking to you, I'm finally understanding it. Okay, what's the next one? Next slide, please. So, okay, so why should you do fiscal decentralization? I'll show you a few slides about this. Go to the next slide, please. The most important reason for doing fiscal decentralization is probably number 3, right? Which is that you actually improve the responsiveness of public finance to local needs. So basically, you try to sort of do it in a way that the demand and the supply for public finance comes at the same level, right? Now, you actually have several advantages of this, and the advantage number 4 is perhaps an important one, which is that you actually also get to have, you also have competition among subnational entities to actually do public finances better. You also get the fact that you have a lot of innovation as a result of that, and experimentation, right? And then, of course, 5 is also important in the sense that because you are moving, moving the authority on public finance, both on the tax side as well as on the expenditure side, closer to the citizens, it increases transparency and the ability of citizens to hold the people at account, right? And now, the reason why I didn't talk about the first 2 is that those two can actually go, in a different way, in the sense that if you do decentralization well, you actually increase vertical fiscal balance, right? And then if you don't do it well, you actually increase the imbalance. And this is always a big risk of decentralization. And the other risk, of course, is horizontal imbalance, in the sense that poorer provinces may be left behind, or poorer villages may be left behind. So you can exacerbate that when you do fiscal decentralization. Okay. Next one, please. Now, the thing about this is, I'm sorry, I'm not going to go through all of the slide properly, But basically what you sort of see over here is that it's not easy to do fiscal decentralization. So if you look at the evidence around the world and so on, you find a variance of things, generally more failures than successes. So it's a very, very difficult thing to do. And it's very difficult to do because of all those reasons. You have to define the roles and responsibilities. You have to then allocate revenue-raising powers to authorities, which means capacity building, which means all kinds of stuff. And for example, the sort of taxes that you would devolve to local authorities are very difficult taxes to impose, like property taxes. They require a lot of information, they require a lot of strong administrative controls. And then you have to come up with a good system, a balanced system of intergovernmental transfer systems. So for example, in the case of India, as part of the constitution, you have something called the Finance Commission, and a big part of the job of the Finance Commission is trying to sort of do all of this stuff. So big machinery needs to sort of come in there. You need to make sure you pick the right amount of fiscal autonomy. You have to do capacity building, as I said. Accountability is hard to sort of enforce always. And then you still have to maintain central oversight. And then you actually have to make sure that you have enough of a legal framework that the central government can intervene in case things are not going as well as they should have, right? So generally speaking, ineffective decentralization arrangements often, they actually come due to these mismatches. The first mismatch is between ambition and actual ability. The second mismatch is that what you end up doing is that you can devolve a mandate. You can say, okay, from now on, a local government has to spend on health and education, but you may not actually allocate enough money to make sure that those things are well met and so on. And so as a result, that actually leads often to a lot of tensions in terms of both in terms of the citizens and the local governments, and then the local governments and the central government. And then of course you can have operational inefficiency. So while you are trying to sort of improve accountability, you can end up with these three mismatches, and that can lead to a problem of efficiency, even though you have presumably increased accountability. Next slide, please. So if you sort of look at this, what you would really find is that the main weaknesses of fiscal decentralization in Asian countries, because they tend to be very decentralized, but they generally lack tax autonomy, and they don't always have capacity, and the quality of spending varies a lot. There's another weakness, which is there's often too little decentralization to cities. This is especially the case of India. This is not the case in the case of China. But in the case of India, what you sort of find is that the places to which people are moving actually don't have enough authority to make sure that they prepare the structures, the services, and so on for these people. And as a result, you get a lot of urban squalor, you get lots of dysfunction. And then the part of the world that is actually fairly advanced in terms of making sure that municipal governments have authority, have power, is Latin America. So one should actually learn from Latin America in how do you make sure that the middle level of government is actually well funded as well as empowered, right? Next slide, please. So you see here is that we start to sort of look at some comparisons. If you look at that chart, it looks at the tax revenue now on thing. And here is where you sort of see that in the case of Indonesia, it looks a lot like Poland, by the way, in the sense that you actually have fairly low share of general government tax revenues, right? You have, I guess in the case of Indonesia, it's close to 10%. In the case of Poland, it's closer to 20%. Compare that with India, which is more like 60%. Okay, okay. Now if you continue to the next slide, please. You see over here is that subnational spending is actually the subnational expenditure as a percent of general government expenditures. And if you sort of look at that, you find that Indonesia and India are to the right there. So India actually spends close to 60%. So India is more decentralized in terms of spending, even as compared to Indonesia, right? And we know that Brazil and the US are considered very, very decentralized when it comes to fiscal issues, and you actually find that Indonesia and India are more fiscally decentralized. Let me pull up this one and just continue. Okay. If I could show you the next slide, it actually shows one of the weaknesses in the case of Indonesia. Yes, there you go. Thank you very much. So this is the share of subnational expenditure that is not covered by subnational tax revenue. Okay, so this is that vertical imbalance that I was telling you about. And if you sort of look at this, what you sort of find is that India, even though it is actually very decentralized in terms of fiscal spending, it has done a better job in some sense of making sure that you have a subnational revenue base has been developed in the case of India. You see India is to the left over there. But if you look at Indonesia, you find there's a 70% of the expenditures of subnational entities is not covered by subnational tax revenues. Only 30% are covered. Okay? And that, of course, can lead to, that means more work for the central government. It also means that you actually have to sort of deal with these vertical imbalances. Go on to the next slide, please. So this one actually shows how India has been trying to sort of cut these vertical imbalances. And what are the benefits of that, right? The benefits of those things, especially the first one, if you look at that, is you see that fiscal imbalance or fiscal balance as a percentage of GDP is higher the lower this lower this vertical imbalance. Okay, so the more balance you make the decentralization, the more fiscal space you get. You have higher capital outlays too. It's, I think, and somewhat more increased current expenditures, but mainly you see that you actually seem to get the subnational entities to align how much they can spend and how much they raise. Okay, that's the main thing. Okay, so as a result of that, the fiscal space tends to be improved more. Next one, please. So then, these are fairly obvious points in the sense that what happens when you have these big vertical fiscal imbalances. So you get a reduced incentive to do resource management efficiently. You get local governments really dependent on the central government for transfers because that's the only way to actually balance the books. And then you can also get big amounts of regional disparities. And of course, the main point is that you have a lot less autonomy, right? So which means that because these transfers actually come with conditions and checks from the central government, you become much more accountable to the central government rather than to the citizens to whom you are supposed to be accountable. That was the whole reason why you actually wanted to do fiscal decentralization, was to increase the accountability of the government to the citizen. Instead, what happens when you have too much transfers is that you increase the accountability of the local government to the central government. Okay? Next one, please. And you sort of see over here, this is in the case of Indonesia, and this is the agenda ahead, I guess, because if you look at subnational revenues, that is about 2% of GDP. If you look at subnational expenditures, it is about 4 times that, okay, 4.5 times that. And because local governments are responsible for providing services like health, education, and local infrastructure, but they have limited capacity to raise revenues. By the way, this is easily said than done. Okay, this is, as I said earlier, local revenues tend to come from taxes that are either far more distortionary or far harder to administer, like property taxes and so on. Okay. Okay, and then I don't want to get too much into this. I should just end with the last one, which is how can governments, last slide please, last slide, the S1, that's it. So essentially what you have over here is that, again, you know, you need to do all of this stuff. You need to make sure that you have a transfer system that incentivizes revenue collection. So the more transfers you give, the stronger should be the incentive to collect revenues, not the other way around. Because now the second thing is, of course, to the extent that regional and local governments can share in the revenues generated from national taxes, this actually helps, but it's not enough, okay? Because it should be revenue autonomy, not sharing. So it's not just transfers, but it's also revenue sharing, which is what the thing. And then finally, the aim ought to be, of course, tax decentralization, which is to grant subnational governments greater power to raise their own revenues through local taxes. But by the way, sometimes what happens then is that local governments also want the right to issue debt. And that has led to problems in many countries, including the United States, including Brazil and so on. And governments have had to claw back some of those rights, right? But again, at the end of it, you want greater spending efficiency. But again, what I really do want to emphasize over here is it takes time. So the fact that Indonesia has started to do this 20 years ago or so, you could think of this as saying, well, that's a lot of time. But if you look at the United States, for example, it has taken more than a century to do it. Okay? So it's not the case that you can do everything really in a hurry. It takes time because you have to build capacities, you have to change habits, and you have to sort of get this balance right. Let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Profesor Indermit Jill. Ya, Bapak dan Ibu, kita akan masuk ke dalam agenda yang selanjutnya. Namun kita menunggu kehadiran. Kita akan masuk ke dalam agenda yang selanjutnya, yaitu kita akan mendengarkan keynote speech yang akan disampaikan oleh Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be hearing to the remarks presented by the Minister of Finance of Indonesia.
Please join me in welcoming kepada Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati. Dengan hormat kami silahkan.
Terima kasih. Kita sedang menunggu Pak Mendagri. Nanti kalau Bapak Mendagri hadir, beliau akan menyampaikan award dan kemudian juga bisa memberikan pandangan. Intermit apologize using a little bit. The Minister of Home Affairs is coming, so I would like to welcome him. And then we are going to Pak Tito. Terima kasih Pak Tito. Welcome Pak Tito. Okay. Minta izin Pak Tito, terima kasih Bapak, saya tahu ada di DPR tadi for berapa Pak 79 kabupaten kota, 180. So kita akan mix in English dan Indonesia Pak, karena couple of my guests coming from international speaker, which we've already starting, actually some of them is already discussing yesterday for a different topic, and today is for the fiscal decentralization. Dan Pak Tito juga hadir sore hari ini untuk nanti kita memberikan award kepada local government sampai kepada bahkan tingkat desa, untuk kita memberikan insentif for their performance. So allow me Pak Tito, saya akan menggunakan bahasa Inggris meskipun saya tahu audiensnya majority adalah dalam bahasa Indonesia. Mungkin atau saya dalam bahasa Indonesia dan yang guestnya dalam bahasa Inggris pakai translator, ada nggak? Ada. Intermit, can you use the translation? You actually understand bahasa a little bit, long time ago. So, but this is the international seminar, so we'd like to provide with some translation. Bapak Menteri Dalam Negeri yang kami hormati, Bapak Tito Karnavian, Professor Indermit Gill, my friends from the World Bank, the Chief Economist of the World Bank, dear colleague from the Embassy as well as jajaran Kementerian Keuangan, and then kepala daerah yang hadir pada sore hari ini, baik secara langsung maupun secara daring, yaitu para gubernur, kepala daerah, kabupaten kota maupun dalam hal ini kepala desa yang nanti akan mendapatkan award. Tentu merupakan suatu kebahagiaan kita hari ini bisa menghadiri acara international seminar di bidang fiskal desentralisasi. Pak Luki just give us the report bahwa untuk fiskal desentralisasi atau desentralisasi secara umum, kita nampaknya jarang untuk membuat apa yang disebut international seminar dengan international speakers. Padahal isu desentralisasi dan including fiscal decentralization itu adalah isu yang actually very important. In many countries, this has become one of the most contentious issue, whether you are talking from the political side atau fiscal management side. Jadi dalam ini Indonesia sebetulnya tidak sendirian. Isu desentralisasi itu adalah isu yang very important, sangat penting di seluruh negara-negara, terutama negara yang relatif besar tentunya. So finding the right balance, mencari titik seimbang yang tepat antara hubungan pemerintah pusat dengan daerah, tadi Indermit menyampaikan fiscally, politically, dan administratively. Tiga elemen yang menentukan mana titik yang seimbang, what is the right equilibrium atau balance yang fit for the country, dengan local circumstances-nya, lingkungan yang spesifik, untuk bisa mencapai tujuan bernegara. The objective of the country is of course to create prosperity, reducing poverty, dan creating prosperity and equality. Bagaimana menciptakan kesejahteraan, menurunkan kemiskinan, dan pemerataan. So for Indonesia, untuk Indonesia desentralisasi itu juga merupakan sebuah konsep evolusi yang tidak terlepas. Cannot be separated dari historinya kita sendiri. Baik pada masa kolonialisme and then independence, waktu kita merdeka, dan di dalam masa kemerdekaan kita saja sistem hubungan pusat dan daerah juga berubah, berevolusi. Since reformasi, semenjak kita reform, Indonesia has already implementing desentralisasi baik dari sisi fiskal dan juga dari sisi political. This is what already mentioned by Indermit earlier. Secara fiskal kita mendecentralize, secara political kecuali 8 urusan except 8 of the responsibility, the rest is actually decentralized to the local government. Secara administrasi, administrative side also is already delegated. Some recruitment of the local official, although we still at the national level, secara nasional kita masih memberikan quota cap, tetapi local government bisa melakukan juga recruitment untuk kebutuhan ASN daerah. So, with that in context, untuk Indonesia, we try to continue improve atau terus memperbaiki kinerja dari desentralisasi dan otonomi daerah, itu adalah suatu keniscayaan. It is a must for us to continue improving. Dan it is also our responsibility, menjadi suatu tanggung jawab buat kita untuk memperbaiki. Dan dalam hal ini, saya berterima kasih kepada Pak Tito, Kementerian Dalam Negeri, dengan kami Kementerian Keuangan, luar biasa kompak dan dekat. Dan kita juga melibatkan Bappenas serta kementerian lembaga yang lain. Tidak ada ego sektoral di antara kita. Kita sering mutually reinforcing, memperkuat satu sama lain untuk how we are going to be able to make this decentralization, baik dari sisi political, fiskal, dan dari sisi kinerja, atau from the performance side, it will deliver the intended objective. Itu adalah keinginan kita, sehingga tadi disebutkan oleh Indermit mentioned that there are couple of criteria of decentralization to address issue from vertical imbalance, horizontal imbalance, and then to try to, what was the 5 that I actually capturing in my camera here. You have the reduced vertical imbalance, horizontal imbalance, improve responsiveness to local needs, encourage competition and innovation, dan yang kelima adalah increase accountability and transparency. I think the benefit of fiscal decentralization, ini yang sekarang menjadi guidance dan sudah dilaksanakan. This is the guidance as well as we implement it together jointly with Ministry of Home Affairs and sometimes involving other ministry or agency. Reduction of the fiscal imbalance has actually become one of the most important objective that we actually design with the decision to reform the Undang-Undang Hubungan Keuangan Pusat dan Daerah. Jadi hubungan keuangan pusat daerah, Undang-Undang HKPD, Undang-Undang nomor 1 tahun 2022, that is the Law number 1 2022, is revising and strengthening some of the design on the fiscal decentralization, di mana tujuannya adalah mengurangi fiskal, vertikal, dan horizontal fiscal inequality atau imbalance. So the two, which Indermit mentioned already, paling tidak is already being captured atau ada di dalam Undang-Undang HKPD revisi. Kedua, improving quality of spending, especially at the local area. This is related to objective tadi adalah menciptakan better services to the local needs. And then, strengthening local taxing power. That is exactly yang tadi disebutkan oleh Pak Indermit bahwa Indonesia banyak urusan yang didesentralisasi tadi, tetapi revenue-nya atau resource-nya sangat tergantung dari transfer pusat. Makanya local taxing power perlu di-improve. Kemudian yang keempat, how to harmonize fiscal policy between central and local government. To harmonisasi antara direction dan isi dari fiscal policy pusat dan daerah. Di daerah ini kata-kata fiscal policy masih sangat langka Pak Tito. Mereka taunya APBD dan karena majority adalah dari transfer, mereka lebih heavy kepada belanjanya. Kemudian local taxing power mulai improve, there are some actually starting to collect, tapi tentu masyarakatnya juga akan terus bereaksi. Nah untuk kita ini penting untuk menggandengkan antara tadi kewajiban responsibility dengan sumber daya yang ditransfer dan performance atau kinerjanya. Di sisi lain Indonesia juga belajar dari banyak negara di dunia. Kalau mungkin kondisi Indonesia sedang baik, tidak terjadi krisis fiskalnya, APBN-nya sehat, mungkin kita nggak merasa. Tapi kalau negara-negara yang sedang mengalami krisis seperti Argentina saat ini, atau Brazil waktu terjadi krisis, mereka akan lihat bahwa hubungan pusat dan daerah dan fiskalnya itu menjadi salah satu bagian yang mungkin creating a problem. Sehingga in many of the country in crisis, hubungan pusat dan daerah dari sisi fiskal itu biasanya masuk dalam item yang perlu dibenahi. Nah, kita nggak perlu nunggu sampai krisis, tapi kita bisa terus membenahi. We continue improving, and salah satu caranya dengan Pak Tito waktu itu menyampaikan, in the mid, Pak Tito call me is a sister, sis, Mbak Yu, bisa nggak dikasih insentif untuk pemerintah daerah supaya mereka semangat. Kalau Pak Tito kan bisanya mengumumkan secara terbuka itu agak sedikit mempengaruhi karena ada yang juara pasti bangga, yang tidak juara agak malu gitu. Jadi itu naming and shaming kalau istilahnya. Tapi beliau ingin tidak hanya begitu tapi juga diberi reward untuk mereka yang perform. Dan inilah yang kita sebutkan melalui insentif yang kita create antara Kementerian Dalam Negeri dan kami untuk beberapa indikator. Kemarin minggu lalu kami di Bapak Wapres memberikan award untuk mereka yang menurunkan poverty. Hari ini Pak Luki tadi menyampaikan kriteria daerah yang menggunakan APBD-nya untuk local purchase, TKDN, supaya ekonominya bergerak. Ada juga nanti desa yang tadi disampaikan yang melakukan perbaikan dari sisi kinerja dan dari sisi pelaporan. Saya sebetulnya termasuk yang senang karena waktu awal tahun 2004 jumlah desa yang tertinggal miskin itu masih sangat tinggi. Desa mandirinya sangat sedikit. Sekarang lebih dari 20.000, betul ya Pak Luki ya? 20.000, berarti sudah sepertiga dari desa-desa kita itu sudah mandiri. Itu dengan dana desa yang selama ini kita berikan for the last almost 10 years sekarang. Itu menggambarkan bahwa transfer kalau disertai dengan akuntabilitas dan performance yang diukur bisa menghasilkan hasil yang baik. Kita sih suatu saat berharap 75,000 villages, 75 desa-desa, 1.000 desa di Indonesia, semuanya akan menjadi mandiri dan menjadi baik. That's become the achievement untuk tadi penurunan kemiskinan, stunting, maupun quality dari lingkungan di mana mereka hidup menjadi lebih bersih, lebih tertata, dan tentu sehat. Fiscal decentralization juga bisa menciptakan lingkungan untuk pertumbuhan ekonomi berjalan sehat. Meskipun local government butuh local taxing power, tidak selalu identik bahwa kemudian daerah ini heavily taxing, yang kemudian mendiscourage dari pelaku usaha. Oleh karena itu ini juga merupakan salah satu indikator di mana kita iklim investasi di daerah juga menjadi perhatian di dalam memberikan insentif terhadap local government. Selain itu tentu indikator-indikator seperti indeks pembangunan manusia, karena at the end of the day development is about improvement dari kualitas manusianya, termasuk lingkungan mereka hidup. So, mekanisme untuk incentify atau memberikan insentif kepada local government menurut saya merupakan mekanisme yang Kementerian Dalam Negeri dan Kementerian Keuangan sudah cukup kompak dan setuju di dalam mendevelop berbagai indikator-indikator yang orientasinya adalah better quality of services, better impact, better result, sehingga daerah-daerah itu bisa converge. Maka kata-kata convergence ini selalu kita gunakan Pak Tito. Saya selalu menyampaikan sama teman-teman karena convergence itu artinya yang tertinggal larinya lebih kencang, Yang sudah maju juga tetap lari, tapi yang ini kenceng sehingga akhirnya mereka mendekati untuk sama-sama dalam situasi yang baik. Itu convergence. Kalau divergence, yang kaya makin kaya, yang miskin makin tertinggal, itu akan mengancam the concept of national unity, negara kesatuan kita. Maka kalau kita bicara NKRI, harga mati, itu ya translationnya kita harus memperbaiki kekompakan NKRI itu melalui konvergensi dari kesejahteraan maupun kemajuan di masing-masing daerah. Saya sering sekali menggunakan terminologi bahwa siapapun anak Indonesia, lahir dimanapun, mereka berhak mendapatkan pelayanan dan kualitas hidup yang sama baiknya. Itu adalah konsep negara kesatuan. So you are not going to be disadvantaged kalau saya lahir di daerah yang relatif tertinggal, most likely mereka akan menjadi keluarga yang nanti juga tertinggal. Itu tidak boleh, makanya kita terus-menerus memperbaiki formula untuk spending agar equality itu bisa terjadi. Tadi beberapa rumus secara umum telah disampaikan oleh Indermit mengenai prinsip vertical imbalance dan horizontal imbalance, dan terutama di dalam kita menciptakan indikator-indikator mengenai quality dari services, sehingga masyarakat itu bisa menerima pelayanan dan kualitas hidup yang relatif sama di setiap daerah. Saya rasa ini yang merupakan PR yang sangat penting terus-menerus harus kita improve. Terakhir mungkin Pak Tito yang tadi saya sampaikan, fiskal policy pusat dan daerah itu harus sinkron. Kalau dalam bahasa Presiden Jokowi dan kabinet selama ini adalah jangan sampai pemerintah pusat membangun jalan ke sana, yang daerahnya membangun jalannya di sini sehingga nggak ketemu. Atau irigasi, pemerintah pusat membuat bendungan di daerah sini, kemudian pemerintah daerahnya sawahnya nggak di situ atau jaringan irigasi tersiernya di tempat yang lain lagi sehingga nggak ketemu. Itu baru indikator dari sisi sinkronisasi spending. Tapi kalau fiskal sinkronisasi itu lebih sophisticated. Sering saya menyampaikan, waktu Indonesia kena shock seperti pandemi COVID atau kena harga komoditi increase in a very extreme level dan speed, kita mencoba stabilizing the economy, makanya saya sering menggunakan fiskalnya itu sebagai shock absorber, itu biasanya menggunakan counter cyclical. Waktu ekonominya lagi down, kita menstimulate untuk ekonominya bangkit kembali. Nah, sering dalam situasi ini, fiscal policy di pusat mencoba menstimulate, tapi karena sepertiga dari APBN transfer ke daerah, di daerah malah justru tidak spending. So, mereka menjadi semacam pengerem efektivitas dari counter cyclical fiskalnya menjadi menurun karena waktu pemerintah pusat mencoba ekspansif dengan belanja dan untuk meningkatkan growth penciptaan kesempatan kerja, daerahnya dikasih transfer terus transfernya berhenti di bank. They don't spend. Sehingga memunculkan tadi ada elemen ngerem dari sisi kemampuan fiskal untuk countering siklus dari perekonomian. Ini yang masih terus menerus di kami di Kementerian Keuangan mencoba untuk memperbaiki gimana caranya mensinkronkan fiskal pusat dan daerah sehingga dampak dari fiscal policy itu menjadi sangat maksimal atau optimal mempengaruhi ekonomi dan masyarakat. Nah, karena ini adalah sebuah perjalanan panjang, saya rasa this kind of seminar sangat-sangat membantu kita untuk seluruh teman-teman terutama yang di daerah, dan kita juga mengundang para regional economists, local expert, mereka supaya makin empower dan bisa menjadi partnernya pemerintah daerah untuk bisa memperbaiki quality fiskal di daerah dan kemudian menciptakan dampak yang maksimal terhadap operasi APBN APBD. Jadi dari tadi pagi Pak Tito sudah dibahas mengenai bagaimana menggunakan fiskal untuk perbaikan well-being, untuk konvergensi, dan untuk yang pertama apa tadi Pak? Growth. Untuk growth, untuk well-being, dan bagaimana meng-create konvergensi. Saya rasa sore hari ini sudah di akhir sesi. Terima kasih kepada all the speakers, all the moderator, teman-teman semuanya partisipan baik dari pemerintah daerah maupun local expert dan semua stakeholder yang kita undang termasuk international expert, intermediate and all colleague from World Bank maupun from other practices yang kita pelajari. Saya rasa paling baik adalah kita belajar tidak hanya dari kita sendiri tapi juga dari negara-negara lain sehingga kita bisa menghindarkan kesalahan-kesalahan atau memperbaiki apa yang kita miliki sehingga kita bisa bergerak makin cepat dan makin maju. Hari ini Pak Tito kita akan memberikan penghargaan kepada daerah-daerah yang telah mendapatkan atau memiliki prestasi dari mulai pusat, provinsi, kabupaten, kota, dan desa. Saya rasa ini bentuk dari praktek kita untuk berikhtiar terus memperbaiki desentralisasi baik dari sisi politik, di mana sebentar lagi akan ada pilkada, dan itu nanti akan memimpin pemimpin-pemimpin baru dengan wakil-wakil rakyat baru, maupun dari sisi fiskal, yaitu transfer ke daerah maupun local taxing power, revenue, sehingga kita bisa menjaga dan memperbaiki secara betul-betul negara kesatuan Republik Indonesia. Demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan. Thank you so much for all colleagues yang already participate and contribute, as well as all the resource person, which providing all the experience as well as information, data, dan policy experience from many different part of the world that can be learned by us sebagai negara dan bangsa to improve our decentralization, both from the political side, from the fiscal side as well as from the governance atau administrasi side. Thank you so much and good afternoon.
Terima kasih kepada Menteri Keuangan Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati.
Sekali kami sampaikan terima kasih kepada Ibu Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati. Dan selamat datang kami ucapkan kepada Bapak Menteri Dalam Negeri, Bapak Tito Karnavian. Terima kasih atas kehadiran Bapak pada sore hari ini. Dan kami mohon kesediaan Bapak untuk dapat memberikan sambutan. Now we will be hearing to the speech presented by the Minister of Home Affairs of Indonesia. Please join me in welcoming Bapak Tito Karnavian.
Terima kasih, thanks very much indeed for giving me the opportunity to speak a little bit, even though I've got, based on the schedule, I was supposed to talk in 5 minutes time, but when I heard Ibu Sri Mulyani also passing more than 5 minutes, I'm trying to copy my senior. I will talk in Bahasa since the majority of the audience Indonesian speakers. So of course for our foreign counterparts and resource person, international guests, I suppose you can listen through the simultaneous translations. Yang saya hormati Ibu, Mbak Yu, Sri Mulyani, Minister of Financial Affairs. Then I've got also Professor Intermediate from World Bank, international speakers, bapak-bapak dari ibu sekalian yang saya tidak bisa bersatu satu persatu. Pertama kali saya ingin menyampaikan to extend my highest appreciation untuk Ibu Sri Mulyani, Minister of Finance yang sudah mengadakan acara ini, dan ini acara sangat bermanfaat untuk memotivasi teman-teman di daerah. Kalau kita melihat topik memang tentang optimizing fiscal decentralization, the issue is that how. It's the issue, the key word, I think, how to optimize fiscal decentralization. Dalam sistem kita, saya kira sudah disebutkan dengan Ibu tadi, bahwa kita sedang menghadapi sistem atau menerapkan sistem desentralisasi. Tapi kalau boleh saya menyampaikan dalam pandangan personal saya, bahwa kita tidak menerapkan decentralized fully. Tapi apa yang saya istilahkan dengan partly decentralization. Memang di masa sebelumnya, di masa Orde Baru, kita highly centralized. Semua pejabat kepala daerah, governors, mayors, bupati, semua itu appointed oleh Menteri Dalam Negeri with blessing of Bapak Presiden. Dan itu merupakan penugasan. Dan semuanya highly centralized di bawah Presiden. Tapi semenjak ada era reformasi, kemudian ada semangat untuk melakukan desentralisasi, otonomi daerah, more autonomous, dan kemudian dibagi tugas affairs in the government. Ada 6 yang menjadi absolute power central government, seperti defense, security, religious affairs, judicial affairs, fiscal and monetary issues, and foreign related affairs. Ada 6. Kemudian the rest, theoretically, dia decentralized. Tapi dalam praktek, in practice, no, they are not. Karena hanya sebagian yang didesentralisasi. Ada instrumen dari central government yang tetap ada untuk control those affairs. Dan by law, instrumen control itu ada officially and legally, itu ada pada Minister of Home Affairs yang memiliki kewenangan untuk melakukan review on the planning and budgeting, income and expenditure of local government, APBD. Yang kedua adalah relating to the employees. Jadi untuk transfer, mutasi dan lain-lain harus mendapatkan endorse dari Minister Home Affairs. Ini adalah instrumen central government to control local government. Dan yang ketiga adalah auditing dan juga investigation dari Inspektorat Jenderal Kementerian Dalam Negeri kepada all local government in all levels. Kalau ada complaints atau apapun. Tapi di luar Home Affairs memang ada instrumen yang lain dari central government to keep local governments in a right pathway, dalam jalan yang benar, yaitu money control, of course, financial control. Nah itu tangannya adalah di Ibu Sri Mulyani. Jadi mungkin Ibu Sri Mulyani adalah salah satu yang ditakuti oleh para kepala-kepala daerah. Gitu. Betul nggak nih? Betul. Nggak ada PT, gitu. Nggak ada fulus. No money, no business. No money, no program. Ya, jadi power daripada Ibu sangat luar biasa to control absolutely right. Jadi seperti itu. Nah, persoalannya adalah di local government ada dua isu dalam financial affairs. Yang pertama isu mengenai income, yang kedua atau revenue, yang kedua adalah expenditure, belanja, pendapatan dan belanja. Kalau saya berpendapat, saya belajar dari Ibu Sri Mulyani, ya, bahwa mengelola organisasi, mengelola daerah, mengelola negara, sama seperti kita mengelola rumah tangga. Bagaimana prinsip dasarnya lah, very basic principle is that how revenue will be more than expenditure. Bagaimana mendapat income lebih daripada pendapatan. Itu artinya surplus. Sisanya bisa menabung. Yang tidak boleh terjadi adalah expenditure, belanjanya lebih banyak daripada income. Dan ini artinya ngutang gitu. Rugi. Nah ini yang mungkin pemahaman yang perlu sama-sama kita dorong kepada teman-teman kepala daerah yang notably dengan adanya local election, direct local election, for our international guests, you know exactly Indonesia, but please allow me just to remind you that Indonesia is the country, is the third democratic country in the world, number 4 in terms of populations. We have got 552 local governments, 38 governors, provinces, 98 mayors, cities and towns, and what we call is division or regencies, districts. We have got around 416 altogether. One of the most complicating country in the world, apart from India maybe. Then we have also democratic, the new democracy. And another thing making it more complicated is that we are the biggest archipelagic country in the world. Unlike India, number 1 population today, China number 2, US number 3, landmass country. So we have got infrastructure to connect the entire country, apart from islands such as Hawaii or Alabama for the US. But Indonesia, we are archipelago. We don't have any land road to infrastructure to connect from west to south, north to east, north to south, east to west. Ini menjadi lebih kompleks. Nah oleh karena itu dengan adanya partly desentralisasi, partly decentralized, dan kita encourage heads of local government to create more income than to make efficient the expenditure. That is the challenge. Now, revenue only coming from 3 things, 3 ways. Number 1 is that begging from the central government. Ibu Sri Mulyani will determine and decide how much money for each local government. Yeah. And number 2 is that local revenue, local income revenue coming from retribution and tax, for instance. Dan nomor 3 PAD, pendapatan asli daerah. Dan nomor 3 adalah dari other sources, legal sources, such as local government owned enterprises, badan usaha milik daerah misalnya. Nah, ini hanya 3. Nah, dari based on those 3 incomes, then we can divide our local government into 3 groups. 3 groups. Strong financial system or fiscal system, power, then middle, and number 3 is that weak. Kalau yang kuat itu ditandai dengan pendapatan asli daerahnya tinggi, seperti Banten, Jakarta, 70% local governments, only around 29-30% transfer from central government, from finance minister. So if there is any problem in the central government financial system, such as the income is not reaching the target, so the budget of those local government who was strong in terms of finance and fiscal system, they're still able to survive. Tapi kalau yang sedang itu antara transfer pusat dan pendapatan asli daerah itu almost similar, 45%. Ya. Tapi kelompok ketiga adalah what we call is a weak fiscal power, lemah kekuatan fiskalnya. Ini ditandai dengan ketergantungan yang sangat tinggi kepada central government transfer, 90%. On the other side of the coin, only 5-10% or less than 10% local income, pendapatan asli daerah. Nah, disinilah kita melihat problem untuk daerah-daerah yang kuat dan sedang, mereka bisa survive, then they can create any program apart from mandatory program such as education, health, infrastructure. Nah, kemudian untuk yang di pendapatan lemah, ya, we scrutinize what happened with the local government whose fiscal power is weak. Dia umumnya daerah-daerah yang fiskalnya tidak kuat ini, itu uangnya sudah dapat dari pusat transfer, uangnya habis sebagian besar untuk belanja pegawai. Ya. To finance the employees, salary, and some additional bonus for them based on performance, kinerja. Then also operational for employees. So the majority, the bulk of the money, the income yang from central government, then actually, being enjoyed by the employees rather than going to the public, to the people. That is the challenge. Nah, oleh karena itu, that's why the issue is how to optimize. We have to make sure bahwa dana anggaran yang berasal dari pusat betul-betul efisien. Kalau seandainya perjalanan dinas bisa dikurangi, kurangi. Rapat yang bisa dikurangi, kurangi. Karena banyak sekali yang mau merapatnya banyak sekali. Perjalanan dinasnya banyak sekali. Yang sebetulnya nggak perlu. Yang perlu Zoom meeting saja. Sehingga dapat mengurangi, to reduce money for employees. Bahkan kita harusnya mengurangi employees dengan adanya digitalization. Nah, yang kedua adalah how to encourage local government to be more creative and innovative to get more local revenue. Jadi mendapatkan pendapatan asli daerah. Nah, disinilah teman-teman kepala daerah kita berharap tidak hanya menjadi birokrat minded, tapi menjadi entrepreneur minded. Mereka harus menjadi entrepreneur karena memerlukan kreativitas dan inovasi. Nah, untuk mewujudkan ini, mendorong cara berpikir seperti ini, strategi ini, maka strategi utamanya adalah membuat iklim kompetitif. Iklim kompetitif para kepala daerah. Biarkan mereka berkompetisi satu sama lain. Apalagi menggunakan sistem pilkada langsung, di mana rakyat bisa menilai. Nah, iklim kompetitif ini diantaranya tentu basic principle again, stick and carrot. Bagi yang reward and punishment, bagi yang berprestasi, kreatif, inovatif, dan lain-lain, in all affairs, in all variables, inflation, poverty, reducing, say like green energy, green environment, many things, clean city, management of waste, for instance. Nah, semuanya itu kemudian diberikan semacam kompetisi dan mereka mendapatkan reward. Dan reward ini selain berguna untuk menambah revenue, yang kedua untuk election ini juga akan meningkatkan to increase electability during election. I believe that today ini ada reward untuk para kepala daerah yang berprestasi, ini sudah siap taking pictures. While when this program are finished, they already go viral in their own local government because we are going to have a new election of local government simultaneously. First time in our history, 27 of November 2024. Nah, jadi ini sebaliknya ada punishment juga. Ini ada today we have got 274 acting heads of local government. The rest they are elected by people. We announce the result, the performance of each heads of local government. Kalau yang bagus kita pertahankan PJ-nya. Tapi kalau penjabatnya actingnya, kalau seandainya tidak bagus, ya karena actingnya by law tinggal diganti oleh presiden usulan Mendagri, kita ganti. Itu punishmentnya. Dan itu quite effective. This is the way we are keeping our inflation now at the rate of around 2.1%, down from 6% 2 years ago in September 2022. Because again, competition between local governments. Dan kemudian yang kedua tentunya adalah kita juga bagi daerah-daerah yang elected by the people, the head of local government still in power. So electability is the magic word for them. Electability. The reward being granted and awarded by Ibu Sri Mulyani. Ibu Sri Mulyani is super influencer in Indonesia. So it is really a matter for them to increase electability. Nah ini saya kira ini really the way we are managing dan optimizing the decentralization, particularly in terms of financial affairs. Saya terima kasih banyak kepada Ibu atas segala dukungan, karena Ibu memegang instrumen kontrol negara melalui financial issue, financial power, sementara Kemendagri dari sisi by law legal power pembina wilayah. Melalui kerjasama cooperation Ibu dan Kementerian Dalam Negeri selama ini saya mengucapkan terima kasih Bu. Kita bisa mendorong teman-teman dan selamat kepada teman-teman yang mendapatkan reward hari ini. Dan tentu seperti tadi disampaikan bagi yang penjabat acting, I will assure you, you will be in your place until finish, dan tetap akan bertahan di finish. Dan bagi yang bukan penjabat, cepat naikin viral ini semua untuk naikin elektabilitas. Karena besok sudah mulai 25 Oktober will be the first day of the campaign, the rally, sampai dengan 23 November. Terima kasih banyak juga kepada para resource persons, resource people, most specifically our international guests for sharing your experience and knowledge with us. Saya mengharapkan acara ini dapat bermanfaat bagi kita dan pasti bermanfaat. Terima kasih Ibu, terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dengan penuh rasa hormat kami mohon kesediaan
mohon
Bapak
kesediaan untuk
Menteri.
boleh tetap di depan, izin Bapak. Karena kita akan masuk dalam penyerahan penghargaan. Dan untuk itu kami juga mohon kesediaan Menteri Keuangan Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati untuk boleh bersama-sama naik ke atas panggung bersama dengan Menteri Dalam Negeri Bapak Tito Karnavian akan menyerahkan penghargaan kepada pemerintah daerah dan pemerintah desa.
Baik Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, kita langsung saja, ini adalah momen yang telah ditunggu-tunggu. Penghargaan pertama, Insentif Desa Tahun Anggaran 2024 untuk kinerja keuangan dan pembangunan desa, tata kelola keuangan dan akuntabilitas keuangan desa sebanyak 15.124 desa. Secara simbolis akan diserahkan penghargaan kepada 3 desa. Yang pertama Desa Jumok, Kabupaten Bojonegoro, Provinsi Jawa Timur. Yang kedua Desa Pasir Tanjung, Kabupaten Bogor, Provinsi Jawa Barat. Dan yang ketiga Desa Sukahurip, Kabupaten Bekasi, Provinsi Jawa Barat.
Ya, sekali lagi kami sampaikan bahwa sebanyak 15.124 desa mendapatkan penghargaan insentif desa tahun 2024 dan diwakili saat ini oleh 3 desa.
Penghargaan diserahkan secara bersama-sama oleh Menteri Dalam Negeri dan Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia.
Ya, kita mohon kesediaannya untuk boleh foto bersama. Ya, para penerima penghargaan beserta dengan Menteri Keuangan dan Menteri Dalam Negeri. Silakan Bapak dan Ibu, kita foto bersama. Mohon izin kesediaannya boleh maju selangkah ke depan. Kita foto bersama terlebih dahulu Bapak dan Ibu.
Ya,
boleh
mohon
maju.
izin kita berfoto bersama Menteri Keuangan dan Menteri Dalam Negeri bersama Kepala Desa Perwakilan yang menerima penghargaan. Silakan berikan senyuman terbaiknya karena momen ini akan diabadikan. 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi berikan senyuman terbaik. 1, 2, 3. Kami persilakan kepada para penerima penghargaan untuk dapat kembali ke tempat dan kami mohon Bapak Menteri dan Ibu Menteri untuk tetap di atas panggung.
Kita akan masuk ke dalam penghargaan yang kedua.
Penghargaan kedua, Insentif Fiskal Tahun Anggaran 2024 Kinerja Tahun Berjalan untuk percepatan belanja sebanyak 130 daerah. Secara simbolis akan diserahkan penghargaan kepada 6 pemerintah kabupaten kota dan 1 pemerintah provinsi.
Yang pertama,
Provinsi Nusa Tenggara Barat.
Yang kedua,
Kabupaten Kolaka Utara.
Yang ketiga,
Kabupaten Kelungkung.
Yang keempat,
Kabupaten Deiyai.
Yang kelima,
Kota Pekanbaru.
Yang keenam,
Kabupaten Madiun.
Dan yang ketujuh,
Kabupaten Barito Kuala.
Sekali lagi kami umumkan bahwa penerimaan penghargaan saat ini merupakan simbolis yang disampaikan kepada 6 pemerintah kabupaten dan kota serta 1 pemerintah provinsi untuk 130 daerah penerima insentif fiskal tahun anggaran 2024 kinerja tahun berjalan untuk percepatan belanja.
Penghargaan diserahkan secara bersama-sama oleh Ibu Menteri Keuangan dan Bapak Menteri Dalam Negeri. Dan semoga momen ini dapat menjadi pelecut bagi daerah-daerah lain untuk dapat meningkatkan kinerja belanjanya.
Untuk akhirnya mendapatkan penghargaan insentif fiskal. Ini merupakan kesempatan yang berharga dan tentunya membanggakan bagi daerah yang menerima penghargaan. Jadi nanti setelah semuanya menerima penghargaan, kami mohon kesediaannya juga kita akan berfoto bersama untuk kategori insentif fiskal untuk penghargaan kinerja percepatan belanja tahun 2024. Secara simbolis yang terakhir akan diserahkan penghargaan insentif fiskal percepatan belanja. Kepada 6, 7 daerah, 6 daerah kabupaten kota dan 1 provinsi yang menerima penghargaan. Kami persilakan untuk boleh berfoto bersama dengan kedua menteri. Kami mohon kesediaan untuk boleh maju selangkah lebih ke depan. Kita berfoto bersama, boleh maju ke depan.
Silakan berikan senyuman terbaik. 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi Bapak Ibu, silakan berikan senyuman terbaiknya. 1, 2, 3. Baik, kami persilakan kepada para penerima penghargaan untuk dapat kembali ke tempat dan sekali lagi kemohon kesediaan Ibu Menteri dan Bapak Menteri untuk tetap di atas panggung.
Kita akan masuk ke dalam kategori yang ketiga, yaitu insentif fiskal penggunaan produk dalam negeri yang akan disampaikan kepada 130 daerah. Namun secara simbolis disampaikan kepada 6 pemerintah kabupaten atau kota dan 1 pemerintah provinsi. Penerima penghargaan.
Yang pertama Provinsi Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta. Yang kedua Kabupaten Konawe Kepulauan. Yang ketiga Kota Tual. Keempat Kabupaten Musi Banyuasin. Kelima Kota Tarakan. Keenam Kabupaten Ciamis dan ketujuh Kabupaten Mamberamo Tengah. Penghargaan akan diberikan secara simbolis bersama-sama oleh Menteri Dalam Negeri dan Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia. Dan kami persilakan untuk masing-masing dapat mengabadikan momen ini. Seperti disampaikan Bapak Mendagri tadi, ini menjadi kabar baik nanti pada saat kembali ke daerahnya.
Ya tentu saja ini kesempatan yang membanggakan ya. Membanggakan bagi pemerintah daerah bisa menerima penghargaan insentif fiskal. Kali ini untuk kategori penggunaan produk dalam negeri. Insentif fiskal tahun anggaran 2024. Sekali lagi nanti setelah semuanya menerima penghargaan, kami mohon kesediaan untuk boleh berfoto bersama. Untuk kategori yang ketiga yaitu insentif fiskal penggunaan produk dalam negeri tahun anggaran 2024. Ini diterima oleh 130 daerah dan secara simbolis pada kesempatan ini diberikan kepada 7 daerah yaitu 6 kabupaten kota dan 1 pemerintah provinsi. Kami mohon kesediaan untuk boleh berfoto bersama, silakan berikan senyum terbaiknya. 1, 2, 3.
Sekali lagi silakan berikan senyum terbaik dan kita abadikan momen ini. 1, 2, 3. Terima kasih kami ucapkan dan kami persilakan kepada para penerima penghargaan untuk dapat kembali ke tempat.
Dan sekali lagi kami juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Menteri Dalam Negeri Republik Indonesia dan Menteri Keuangan Republik Indonesia yang telah memberikan penghargaan kepada pemerintah daerah.
Dan kami mempersilakan untuk Ibu Menteri dan Bapak Menteri dapat kembali ke tempat. Dan dengan demikian selesai sudah acara kita pada hari ini.
Selesai sudah acara kita dalam rangkaian Indonesia Fiscal Decentralization, Optimizing Fiscal Decentralization, Pathway to Promoting Growth, Wellbeing, and Convergence.
Mewakili panitia kami mengucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh peserta atas atensi dan partisipasinya pada hari ini, serta kami mohon maaf apabila terdapat kekurangan selama penyelenggaraan acara berlangsung. Dari Cikini ke Godang Dia, banyak kenangan yang tak terlupakan.
Untuk pemerataan kesejahteraan di Indonesia, desentralisasi fiskal terus disempurnakan.
Akhir kata, saya Adrian Furkani.
Dan saya Taruli Kristofina.
Kami pamit undur diri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.